again to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. Today, we're going to be seeing out the EMEA region with a bang. And of course, one more golden ticket up for grabs. It is going to be getting down to the wire. I am Mark, joined, of course, today by Trav and Kenny. Trav, let's start with you. How does it feel to be back on home turf? You had a long stint today with the East Asia region, but great to have you back.
Oh, it always feels good to be on EMEA, my home region. You know I love it. And you know what? The fact that I love more, 3 teams, 1 ticket, and today's the day we get to see who goes to Worlds.
Kenny as well, great to have you back on the EMEA region. I know one that you love from across the pond. What are your thoughts regarding today, and who do you think is going to take it all?
Man, it's a tough one. I've been watching this region all year long as a fan. It's been a long time since I've casted some EMEA action, so I'm excited to be here. I'm riding with Craze Clan today, though. I think the opposition for the 2 teams in contention as well is going to be pretty tough, so I'm going to go with the safe bet of Craze Clan here.
Well, in case you are new to the Brawl Stars Championship or the EMEA region streams, let's talk some of the formats for you guys to get yourselves familiar. It's going to be power match, of course, the picks and bans that we all know and love, and of course, no duplicate brawlers for that very reason. A top 8 single elimination bracket, no double elimination bracket here, so just the one shot. If you snooze, you lose. Best of 3 in the quarterfinal stages, best of 5 for the semifinals and the final stages. So if you do fall behind just a little bit, a bit of an opportunity to pull up your socks. If you lose in the quarterfinals, you're going to get 70 points for your troubles. This is the breakdown when it comes to teams that are competing today and how things may go for the 3 teams still in contention for the World Finals. If you lose in the semifinals, you'll go home with 100 points. A loss in the grand finals, if you make it that far, will be 140 points. But if you're able to go all the way and win in the grand finals, you will earn 200 points for your team. And of course, there are still 3 teams in contention for the World Finals. Here today is the leaderboard. Trav, talk us through it.
I'm hoping you've just listened to what Arca said about the points, because it's going to be massively influential today. As we have said, 5 teams already guaranteed their spots to the World Finals and got their golden tickets. 1 remains, and Craze Clan sit in that spot at the moment. Dogs to Lobster and STMNEU are out of contention as they did not qualify to today's monthly final. Hmble and Back sit just below in 9th and 10th on 301 points, exactly 39 points below Craze Clan, and are going to have an absolutely miraculous run to the grand finals, and they're going to have to see Craze Clan lose in either the quarters or the semis for either one of them to be able to guarantee their spot.
Absolutely stacked bracket today, Kenny, as well. It's going to be a tough road for the 3 teams that we've got still in contention. Talk us through today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, Hmble, Backs, definitely 2 teams to have your eyes on. Of course, Craze Clan currently with that spot. Hmble facing off against NaVi. I think there's real potential for an upset there. I think Hmble have it in them to possibly win that one, but a very difficult road for Backs. If they pull this off, it'll be a legendary trip to Worlds. 3 of the other 4 teams in that lower bracket have all won a monthly final this year. That's tough for just about anybody to get through.
Yeah, they're going to have to really, really earn it if they're going to be seeing themselves into the grand final today, where they have to get in order to earn that golden ticket. And obviously, we'll see how Craze Clan fare on the other side of things. Make sure that you guys log in with your Superstar ID to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can have as much fun as we do on the casting desk and place your predictions. Who do you think is going to take it all today? Of course, there are trivia questions along the way. Also, you're looking to get through the tiers and earn that exclusive BSC spray. And we've only given 1 spray, this spray, away all year long. It's been pins until now. So make sure that you cash in while you still can and get as many of those tokens in as you possibly can and get those in-game rewards, of course, as well. Here's our predictions as to what we were thinking prior to the show, and looking pretty similar, Trav, and safe to say, looking a bit unfortunate in our eyes, at least, for some of the teams that are still in contention.
Yeah, all three teams were still in contention. We have actually predicted against, which is pretty good for Craze Clan if all goes to our predictions. But, you know, it's at times like these where we see all of us predicting the same in the EU region. I just hate it because it means that I can't banter with you, laugh at you when you get predictions wrong, and vice versa when I do as well. It ruins the fun, Arc.
I know, it does. Kenny as well, talk us through your reasoning so we can gain as much information towards those viewers on event.brawlstars.com.
Yeah, this is what we call the happiness hedge, right? We've only picked the favorites, but if the upsets end up happening and we get some good action, I'm happy that way too. I am a little bit nervous though, seeing that Trav and I have the exact same thing. I've seen his record throughout the year in EMEA, so I'm not feeling as confident after seeing that display.
It's an unpredictable region. For that same reason, anything can change, of course. SK coming off the back of a grand finals win last month, so kind of fair to say that we kind of had to side with them over Craze. But again, I do feel like there could be some opportunity for upsets here, especially in that upper bracket region. I think Hmble have got arguably the more favorable scenario, but we'll obviously talk through more as we get to those games. Kenny, sadly, that does mean that we're going to be waving goodbye to you temporarily, just for now, but we'll get you back, don't worry. Me and Trav will be taking the lead on this one. Trav, NaVi versus Hmble up first, and you know, NaVi have had a great performance recently. Let's start with them. I mean, after the second half of the year, they really started to find their stride, and you know, again, with the draft format, I think it's kind of easy to forget that every team has to adapt towards that, but MMA, Cubic, and Angel Boy really have done so. They made the grand finals last month, as you know, where we saw obviously SK Gaming pick up the win over them, but nonetheless, we've seen them grow throughout the competition very, very nicely, as far as I'm concerned.
And they definitely needed to as well. The first few months they had in EMEA was really tough for them. They lost time and time again in those quarterfinals and eventually managed to get out of them. And that's where they met SK in the finals, locking themselves in for World Finals last month, which is a really solid run and definitely something that they needed. Otherwise, they would have been directly in the mix with the people who are still contesting for it today.
Well, again, they're going to have to continue to be as confident and as clear as they've been so far all year long. Hmble, though, of course, as we've seen time and time again, have also been capable of upsets. Gugu, Kevin, and Soida Breza have got a lot of ice, let's be honest. And I don't think that you can count this team out, quite honestly. And also, having looked across the other regions throughout the global scene, when a team are within an arm's reach of a golden ticket for the World Finals, they do up their game into 6th gear. And I do feel like this is the team that could do just that here today. If they can pick up this win against NaVi, they might run into Craze Clan in the semifinals and be able to take their own fate into their own hands. Gugu, of course, as I've come to know him over the years, great competitor, really lovely guy, and hopefully today for them, at least, they've come prepared enough to take down the might of NaVi.
And they are going to have to. It's a long road ahead of them, but I do feel like they have got some kind of foot in the door. They have got a chance of winning. They're a really solid team. They've got some experienced players. You know, Soida Breza slotting in there as well. He's very experienced. He was a top 4 at Worlds, I believe it was last year. And he's just absolutely... He's just so experienced in these kind of situations, and that's the kind of play you need to lead a team to victory and take a hefty run through this bracket, but that's not what they want to see. And I've said this every single month. Every single month I say, this is the biggest prediction. This is the biggest one-sided prediction I've ever seen. I said it this morning in East Asia, and now it's been topped once again. 98% to 2 in favor of NaVi, and that is the NaVi Nation following right there, all pulling behind them today.
I genuinely think that could be the most one-sided I've ever seen across any region this year. 98% is a huge number over Hmble, but at the same time, as we know, NaVi have got an awful lot of followers and a great fan following, very, very loyal. Hmble, though, might well take that to be something of a consideration, but I don't think they're going to let it bother them. I think they're going to be having their eyes firmly on the prize as the first draft of today comes in thick and fast. And on the side of NaVi is going to be Gus there, Piper, as well as NaVi. On the side of Hmble, we got B, Max, and Bonnie.
Solid bans all round, Bell being the first pick from Hmble, and as you can see, it is the top brawler pick right here, and usually the best sharpshooter when everything else is banned. Janet going to be slotting in after that, and Otis as well. We can't kind of glaze over Otis here because he's been very strong. Good DPS, solid range, and obviously the ability to mute his opponents is very good as well. Soida Breza slotting on the Brock, and then Gugu on the Gene. We're going to again throw back to Cubic on the Byron fast draft. Long range fight we're going to be seeing, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, the Otis obviously is in a great place now, let's be honest. Since the balance changed to give him that much needed buff, it's a definite consideration. My only concern is that it does have a little bit less range than what we're seeing on the side of Hmble, and if you can get that pull and be able to have that magic hand ready, it does push back your opposition quite nicely. I like the Brock, I like the Bell as well. Janet, though, is a real good pick from NaVi. Byron as well, coming back quite nicely, actually, in Shooting Star recently. We're seeing a lot more play rates for him, and the win rates pretty much similar. So let's see how both teams start things off, as Gugu's close towards the blue star, but just teasing with the idea of going for it. Nice gadget from MMA will shut down the area, and Angel Boy will pick up that first star. Both teams just looking to get their early supers in and assert as much pressure early on as possible.
Yeah, just throwing out shots now. So the Reza obviously took a bit of fire from Cube there over the right-hand side and still getting hit quite heavily. Kevin doing an absolutely incredible job over the left-hand side, though, pushing MMA quite firmly back and hitting a couple of taps onto Angel Boy as well. Gugu follows up to keep him low, but now he's getting all three players shooting him, and Cube is actually going to continue to make some connections. Really solid from him so far.
A spatter again from MMA, but he is now marked, and that's got to be a concern for NaVi as they push back a little bit. They need to try to assert themselves a bit further into the mid here. 2 nest eggs as well is a consideration that NaVi are going to be aware of, and popping them at the right time is also very, very key. If they can just get a bit of a team wipe, makes it sound easy, but it's certainly not. Good heals from Cubic as well to keep Angel Boy in the mix, but I do like the pressure being exerted here by Hmble, and it's just still that blue star. One singular kill on the side of Hmble, and this can turn around really, really quickly.
And they've got the position to do so as well. Gene Pull is going to be the thing that would turn it around if anything's going to. Soda Breza hit on the right-hand side by Cube once more. Needs to maybe break up some of these walls and open up a pinch for Kevin as well over the right-hand side. But Angel Boy trying to extend a little bit, push them out, and getting connected by a couple of Brock shots. But Cube's there to heal him up quite nicely. Gugu got the pull now. He sees it. He hits the Otis, who's marked, and he gets the takedown. Angel Boy now going to have to fly to stay alive, but he's marked. When he lands, it's going to be dangerous. They need to play as a team here, or else everything can crumble for NaVi.
Angel Boy is going to be really cautious here. Good help from Kevin as well. Follow-up from Gugu is there. I don't know whether NaVi going to be able to pick up a kill here. A great rocket rain over the wall. Angel Boy is weak as well. Hmble come out on top with the only kills in that game.
Well, maybe your thesis of them having that 6th gear, the last stand kind of mentality is really paying off for them, because that was a huge play. They were patient, they waited for the right time, they made the play, and then they were quite composed whilst backing off as well. Really like to see it. Fast splatter placed down early on by the Otis of MMA. Shot a couple of times now though by Soda Breza, but has to back off because he got connected by Cube. Now Angel Boy getting hit hard as well. The pinch might be there, but not just yet. The bounces are, though. The shots are coming through, but the drop the base tanks it, and they turn it back. But this time, it's a lot earlier. NaVi have got more time to kind of keep composed, and bring the game back.
Great start for Hmble. Much more aggressive nature of this game as well now. Much more on the line than there was in the first game. A set now at stake. Cubic has got to consider this super here if MMA goes low, and these shots from Soda Breza have really been on point, just giving that early pressure needed. Another one there, and Cubic very narrowly missed there as he starts to itch his way forwards on the right. Angel Boy now marked up in the mid as well, and he's been marked up the majority of the time. Kevin really connecting these marks very, very nicely for me. Another drop the base into the mid just to try to... Oh, let's take pop by Angel Boy. Oh, he's just out of range, but that was pretty close.
There goes the 3rd gadget, though, and honestly, it's worth it. Angel Boy now has no gadgets left to be able to tank Gugu's pull, which means that's going to be a free pull if he needs to tank it or anything like that, because he is marked as well. It should be a pretty free kill, but Kevin continuously dominating this left-hand side, no matter who's on there. Nest eggs down as well, so they've got that kind of the ability to slow them as they push up, deflate the push a little bit, but Soda is having a tough time over the right-hand side consistently. Now we're having a little bit of a rotation. Angel Boy's going to join Cube over there and rotate around a little bit, but they're all pinned pretty far back, and Hmble looking very good.
Yeah, great pressure. Continuation shots on the right. Angel Boy weak and has no super, so Gugu wouldn't mind getting the pull on him if he's able to be exposed enough to do so. Cubic very weak. He has to splash himself here. Angel Boy on the right as well, taking some shots from Soda Breza. It's NaVi that's still behind. The MMA is going to go down here. It's going to extend the lead in favor of Hmble. Rocket rain over the wall. Angel Boy is the last saving grace here. Missed magic hand there from Gugu, but it's not going to matter. The exact same scoreline as we saw in the first game. Hmble will take the first set.
Hmble. It might be here today. They're here to play. Massive stuff from them because they're really going to need it. First set in the bag, momentum's with them as well, and now they're really kicking into gear, and that is going to be the perfect way to do it. NaVi, they're a tough opponent, but they looked pretty in control of that game throughout. Whether they were behind, they stayed composed, they got the kill, the pull, and played it that way, and then they were ahead for the majority of the game in the second, and they played it the exact same. No loss of composure, and they just focused down and played it just phenomenally.
I've got to say, that is the best start that Hmble could ask for realistically here. At 98% to just the 2% of viewers watching at home on event.brawlstars.com thinking that Hmble have got what it takes today. But genuinely, I said at the very beginning of the show, I feel like this is the stage which really could rattle the cage of Craze Clan, who are waiting as our second matchup of the day. And if Hmble can make it through this first stage, they could well face Craze Clan, you know, in that semifinals if they get the win over SK. If SK get the win over them, Hmble are looking in a phenomenal position here. Let's see though, still very early days, but as long as the stats remain like this in favor of Hmble going through to the next set, it could well be going that way for them. Just a few amount of kills, but realistically here, when you've got donuts on the side of NaVi, that's all you need in the game like Bounty.
I mean, you know, the blue star was pretty decisive for a lot of it, which means NaVi didn't really have to get any kills in the first game. Then Hmble brought that back, and then Hmble just didn't let them see anything. They didn't let them get any chances in the second. They were playing their range, the range advantage which they had on pretty much all sides, all fronts, which was just all down to the draft, which is another thing that they did really well there.
Yeah, it kind of all had a lot of synergy there, and every player was doing their bit. You know, again, just having that Gene Magic hand can apply a lot of pressure. You don't necessarily even have to use it. If you miss it, then that's going to go against you. And for the most part, Google was hitting them today. As I know last time we saw Hmble in the monthly finals trap, you gave him a bit of a hard time on the Gene side, but you know, looking quite calm, quite collected today so far. Save Kaboom Canyon though for Heist up next as our second set. You know, this is a game that NaVi do quite like. They have got a nice balance more often than not when it comes to their aggression and their defense. So definitely something that Hmble are going to have to consider here and kind of play the slow and steady game like they were in Bounty if they're going to be able to get and secure this second set. But got to say though, the pressure on NaVi now is going to be a testament to how they are able to control themselves in this set.
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty similar meta to what we saw in the last one, to be fair. That long range, kind of sharpshooters, and a bit of DPS in there as well. So, honestly, if Hmble play it pretty similar to how they just did, then it might work out quite well for them. Bans are in, NaVi have got rid of the Griff, Carl, and Bell. Hmble have got rid of the Gale, Colette, and Otis. They don't want that Gale and Daryl possibility to be there. We got that first pick of B, and then we're seeing Bonnie picked into the B, which is a little bit unusual in my opinion. Not sure how I feel about that, considering B is going to just completely destroy Kevin until he gets that super, and it's going to be difficult for him to do so as well. And Gugu, we know Gugu's Crow. We know that's going to perform. There's no issues for me there.
Yeah, it's interesting because Hmble were banning it for a lot of this year because just knowing how strong it is, but not holding back today, and I think that's the right call for them if they are able to make this comp work. I don't mind the Bonnie necessarily, but I do agree. It is definitely not as good as the B pick. I think it's a smart one in that respect by NaVi because having it early means that they're able to counter tanks, but also have that long-range control coming with Janet as well, which is another great brawler pick, but it doesn't seem to be something that Gugu is worried about. It seems like they're happy, smiling, and that they've got the brawlers that they wanted to draft here so far, at least. NaVi's third pick coming in shortly. They are lacking a tank, and that was, yeah, Daryl coming in for that reason. They have got the tank counter as well, and with the Gale ban by Hmble here, it's kind of interesting that Gugu's still looking pretty undeterred by it, but there's definitely a consideration there that they do need to shut down Trap.
I mean, Griff's banned, Colette's banned, Gale's banned, Otis's banned. Why not take a Daryl? That is the perfect pick in this stage. Hmble, they haven't got a lot of tank counters left, and especially at range as well if they want to be able to compete with Cube and MMA, and they're going with the 8-bit. I don't mind it. The cheat cartridge back to your turret when the Daryl rolls in. You got the damage amplifier to be able to deal with him quite easy. But at the same time, I feel like Angel Boy, if he gets in these positions, control of the grass, up in the top left-hand corner, it's going to be a difficult game for Hmble to win.
I do agree. It's got a lot more rise in play rates, a bit, not just in Kaboom Canyon, but in a lot of the heist maps at the moment. Has got a lot of weak areas as well. I know what you say about the cheat cartridge. I think extra credits though as well can do a lot of damage on the safe if they're able to get to that stage. But that's where the issue lies with 8-bit. It's quite hard to get up the map. It's kind of really all down to your teammates as well. Look at this shutdown, immediate shutdown of MMA is going to trickle down from the poison. Great slow from Gugu there again, as we know, someone who's very, very capable on that particular brawler, one of his favorites, in fact. Angel Boy is going to survive here. Kevin, though, will get the pickup and just be able to get the angle against MMA there. Joining Solid Brezza. Cubic now coming in, not going to connect any value off the back of that super either. It's pretty decent control so far from Hmble, to be fair.
I mean, Hmble, they're here to play today, I'll tell you that. But MMA going in aggressive, they need to bring him down. Down goes the turret as well, but the jump comes in, deflating the offense that NaVi wanted to go for there. Gugu's going to pick up the defense, and look at the damage raining down. Kevin survives as well. Looks like he's going to fall now, but he might be able to take Cube with him. Doesn't manage to, but Gugu's here, and he gets one shot by Cube as well. Nice place by them. But there's a 30% lead there for Hmble, and they're not in a terrible position.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see us off the screen, but I'm imagining there the damage booster going down there, the extra credits as well rolling in, and just everything about 8-bit strengths rolling in nicely for Hmble. NaVi, though, have started to extend a little lead here. And now with the takedown of Gugu in the mid, going to be allowing Cubic to push forwards. We won't do the most amount of damage on the safe until the amplified shots start to connect in, and the idea there is to try to bounce between both opposition and safe. It's not the easiest of things to be able to do, as Angel Boy gets a nice swift takedown of the damage booster. So the Brezza jumps in as well, and it's going to be a bit of a base race here, Trav.
And the moment it's in favor of NaVi, but they're starting to get down. Gugu's there, might be able to take down Angel Boy here, but the Daryl's still unsafe. He's spinning as well, gets the shots through. They need to take down the B as well, though. The tank's there, 19% on the NaVi safe, and they've defended it. They're going to have control, and the damage is still pouring down up top. Eventually goes down, and Angel Boy's got the flight. He's just going to go for safe, surely, as he can get some damage down. He's going for the corner, and he needs his teammates to back him up. That is the perfect play to make at the perfect time.
Angel Boy's one shot away. Kevin gets it, but he's taking down himself. One B shot there, and MMA rolling in is enough. NaVi able to hold on just a little longer, but that was very, very close. MMA with a little sigh of relief there, as he knows it too, but NaVi are fighting back.
Good first game for them in Kaboom Canyon then, and NaVi really did need that as well, because as we said after the first one, momentum's in Humble's sail, like the wind is in their sails. They need to get these kind of games going, needs what early games, and they don't really want too much of a pushback of NaVi, and that's exactly what NaVi have done. It looks like Kevin's surely going to fall here now as well to Angel Boy, but he's missing a few shots, a little bit unusual, as it seemed like a pretty clear-cut shot to me, but NaVi in full control of the map, and they're the ones with the early damage this time.
This is the thing with Kevin. He's a bit of a sitting duck with Janet, and you're able to get such value as Angel Boy goes in. Sort of Brezza gets the tick of damage along the way as well. Goes down to Cubic. That's an amplified shot on there to the safe, and Gugu's doing his best to body block it. Damage booster going through. Gugu somehow gets the better of that situation. Could have jumped there, but I don't disagree with him saving it for it. But now on the left-hand side, a lot of pressure. MMA and Angel Boy just tearing this safe up.
I mean, it was a nice play from Gugu to get the jump onto one and another, but it looks like they're maybe just going to try and leave Angel Boy here, but Gugu's going to go down anyway, which is just going to take all of their damage away from them. Cube here on the left-hand side, going to be dominating Solid Brezza at the moment. Kevin's eventually going to get that defense, and MMA's going to get absolutely beamed by Kevin here, but can't really progress too much, as MMA's still sitting patiently in this bush, just avoiding shots, waiting for his teammates to come and join him. And join him they do, but he gets taken down now, and Angel Boy's quite low as well.
Yeah, there's another extra credits on the save with the damage boost by Kevin. One B sting will impact him though. So the President needs to get into the aggressive here, jump on Angel Boy, but then he'll be able to super away. Oh, he does get the pickup though. MMA is low. Can Kevin seal this? He's 11 HP himself, so a tough defense on the card here for Hmble. A lot of pressure being applied now by NaVi, as it is starting to show a few cracks on the side of Hmble. Cubic in the mid, just getting continuation shots, and now it's got the amplified one as well. It connects to Gugu, and Angel Boy picks it up. We're starting to see a lot more synergy here for NaVi.
Hmble open up and NaVi walk through them. 1-1 now as NaVi take the second set and force it to a set number 3. I'm not sure what that is, to be honest with you. I don't know what he's trying to indicate there, but they do take the second set, and really nicely as well. After such a good start from Hmble in the first set and the first game, NaVi just clawed it back bit by bit and managed to drag this to a set number 3 here.
I'm going to say it's an M. I think it's an M for MMA. I could be wrong. I don't know. But either way, the momentum shift that we saw in that set was quite apparent. We saw Hmble having a very good start, very slow and patient and steady, but winning the race until NaVi were able to get that opening, and they, didn't hesitate to capitalize on it. And then going into that second game, it just felt like a different NaVi entirely, and that's the danger of an experienced team like them, is that if they get an opening, if they feel like there's still a chance, then they really are able to come back strong, give themselves an opportunity to see how this goes in the third and final set. For both teams, though, we've seen an equal amount of potential, let's say, and look at the kills as well to match. Angel Boy in 11 there. EMEA didn't get the most, to be fair, but I mean, Angel Boy was doing so much work, and potentially for me a little bit of a misdraft on that 8-bit pick. I don't mind it. I think it can definitely still work and get some good value, and certainly if you get that aggressive position in the mid, I mean, the 45% on that damage side is quite a fair bit, but 47% by Angel Boy. I mean, EMEA I think could have maybe got a bit more, but then there is still the fact that Angel Boy wasn't on Kevin a lot of the time, the 8-bit pick, and that would have been a pretty decent one to be able to capitalize on. The Ranger Bonnie and the Crow makes it quite tough, but either way, I felt like the draft was spot on here, Trav, by NaVi.
I mean, the NaVi draft was extremely good, but I'm going to have to disagree. I didn't mind the 8-bit too much in the end. I think the Bonnie was the kind of thing that just really wasn't doing it for me. Just too slow. Not much damage came out of it. Dominated by the Janet, the B. The Daryl can dominate it as well. You can't really jump on a Daryl. So it was the first pick, and it wasn't a very good one. Like, it's not like they first picked it in something that it was good against either. They first picked it into a B, and at that point it's already questionable, and then you're going to get countered another 2 times as well. It's just not going to play out to your favor.
Trav hates Bonnie. It's confirmed. Well,
he does.
Bell's
he really
Rock
does.
up next for knockout. This is somewhere that it could work. We've seen it played here a fair amount. I know that NaVi play it a lot. And I'm not sure that may have been something up the sleeve of Hmble, and that idea of just trying to eradicate it from their draft. But I agree, it didn't work out too well for Hmble, and the consideration then going into this next draft for sure. Either way, for Bell's Rock, big question mark as to whether you want to retain the walls or try to eradicate them. We're seeing a lot more kind of play style opening up with Brock here, just to shape the map very early on to how you want to play it, and it can also change the draft considerably along the way. Products like Rico can start looking great until those walls come down, so these bans going to be very important here. Gus, B, and Piper for the side of Hmble are the bans. Janet, Sprout, and Bell banned by NaVi.
Early picks then. We got Bo, Jean, and Brock as the top picks then, so you were pretty solid on your recommendations. Kevin taking a Max as the first pick, which I kind of like, but you do have to have a good pairing with, something like a Jean usually. And Jean, it's a pretty solid pick here, 46% pick rate, as I just mentioned. It's going to be good, but then again, NaVi can take it right now and pretty much just pick apart Humble's comp before they've even gone for anything. Bonnie, the first pick from NaVi, and I do like it a bit more here. I'm not going to say I don't know if it's first pick standard still, but it's definitely, I like it a little bit more than I like it on Kaboom Canyon.
Wow. I agree. I think Jean's a solid shout here. I think it's going to be Bo though myself. I don't know. I think they're going to let it go almost. I don't know how much synergy they're going to be able to obtain with it, combining it with Bonnie. It would have to be a third pick that's going to really make that Jean shine on the side of NaVi here, but for Hmble, that'd be a lovely little one to snag. Let's see how they fare. Griff, I like it. I do like, I mean, Trav, you know me. Sword of Presence not deterred though by the piggy bank wall break of EMEA. Just comes in straight with Rico. Ultimately, you only get 3 gadgets, but if NaVi do combine, another wall break to their comp, then Sword of Presence is going to have his work cut out, and Hmble are going to have to be going for the fast, swift turnaround game here. And I think Jin could work here pretty nicely. Rico, again, is maybe not the best for support, but certainly that max pick going to be doing a lot of favors for Hmble, especially when it comes to evading a lot of the shots. Bonnie being slow and sluggish, it does make a lot of sense. But I do like the Bo here as well. Let's see. Otis coming in for Gugu. I don't mind it. Interesting. I'm surprised though.
We bounced back with the Jean from NaVi. It kind of just seemed like they were building towards a Jean, and then just didn't go the Gene, which was a little bit unusual in my eyes. But we've got NaVi taking the Gene as their last pick, and honestly, I feel like maybe NaVi's comp's just a little better. The wall break, the Gene, the Bonnie, it's going to be pretty much all open. Yes, Otis can do a decent amount against Bonnie when she jumps in and stuff, but it doesn't have the same range as the Brawl is on the side of NaVi, and neither does Max, and neither does Rico. So when this breaks up, it's surely just going to be a disaster.
I love the synergy of both the Gene and the Griff. You know, Griff can get really quick shutdowns. If you can get that magic hand to connect and then get the support of your teammates, it's dangerous. It's really dangerous. EMEA is going to break the entirety of their side to allow that range to really come into his own, and Gugu low. Does manage to get, though, bounce the castle off and heal up accordingly. Angel Boy weak and damage gear then showing, but now NaVi all back to full HP. The max speed comes in, but everyone is very, very clustered here and has to separate themselves out just a little bit, struggling with the range here of the NaVi comp and getting pushed further and further back into their spawn.
I mean, it was a max speed for absolutely nothing. Another wall break comes in from EMEA here, breaking up that top left-hand side wall, and Angel Boy's going to jump away. Gets rid of the mute that Soydabreza had on him, and Gugu's going to heal backwards. Pull comes in on Soydabreza. He's going to get taken down. It's down to Kevin and Gugu to clutch up here. Speed available. Surely they just hold it right. Gugu's not going to go for this. He's going to retreat into the zone, not feed any more supers, and play for the next round.
Yeah, I'm glad they saved the speed, because sometimes in those situations it can be a bit of a panic thing to do, and they do need it to come in quickly into the mid and start to assert some more authority over this. They can't allow NaVi to play the game that they want to play here. Miss pull there. Oh, no, action is still there, remained. It was a bit of a graphical thing that I saw. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 here, and Gugu's going to try for it. I'm surprised, but then again, he's got nothing to lose. That's going to be NaVi then, taking the first game and starting to bring this one back. And yeah, Hmble have got to now start to reset their minds back to where they were in the very first set of their day, because it was looking so good. But NaVi have been continuously back-to-back wins now, and this is starting to fall apart very, very quickly. Match point for NaVi. Hmble cannot afford to drop another game.
Good shots coming through from Soydabreza, though, and they're both low there. Vengeful Spirits comes out, and they should just continue to aggress this, surely. They've got a bouncy castle, they've got the gadget from him, just shots around the side, and this is going to be cubed down, but they brought low. The bouncy castle's there, but his teammate isn't. He just gets absolutely eradicated off the map. Kevin coming in now on Bonnie, trying to jump in, but jump away at the same time. Gugu maybe has to use another bouncy castle here, but they're going to lose it no matter what, surely, and that's just gone from absolute dream to terrible for Hmble.
Oh, Kevin's weak as well. It's a 2 versus 1. There's nothing he can do. This next round will determine whether Hmble will be able to stay in contention for the World Finals. If they lose this round, Humble's journey for 2022 ends here.
It's going to be close. One nice super, though, from Gugu. Gets the shots off, but the Vengeful Spirit connects. Bounce Castle pop once more, and Soydabreza just going to completely miss his mute. Starfish not making any connections. Kevin's going to go down. Jump comes in from Angel Boy. He's down. Gugu remains. And I'll tell you what doesn't remain. Humble's hopes at World Finals. NaVi knock them out and head to the semi-finals, and Hmble, their 2022 journey is over.
I mean, it looks very comfortable there with his head on a melon. But I mean, you know, again, yeah, it's commiserations to Hmble. Gugu, though, great to see. Great sportsmanship. Giving him a round of applause. Great games. Still a smile on his face. That's what you want to see, isn't it, really? I mean, it's a really tough defeat. You know, you work all year long for a goal in mind, and they had a great start as well. They felt confident. And not just going into that first set, but obviously coming out of it. And NaVi was able to turn up the heat. And despite the second set being incredibly close, one that could have gone either way, to be completely honest. The third set of knockout, very much the opposite. And just NaVi just wanted to secure it there and then. And yeah, but commiserations to Hmble. They had a great year, but it was great to see at the end of it, though, you know, Gugu was still able to say, yeah, GG's, guys, you got us.
I'd love to see them advance forward and that storyline kind of just move on that little bit more and give us a bit of hope that we'd see a Hmble versus Craze, to see if Craze would be able to make it to Worlds, and that's a little bit disappointing we don't get to see that. But at the end of the day, Hmble, they've played incredibly this year. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, they've had some additions of people sliding in. You know, they added Soydabreza and things started to go very well for them. But then today is sadly not their day, and 2 kills throughout the entirety of a knockout set is really not going to get you the win that you want. 4, 5, and 3 from the side of NaVi. A lot better than what they got in the first bounty set.
Yeah, it's tough stats there for me. I mean, especially in a game where like knockout, the kills definitely far outweighting that on the side of Hmble, and MMA being the MVP voted for by you guys over at event.brawlstars.com, and it was great to see him on the webcam, still smiling, looking very serious at the beginning, but towards the end, obviously starting to relax a little bit more. Not there though. Almost angry. I mean, though, lovely guy, honestly. He's such a great character. Someone who's obviously very talented outside of the Brawl esports scene, also with his fitness and his mixed martial arts. And definitely someone that, despite all of those great strengths, is still able to stay so humble and so lovely.
And you need to stay humble at times like this. When you've just, knocked someone out of contention for Worlds, you can't be, spinning, pinning on them and stuff like that, because Gugu, he seemed happy. And, I don't think they came into today, I don't think they came in today expecting to be able to make it to World Finals. They came in today hoping to make it to World Finals, yes, but I don't know about expecting, because it was a long shot. They were 39 points behind the contenders who were in the same bracket as them to start with, so it's a difficult road for them. But they did not make it, and NaVi continue on their run. And I think NaVi actually needed to show up to be able to guarantee their spot to Worlds, so they've also made it as well.
Yeah, they locked themselves in for sure. Well, 3 teams in contention, now down to 2, and one of those teams here playing up against SK Gaming next. And Trav, I mean, SK started the year out strong. Grand final win back in March, and last month in September, they were able to snag another one. This time round, though, they are up against Craze Clan, who obviously want to lock their golden ticket in. SK have already locked in their golden ticket. They are going to the World Finals, but they want to see out the year strong regardless. Semantic, iChaos, and Guille, and players that we all know and love and have done for many, many years now. I remember way back in the days of beta, just looking at Guille and thinking, this man is a machine. Let's see how SK come in. Of course, they have been quite vocal about not necessarily enjoying the quarterfinal stages in the past, and they have had some swift exits this year in the quarterfinal stages, but things seem to be on the up for this team, and definitely last month's performance, getting that grand final win over NaVi, it's looking like they're going to be riding off the back of that one coming into today.
I mean, they started the year strong, and now they're looking to end it strong as well. Definitely a team who you need to be wary of, and that is who Craze Clan will be wary of: Rama, Meow, and Zero. It's a little bit worrying for this team. However, they do still have an incredible chance of making World Finals, even if they don't win this, which is kind of that safety measure that they do have. And I think they're going to be really pleased about it.
Yeah, exactly that. So if Craze Clan do lose this match, then Bax will have to make the grand finals, not necessarily win it, but make the grand finals, which in itself is a big mountain to climb. So Craze Clan can afford a loss here and still qualify for the World Finals. SK Gaming, of course, already locked in, but looking to cause a stir along the way, looking to make their mark and enter the World Finals as a real threat.
I mean, they will be anyway, but if they do lose to Craze Clan here, they'll have had a lot of quarterfinal exits. To add to what they've already got at the moment is really going to be a little bit worrying for them, because they have their good months. You've seen them. They've won 2 monthly finals. They've just lost, I think it may be 3 or 4 in the quarterfinals. And that's a really worrying statistic. It shows that they have good months, they have bad months, and at the end of November, regardless of them being qualified for Worlds now, if that's a bad month, then it might be a repeat of SK Gaming's last year.
Yeah, losses to quarterfinals to Reply Totem, to Tribe Gaming, and definitely a pattern of recurrence that they'd like to shake off. And to be fair to them, last month they did, but again, there have been inconsistencies there. Grand final wins combined with quarterfinal exits, it's a bit shaky, but we're going to see today what kind of day it's going to be for them. Craze Clan have been gaining some good momentum. They made some roster changes, of course, and Gary coming in now to the roster. We have seen a rise of them and getting better results and looking better as a team. And of course, as the 3 teams coming into the day, now 2 teams still in contention, they're looking, in my opinion, to be one of the stronger ones. I think they could get this win potentially here today if they're able to just come in with that same mindset that we want to see, of just not underestimating SK Gaming, because SK, as we know, are a team which really like to just squeeze everything out of the match, play it slow and steady. 95% of you watching on event.brawlstars.com think that they are going to take this. There's just a 5% of Craze. I don't know whether it's our predictions, Trav, that are just kind of resonating heavily on the EMEA scene right now, but that is still a very, very big stat that I don't think tells the full story myself.
Yeah, you'd have thought there'd be at least more than 5% of avid esports watchers who root with the underdogs. I've done it in some past months and it didn't go to plan for me, but I'm sure it might be a little bit better this time. But 95% to 5 have voted for SK Gaming, and honestly, it's definitely not that far in favor of them, maybe a solid 60-40, but with their inconsistencies, they're always going to be a little bit worried in the quarterfinals, and Craze Clan have just got to take advantage of that and make sure that it's one of those months that they perform well and SK perform badly.
Of course, double switch first up. Second set will be Hot Zone and Beach Ball for Brawl if we get to the third set, and definitely game modes that I think don't necessarily cater heavily towards SK Gaming. I mean, Brawl Ball for sure. I mean, but there's Hot Zone for opens. There's no heist, and I think that's a game which they really thrive on personally. So it might level things out a bit here for Craze Clan, who are going to be opting to go for the Amber and the Poco pick first. Eddie for Semantic or SK, as they can obviously swap, coming with Bonnie, also keeping that long-ranged idea going at the moment. Bans-wise, I quite like what I'm seeing, to be honest. Both Bo and Jean banned out is definitely going to be something of a different way of seeing double switch played out, and especially once Rama starts to burn down a lot of these bushes, SK are going to have nowhere to hide.
I really like what Craze have got going so far. There's barely any mids who have been left on the table, and they've taken Poco, which is always going to be very solid. They've gone Buzz. That's a little bit out there for me. I'm not sure if I like that at all. Like, I just feel like it's one of those picks that isn't really necessary. And it's just an unnecessary risk to take when you want to be getting towards those finals. You know, they still want cash regardless of being qualified for World Finals. They still want the momentum going forward. And I feel like it's just an unnecessary pick, really.
It's definitely a threat. Garrett's going to bring in the Daryl, but obviously with the Poco, with like a protected tunes gadget, you can actually eradicate the stun of the Buzz. So definitely a risky one for SK going in, knowing that already in the draft scenario. But it could be that they're trying to maybe experiment with some ideas just prior to the World Finals and using this as an opportunity to do so. I don't think it's the worst of picks, but as soon as the bushes go down and that unpredictability is eradicated there on the side of Craze Clan, then I guess he's going to be very cautious on his positioning. The walls will remain. That is the kind of saving grace there, I guess. There's going to be cover regardless, as no one on the side of Craze can break. Let's see how this one fares. It's going to be Semantic on it. Chaos goes in straight into the mid to contest the run with the gems. It's one on each side early on. Semantic's getting a lot of value early on, it must be said as well, and Guille's playing it slow and steady.
I mean, now he's going to be the favored player down this right side. Daryl against Buzz. I don't know who I'd put my money on. Guille down this left-hand side, though, unable to really do too much, and it's really just Giro getting this super, just waiting it out, trying to burn down this bush, and that'll help him out a lot. Now we're going to maybe get Semantic once more, but no help from Rama there, which is a little bit unusual. You'd expect him to be down that side, healing him up when they're in those kind of team fights, and he's not putting himself in the best of positions. There's a Mortar already down, Penny's obviously going to outrange him, and now he's just doing the same thing over and over again, rinse and repeat, and this time they're actually going to get him.
That is two gadgets used by Rama, though, and a jump in from Guille, and he will get the takedown. Low HP, but able to come back with the steal. One more from the mid, and that's going to be on countdown. Bit of a drop of the ball there from Craze Clan to be left in such a vulnerable position, but now coming back in, and Semantic didn't quite connect himself there. That will allow potentially now it's coming for the help. Can't quite see on the top of the screen, but it is going to be Semantic that does go down, but the countdown is still there for SK. They were able to pick up a gem from the mid and the takedown of NaVi as well. It's going to be really tough now to retake.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a good position whatsoever for Craze here, but they might be able to get the takedowns. They don't manage to do it. Giro can't quite get around the corner in time, and Craze were honestly looking good. It was a 50-50 matchup until that big turnaround from Guille there. If anything, they were looking maybe a little bit better, and that's not a position they need to be in. They can't be dropping gems like that to a Bonnie just jumping in. There always needs to be some assistance, and they just weren't playing as a team. There was times where Poco needed to be assisting Daryl needed to be assisting Poco, and the Daryl was just rolling up into no man's land.
Yeah, some synergy, some potential nerves showing on the side of Craze. As SK look pretty relaxed about things, and obviously being together helps out a lot for the communication side. Semantic does just win out that trade and staying alive as well for his troubles. Gary going to burn down the bush there, and that will cause Chaos a few problems, and Semantic with an easy pick up there, nicely done. Take the observation on board. Going to be getting a lot of value from his positioning here as well. Gets the super for his troubles, and that's going to be a consideration for Craze once he comes back into the mix.
Now he gets the takedown, but is traded out pretty much by that salty barrel and the shot from Guille. Hero now just burning down this left-hand side, and the jump comes in on him this time. Not able to keep him up, though. Rama's really not getting too many heals off of this poker. I think he might be using Screech and Solo and the negation of all effects. And I'm not sure about that matchup for me. I prefer Da Capo here, but he's looking like he's pretty happy with it so far. But unfortunate turret position there from Chaos. That should be fairly easily taken down by the poker with a nice little pinch, but not able to get the positioning they really want from the side of Craze Clan.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. I think the Capo would be definitely more beneficial just to keep NaVi in the mix, as it is such a great counter to the Buzz. But Detective Tunes are always definitely a good gadget to go in with when you know you're up against the Buzz, just to keep your team able to recover quickly from those stuns. Semantic has been hitting them pretty well, and he is a very aggressive player, as we know. But this is the best chance we've seen so far for Craze. 6 gems, but now he goes in there with a roll. Doesn't get a shield for his trouble, so he will get back out again, but he's narrowly surviving here, and he's going to be able to heal up quickly to be able to contest Chaos here. Great timing for it. Soul's barrel goes down, 17 HP. Chaos will get the trade, but Bravo's got a hold firm in the mid now to prevent this countdown, and that's not where Craze want to be.
And they're not able to keep that position either. Chaos has got 10 on his head, and now he's getting hit by Guille across the map, who's got the jump as well. Can't get the heals off onto him just yet. Rama unable to do too much. Semantic might go down here, but the heal comes through eventually. The shot comes through from behind, and the stun and the jump in. They still need to focus down onto Chaos. They need to get the reset, but they can't quite do it just yet. Unable. And SK Gaming hold on. They take the first set and put Craze in a tough position.
Really tough spot. Yeah, Craze would surely like to continue on and finish out the year strong. Of course, they want to lock themselves in for the World Finals. At the moment, they can still do so with a loss. Just to clarify that for anyone watching at home, Craze will not be out of the running for the World Finals at all, but it will be then down to Bax and how they fare. And ideally, when it comes to these scenarios, you want to be in control from start to finish of your fate. And that's something which SK have got one set closer towards eradicating for them, but they looked good. I kind of like the way that the Buzz was providing the value which they hoped for, and Craze didn't really seem like they knew how to deal with that a lot of the time, and kind of obviously a pretty out there pick on double swoosh, but one that can work with there being still walls on the map and places to be able to hide behind. The comp that they're up against wasn't necessarily the biggest of threats, despite even the Daryl, but again, maybe with a different star power could have gone a different way. But SK looking very, very good, looking confident, looking like themselves, and they take the first set.
I mean, the thing is, they shouldn't have even needed anything else. They shouldn't have needed extra star powers on the poker to be able to deal with a Buzz. A Daryl in a head-to-head matchup should win that the majority of the time. But a bit of poker help wouldn't go. It would go quite a long way. Give me Da Capo and the heal, and they'd be absolutely fine. There'd surely be a win in the bag, because they'd just be able to heal them all the way up. Buzz wouldn't be able to do anything. They'd be dominating that side, and they could go and assist on the Amber side, and it'd just be perfect for them. But just not the right selections, and I don't think the comp was bad. If anything, I still stick by it. I think they probably had the better comp.
I disagree there, but we do that, Trav. We do that, and I like that because it's different opinions. And ultimately, one thing that's certain is that SK Gaming are looking very, very solid, very strong, and Craze kind of looked a bit flustered in that first set. They're going to have to certainly, going into the second, reconsider where it went wrong, whether it was on their opinion side of things, the draft issue, or whether they just were lacking chemistry, lacking some communication along the way. Also, hot zone is a tough one as well when you are behind. So for open zone up next, a map that I've seen SK do pretty well in for the most part. They just seem to have a very, very good play style on it. Obviously, the most open map for all the hot zones that we have in rotation. Ultimately here, I do love to see Pam. I think that it really can provide a great deal of ability to stay firm in that middle area. I think Oats as well is one that SK have been thinking about a lot recently. Crow always kind of a solid shout, but Amber, as we've already seen Craze Clan bringing in today, definitely up there and potentially even a ban consideration for both sides. But Bonnies, Pennies, I mean, pretty much it caters to a lot of the brawlers that SK like to draft.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this map definitely caters to the more skilled team. We've seen it as sort of Zeta Division this morning. I don't think I've seen any team that is actually mechanically skilled lose this map. It's open, you get the draft right, and you're going to be winning this one. And I feel like that kind of caters to SK Gaming a lot more than Craze, who rely on team play and just don't seem to have the team play that they need today. SK Gaming rely on mechanics and team play, and that I think that's kind of plays into exactly what you just said. It's a map where they shouldn't lose, and it plays into the brawlers that they like playing as well.
Okay, well, bans are in. Stu, Max, and B banned by SK Gaming. Kind of interesting. They like to play a lot of B here as well. Craze going to be banning out Squeak, Bell, and Janet. First pick a Crow, which I quite like, but there's the Amber that I was thinking straight away that if it wasn't banned, would surely get picked, and the Otis as well, which, again, this is looking like classic SK for me. Craze, got to consider surely here the ban, because if SK get that, then this Crow pick is going to be made relatively redundant here. Or Griff would be a bad shout just to be able to break that side up. They're going to go with Bonnie. It's not a bad idea, but again, if you got a Pam on the side of SK, I think Craze might struggle here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, really. I do like what kind of Craze are bringing in, but I saw it time and time again. It's just when the heals are there, and, you know, with a Pam or even a Poco being added to this mix, Bonnie just can't deal the damage to be able to out heal them without something, you know, like a Colette behind it or something like that, where you can just go in time and time again. They're going with the Griff, and I do kind of like that. I think it's good, solid. They need that damage dealer, especially with you know, last pick being in SK's hands. If they didn't have that damage, then they could have just taken a Pam. They can just take a Poco, but at least they're going to have some kind of opposing thoughts in their heads about if they do want to take that, because they've got the damage of the Griff, the slow of the Crow, and I still think that Craze are sitting pretty happy no matter what SK take here. It's just whether or not the Otis is going to be able to pull out what it does sometimes and really just command the game.
Gus for IKS, which is an interesting choice. Not one that we've seen obviously very much of in the BSC yet, being such a new brawler. I don't mind it. You've got to be a bit aware of your positioning as well, though. Ultimately, you want to be able to get the ghost schools to be able to be picked up by your teammates. If you're too aggressive, then there's not really anything to earn in terms of heals. But one that is really solid shout here, to be completely honest. But just surprised to see that SK didn't go for other ideas here, but it is working out pretty well. A lot of the pro scene really enjoying Gus at the moment. The Griff, I'm pleased always to see on open zone. It's going to open up a lot of possibilities here for everyone on the side of Craze to be able to, you know, land more shots, but it's already SK that are dipping their toe into the zone first. Now we're popping the gadget, will connect one. Yeah, they're dropping the shield, and it's a very, very strong super, that Trav.
No, I agree. I mean, the shots aren't too hard to hit. If you get the super, you can pop a gadget on them, and the damage comes down because of that. I think all around, Gus is a very good brawler on a game mode like Hot Zone, where you can just pop a shield and eat an extra couple of hits. He could even be able to go up and get this ghost to heal off now, but now he has fallen quite low and gets muted as he lands, which is going to be dealing damage now as well. Rama trying to push up the map a little bit more, but unable to do too much just yet. Griff super going to be thrown out, but should be taken down by Semantic. Semantic's put himself in a tough position. He muted, I think, Bonnie, and then missed a shot onto the opponent there, and now Craze Clan in the hot zone, but still at a deficit of about 20%.
Let's bring it back just a little bit, and Craze know they need it. They're behind here. Semantic with a shield there, connected nicely from Guille, and it's going to allow the mute to connect as well, and this is all starting to work out a lot better for SK. A lot more synergy there as a bat splatter there on the left-hand side. It's going to deter the advance back from the spawn by Craze. Gera as well has super, but being so low, has to heal up first, and this is doing a decent job of keeping that range, but like Chaos is just punishing this. NaVi 210, Rama 108. My word, it's going from bad to worse so far for Craze, and Gera can't really even contest this on his own.
Chaos going for that ghost to heal up and grabbing 2000 HP from it. He is here as well. He's got the super. They can just tank this one out. This is going to be match point to SK Gaming and Craze. They're looking lost throughout this set and the last. They're just not looking like themselves. SK Gaming just walking over them time and time again. And I honestly do like the comp that SK Gaming have brought here. The Gus seems to be working really, really well. There were certain circumstances where he could just throw a shield on his teammate and they would win the matchup. He can put a shield on himself and just eat a few more shots, as I said during the game, which is a few more shots can win a game.
Yeah, we saw SK utilizing a lot of Gus as well, combining it actually with Ash in Kettle Cup recently. The connections onto the right, onto Rama, and he's gonna have to retreat back. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Trav. Craze looking very disgruntled at the moment, and just not really able to show much awareness to how to be able to attack this comp. And there, now he missing that shot could have been a disastrous thing there. Yeah, low as well. And yeah, nice pop of the super there. Spooky Boy coming in, very clutch for him. And that survivability of Gus just really showing all its worth.
Semantic down the left-hand side almost brings Giro with him actually there and doesn't actually manage to do it in the end, but Guille's going to take him down. And pretty similar position in the last game. Craze getting some level of the hot zone at around 20% down, but the gadget connects and he is brought down. The mute going to be connected by Semantic, which should mean that Giro goes down. Not yet though, he managed to get around the wall, but Rama's being burned by Chaos now. Does manage to survive that just a little bit longer, but it's not really making a difference. He might have, honestly, wouldn't have been too much of a difference if he went down because he slid in the bush, and now SK are pretty much in an amazing position once again. Chaos has got the shield, Guille is for health, and Semantic's down the left hand side. Jump comes in though, and the takedown's there. This is the position that Craze need to hold. Will they be able to do it? I don't know.
A lot of pressure being applied now to SK, but they haven't really shown so far that it tends to daunt them too much. Good connections from Guille, great connections continuously. So a hill there waiting in the midst of the mid. The deficit though is being closed here by Craze, who are doing a lot better job of staying on their feet, but now he goes in aggressive and actually gets rewarded for it. This could be the turnaround moment here. Craze have yet to get a single game. They do need to get one under their belt now. We're going to see anything more in terms of promise from them today. Jump in from Gero and it will connect well at the hills. That pad coming in very, very clutch for both Guille and iChaos there. Rama has to go on the aggressive here, but look at that, 8% to 80%. They are bringing this back.
Semantic's up to the top side of the map though, 600 HP now, and even if he gets that mute, he's not going to be in a position to use it. Craze now looking a lot better. The jump in from NaVi lands and the takedowns there. They're going to bring it back. 1-1 in hot zone now, and SK Gaming remain on match point, but Craze, they have a lifeline, and they are going to be wanting to use it.
Yeah, it's looking better. It's definitely looking better for Craze. We've been waiting to see this come from them so far, and it has been a little bit absent. So we're going to see this one play out and see who takes this set. But ultimately, you know, SK at the moment, they are looking very comfortable, and that can't be denied. Their comp looks very, very solid. They've obviously scrimmed it a lot and have got a great deal of synergy with it so far. And it is going to be Craze to take the first stance in the mid as a sort of takedown of Chaos. We'll keep that pressure on and buy down the clock, buy down some time. Again, you know, if Craze were to lose this game, they wouldn't be out of the running for the World Finals contention. They'll be very much still in it and actually in a great spot for it, regardless, as Bax would have to make the grand final. Not necessarily win it, but make it to be able to change that outcome. As things stand, Craze are still in a decent spot, but they would like to go in a better position. They'd like to go into the World Finals looking like a very strong team, a team capable of taking down SK Gaming. And at the moment, it's been a bit questionable, but it's a good, healthy lead. 50% now with Craze going into this one. They could take a set here, but they've got to start to secure more kills and keep this with control.
Craze aren't in a bad spot here. Gero needs to try and connect some of these slows and get some takedowns off the back of them, but Semantic is just destroying them. Shield activated on him as well from the Gus, and he is walking through Craze right now. What started out as a good game for Craze now turned into a good game for SK. Jump comes in from Gero and he can get some damage down, but the gadget's there. They are remaining low though. The shield available too, and now he's going to make some connections, but the shield's negating all of it.
Great pressure from SK, and now iChaos has the shot that he needs to keep back NaVi. Get on the right, doing a great job. Gets the takedown as well there, and Semantic, those lurking. He can't be that far away from Super himself, but all the meanwhile, he's not got it. Now he has got to go on the aggressive. Gets the takedown regardless of the shield, and stays alive. Great jukes along the way. My word, NaVi is buying valuable time here, but Gero now so low. It could be down to Rama. He's got to just keep things flowing, keep the damage coming in. That's great work from him. Gets the takedown Semantic. Ooh. That might be enough to be able to secure this game if they can get on the zone.
What a play from Rama there, delays them, gets the control back, and Craze Clan push it to a set number 3. They're not giving up on their 2022 run just yet. They will be fighting SK Gaming in a set number 3, and they want to carry on. As you mentioned, even if they lose, they're in a great position to go to Worlds regardless, but if they win, they're putting themselves in a position for cash, momentum, and some good win in the sales going on to Worlds if they do make it there, as a team who defeated SK Gaming in the last month.
It's never an easy thing, you know, to deny 2 match points, but that's what Craze were able to do. I mean, I was kind of surprised, to be honest, in that second game to see that they went their way. The third looks far more convincing on that front. A good solid start, some early takedowns, and that really does make all the difference in a game mode like Hot Zone and Open Zone in particular as well, especially because getting out the spawn, you know, you are so vulnerable there. But Craze for the hill pad, not one that we tend to see that much use from, to be honest, but definitely came in clutch there for SK, just not enough though, as now he really started to make that Bonnie pick count for me. Started to land more takedowns along the way and just get back into the mix quickly to be able to keep contesting SK. It just didn't quite seem like they were in the same form as they were in the first set, but this is what you want it to be decided realistically here. The third and final set, the second time today, going all the way, and that's how we like it. Look at that, though. The kills on the side of SK. 12 on GA, 13 on Semantic, just to follow on like Chaos. But far more when you look at it in comparison. But again, the objective was being played out by Craze Clan better. They were able to stay on that zone, and that's where SK went wrong.
I mean, that might be where the Bonnie did come in strong, and I'll be eating my words for it, because the Bonnie seemed to be the one who was staying on the zone for a long time. Good amount of health, and not only that, but they got some good damage in as well. Somehow more damage than a Griff does. I'm not sure how that happened, but they did manage to do it anyway. Got to remember, though, the last game mode is Brawl Ball, and we know how SK operate on Brawl Ball. And I'm worried for Craze. I'm really worried for them, because that not only is it an annoying strategy that SK that employ there, but also in a position like this, if they do that and Craze can't get out of the corner, they're going to become more and more and more frustrated. And in the position that they're in, that's going to be a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure why teams don't ban Gale more up against SK. I mean, I think it's just down to things like that. But, you know, SK are a team that have always got a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D. You know, Pedro's always got his notebook out. He's always prepared for any outcome. So they will adapt around, you know, what Craze wants to bring to the table here. But I think you've got to start somewhere, and that would be where I would start. Just get Gale eradicated out of the mix early on and just try to look from there realistically, because, you know, anything that's going to buy time for SK is going to be something that you just don't want to have as an option. Taking that risk, and just, you know, if you do want the Gale for yourself, just depending on that 50-50 coin toss, it's not really the way you want to play this. Not when it comes to, you know, getting your golden ticket locked in for the World Finals, and, you know, but not only that, but coming to the World Finals with a bang. You want to get taken seriously. You want other teams to be fearing you going in to those matches, and at the moment, Craze definitely have got to consider that greatly. This is, you know, arguably their most important matchup of the year so far, in terms of making that stand, making that mark. So this draft is going to have to be very much on point for them.
It really is. And, you know, against SK, the draft needs to be absolutely perfect. It needs to be able to counter those things. And they have got rid of the Gale. Your wish has come true, Ark. The bans for SK Gaming are Otis, Jean, and Janet. Craze are going to get rid of the Surge, Gale, and Griff. First pick of the Roughs, which I kind of do like here, but a nice return pick from Semantic there. Probably going to force him to not use those sandbags, or at least not use them in positions where he usually would. And then a Max to follow up after that, which I'm honestly not the biggest fan of.
I don't mind it, and this is why I love when we cast, because it's always the opposite. Because this map can be tough to get out the spawn. So I think with the max speed, sometimes if they do find themselves too far back, they can get out quickly. If they want to be on the aggressive with the penny and lock down the spawn on the other side, then they can do that pretty well. The Griff, though, is a great thing on the side of Craze, and coming with the Ash as well, which might show a Poco coming, you know, not too far behind it potentially here. Or we've seen Gus get some great value combining with the Ash. And SK know that. They've tried it out and tested it, and it works very, very well. You combine that shield, that spooky boy onto the Ash, it can be so oppressive, especially in a game mode like Brawl Ball. But certainly, you know, SK do like to play a lot of Ash themselves. Yeah, it was going to be one of those two for me. I quite like the way that things are shaping up for Craze, but I also like the SK draft as well. I've got to be honest, I'm a bit 50-50 now.
Well, we'll see what the SK last pick is, and then I'll make my decision. I'll sit on the fence for a little bit, but to be honest, I do like Craze's comp. The Poco, the Ash, you know that's going to be a good combination. And then if Rama can provide some power-ups to the Poco, especially, because, I mean, the Ash is going to be going in over and over again, probably dying a lot. The Poco specifically, if he can get him a power-up, the amount of damage that Poco is going to rain down after the balance change and the buff, it's going to be very good. And SK Gaming, they love a risk, and I love them when they do it. Primo is coming in, and that's going to be paired up against the Ash, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that SK bring out, but it's probably going to be Semantic on it, and they've started making it work a lot better recently, I've got to say that. I mean, it's not my go-to by any means. They tend to bring out the Primo more or less on Heist for Hot Potato. That's kind of like their main mode where they'll sort of consider bringing it in. But it's definitely one that, especially when you're looking at an Ash on the other side of things, can be a problem. Garrett's a bit too cautious, keep his distance and just keep the pressure on. If he does that, then this could be much more of a simplistic lane for Gero, actually. But again, Semantic utilizing a lot of that cover, and especially with the suplex over the shoulder, Semantic can do a lot on defense also. If you know, Craze are already turning up the heat, then that could be a consideration too.
I mean, Giro's doing a good job so far. Semantic's in spawn, and he's still pursuing him. Gets the shot and gets the follow-up as well. Guille's low also. Rama's got the heals through here, surely. This has got to be a walk if I've ever seen it. Salty Barrel should come down, but he's not placing it. He didn't even go for the goal in the end, but it's just Semantic remaining after Chaos should go down to these shots. The knockback's there, the shot through, and the goal from Craze. It's looking beautiful.
Wow, again, when there's no Gale, it does mean that there's less ability to stall the game, and that penny turret, though, at a great time. It's about to go the aggressive. This could easily turn into a goal here for SK. I think just keep this pressure on. The heals are good from Rama. It keeps Gero in the mix, and Semantic on 20 HP is enough to stay alive. Yeah, though, low himself. Semantic's going to go for it. He's going to score it. Beautiful work from him. And Craze just turn their back on SK, and that is something that you just cannot do.
Break coming down now in the Meteor Rain as well. Giro gonna get caught out, but healed up nicely, and he jumps on him once more and gets the takedown. Rama not in the best position now, but follow up does not get a shot on Semantic either, but now he's keeping them in this. He's kept the opponents low and he's waiting it out. He wants Rama to get this power up before he places another, but he's just gonna place another in a more safe position for Rama, ensure that he's not gonna go down whilst trying to get it. And they need to focus up right now because this is not going too well at the moment.
Yeah, they started out strong, but again, SK, when they're trapped into a corner, they do like to bark back big. Let's see now as the heals are there, and now he's exposed on the right. It's going to allow IKS to get a nice clean line of sight. Garo needs to go a little bit on the aggressive here, but has to do it in unison with Rama as the speed coming in. It's such a daring thing when you see SK just storming towards you with a Primo and a Max and a Penny. But Craze are holding their own. So far, so good. And going into overtime, it might actually work out far better for Craze, especially if Scary can land these shots on Semantic and keep him back. But it will also feed his super in the meanwhile. And Craze would like to get this tied up going into this final seconds, realistically here. They're in a good spot for it, but Semantic is fighting back hard.
They trade out there, and Rama's got his super as well. This might be a good time to push with the Primo down, but they're going to await the Ash to come back up. Power-ups for both Poco and Ruffs here, and it's looking fairly decent for them, but the max speed, the Primo jump, this is a dangerous position for Craze to be in. They need to grab that ball, or as the Primo's just going to go for it. The heals come in, and Semantic's going to fall down. That's a great position for Craze now. It's flipping back and forward. The speed once more now. Chaos can't aggress, and they're the ones scoring the ball now. Now he's going to throw a power-up back into the spawn, provided to the Ash, and Rama surviving just a little bit longer, but not now. He needs to pass through, but the pass goes to Chaos. He doesn't score it. The open was on the right. He goes for the left, and Giro reads it. Great save, and Craze stay alive.
My word, this is close. So close now, but a bit of a saving grace moment for Craze. A second chance here. Semantic goes in. Very aggressive here. He is still alive. But that might have been enough for the 3 versus 2. But can Craze get the goal? They've got no supers. That's the problem. They're going to try and push it forwards. But I don't know if they can get the pass off in time. Now he's going to pass it again, but the knockback is there. Oh my word! What a defense from SK Gaming!
The back and forward in this game is absolutely insane, and SK are feeling as well. You can see the deep breath from Chaos there. That was an absolutely mad game, back and forward. It's like I'm watching a tennis match, but none of them come out on top in the end, and it's going to end in a draw. Typical game of Brawl, but with SK involved, but not for the same reasons.
My word. My word. But I mean, I love this though. Getting to watch SK play with this kind of comp, it makes me just feel like we've gone back in time a little bit. I love to see them on the aggressive. It's something that we haven't seen so much, especially on Brawl Ball this year, but it just makes it so much more enjoyable and exciting to see. And it really is very level, but we still got to keep the ball cam, the corner ball, just in the eventuality that we go for it. But I do love these comps. Great on both sides, and I think a very, very balanced draft in that same idea. Good hills there from Rama, keeps Garo in the mix, and yeah, Chaos now could possibly consider putting down the turret. He's not going to go for it. This could be a bit of a mistake here for SK. A walk in for Garo, and it's an early goal once again for Craze.
Supers readily available from SK Gaming now. Speed onto all 3 of them. Nice little gadget pop from Rama there, trying to get some shots off around the right-hand side once Giro pinches in the left, but nothing happened too much. Going to clear the ball over to the right-hand side, passing it to Chaos, but not the best time to give them possession of the ball. Semantic's going to aggress onto Rama, but can't get too much done here. The heal goes through, but the wall breaks there as well. The suplex over the shoulder, throwing the Poco into the damage dealers, and this might be a goal for SK Gaming here. This readily available. He has the phase shifter, but doesn't use it, and it's the same as the last game, but last game it was Craze who made that mistake. This time it's SK.
Oh, good aggression. The speed coming in. Semantic though doing work, and Rama staying alive. He just heals himself. I don't necessarily mind it, but the HP surely in favor of SK. They tie it up with 45 seconds left on the clock.
Power being provided nice and early here. Torres going to get some shots through. Logia gets hit. Now he's trying to pinch around the side, but they need to be careful of Semantic here. Super gets thrown down by Giro. Just pushing them back that a little bit more, which I quite like. Resetting Semantic's heals. The Torres going to be missing some shots now, and Craze start to close down. Now he needs a power up to be able to kind of contest Chaos on this right-hand side. But Giro not giving up. He wants this matchup. He's got the rage readied up, but he's getting pushed by Semantic now, and he's going to need the assistance of his healer, which he doesn't get in time. Now he might provide this heal to himself, as provide the power up to himself, as Rama's already got one. But Semantic are in control. SK are in control of the map.
Let's see now. There's another turret to hand, which could be used for body blocking potential as well. And Chaos, or a shot on goal. Yeah, being very cautious on his HP. I think wisely so, but now gets a bit overzealous and does concede a few shots, and Garo goes on the aggressive for that reason. Throws out the super there, keeps the pressure on. They redirect the robotic rats, then go straight for Gia and Chaos, keeping them low. This could be a chance for Craze here if they can secure it. They're pushing forwards with such grace. Semantic with the last gadget left. Oh, the ball is shot straight to Garo, who scores it. Craze move on to match point, but this one is far from over. It is so close, Trav. This could well go to match point here if SK can just iron out some of these mistakes.
I mean, I'm not sure if you saw it, but Semantic literally assisted that goal. He set the perfect pass up, suplex over the shoulder, Ash in the line of the goal mouth, and he just passes the ball, walks it in. That is beautiful from Craze. Great time to read it as well. And Craze, they're on match point, and SK Gaming are behind. And in my eyes, Craze are the ones who are on top of this game.
It's looking better, and they can surely start to sense that they're getting ever closer towards the semifinals. Pass from Raw. Oh, the face shift wasn't quite there on Gear's side, but he manages to make it work in the end with super pass away, buying valuable time here for SK. Let's see whether Gary can get the pass through. Semantic knows he's got to stay in position here. The break was there. The heals were there as well, but just Crazy not able to secure it right now.
I mean, they have now. They've scored the goal. This is 1 minute and 45 in between Craze and knocking SK out in the quarterfinals once more. But the jump's there. It's the same again. SK are probably just going to go and score. We need to repeat the same thing. Giro doesn't even get the ball. He's not even going for it, but now he's low. Get the ball. Stick it in the corner. I don't know what they're doing. They're wasting a lot of time, but SK do not aggress that. Semantic went down, and they need the healer to come back in. Rama needs to slot back onto Giro here, and they've picked up Chaos as well.
Garo staying alive, gets the pickup as well, but Semantic's itching forwards. Shut down by NaVi. 1 minute 10 left on the clock, and it's Craze now that pocket the ball and go on the aggressive here with his Ash pick, and Garo's playing it beautifully well. Got to heal up now though. Damage gear does indicate low HP, of course. The heals could be there from Rama. He's going to probably use it now. Trying to line it up, but I don't know where it went to the right-hand side. There was no one there to connect it with. It's going to be the Chaos going to get the ball. Yeah, he can just go face shift in, but oh, the defense! And now Chaos can't contest this. He's too low.
Craze hold on once more. It's just so back and forward. Absolute roller coaster of emotions, I'm sure, for the players, because it is for me. Semantic trying to push down the left-hand side, but Giro's there to try and stop him. The reset on the heals are there as well, but Rama's pushing around the left-hand side. It should be Giro. Go aggressive. Get the shots in and get some heals. The heals are there. The Screech and Solo did not connect. The turret's raining down. It's absolute carnage all around. The right-hand side's picked up, but they've got no DPS for the Primo. He's jumping in. The shots are there. Can Guille get it? He's on his own, and the Mortar picks up the kill. Guille forces the ball in, and it's 1-1.
It looks like we're going to overtime again, but with the max speed, it might be over before then, to be fair. Semantic just considering the ball. He might get super off the back of these shots alone. He does, but he could have gone for the shot, but with 3 bodies there, you can't really take the risk. He goes down himself, making it 2 versus 2, and now the pressure, those continuing to mount here, as both shots from Chaos and Gear connecting so heavily onto Garu. Let's see now as the pushback again, just the momentum shift. SK just up the gear. Chaos can consider going for the ball here. He's going to evade that first. He does. The pass through potential to Gear. He's got super, and it is going to be there. SK take it all the way. Match point, match point. We called it, Trav. It's going down to one last game.
I mean, I'm sure everybody's feeling nervous at this point, because I am as well. Getting straight back into the game, we should be shortly, and SK focus straight away. Straight away. I can't even get my words out, and if it's a repeat of the same, we see Craze score first, SK score, and then we'll see a decider in the overtime. Oh, it's a tense one, Ark.
I love it. I love it. It's great. Just every team out there just ban Gale against SK, and we get to really get into things. It's just great to see SK go on the aggressive with this idea, and Craze with a very similar idea as well. The heals and the tankiness. It's Semantic though that comes out on top there. Rama has to heal himself. Pops also tuning fork for himself there. Could have connected with now. We're not sure whether he did or not. I don't think he did. Let's see though how this shapes up to be, as now all three members on both sides coming back into the mid. Air support going down for NaVi. He's going to keep back Chaos. The speed in for Semantic is there as well, and that's going to allow SK to stop pushing forwards. Defense needed here for Craze. Semantic low though. He goes down. That's going to change things.
He auto-aims the rats. He goes backwards, wastes his super, and gets no charge back for it whatsoever. Now we're down the right side trying to contest Chaos, but he has the speed, and they need to be careful of Semantic just going for this ball, because he's got to be close to his super after taking some damage now. Shots, and he's taken down. It's just aggression after aggression, and he's just trying to get his super off being damaged. The pass down to the left-hand side, who's raged up. Gyro's there, but Semantic's going to be respawning, and we know the suplex is the defensive measure they need. He's pushing once more. The heals need to be there from Rama, but they're not. The shot, the healing. Can NaVi save this? He can! The ball off the line, and they stay alive once again!
What is going on? But I love it! My word! Such clutch plays from both sides. Semantic went on an absolute tear then. Somehow, though, Craze were able to get it done on the defensive lines. And now a chance to reset, a chance to just take a breath. But oh no! Was that a salty barrel? It was so swift from the side of Chaos there. Either way, it's cleared up the right-hand side lane, and he's got another turret available to hand. And gadgets, much more utility on the side here. SK go in, breaking the wall, but the ball's been left behind.
They've just left the ball. Surely that would have been a goal scoring opportunity. Semantic got absolutely melted though. Chaos still sitting on the ball down the right here. The turret's there as well. He did shoot by accident there, resetting his healing. The power-up's down the right hand side as well, which now he's going to be running for because he wants to work for another one. Gyro's going to get jumped on as well. Now Rama's got the heal and he should be taken down with a double jump as well. The damage rains down from the fire. SK are pushing in. Now he's going to throw that towards the ball to delay them. Can he get the rages? Can he get the heals? Poco should be spawning back in, and he's got the rage activated. Can Poco defend this alone? He can't, but SK play it slow anyway.
Max speed coming in. That would have been a great time for it, but they're going to waste it off a little bit longer as Semantic goes on to Rama there with the throw of the shot. Oh, the goal is there! Chaos on the left! He finds the angle! Oh my word! Out of nowhere, SK find it! And they knock out Craze Clan in the quarterfinals. Now, I've got to say, this does not mean the Craze Clan cannot still qualify for the World Finals, but it does mean that SK have made quite the statement. My goodness me, Rama, yeah, I mean, it's a tough loss. It really is. But again, now it comes down to how backs will fare as to the fate of Craze, and that's not where they were looking to be going into this one. So close. And that's why you can just see it in Craze. They were centimeters away from being able to lock it down, but oh, what an enjoyable set that was.
That might have been, you know, some of my favorite Brawl Stars that I've casted ever. That was so back and forward, so close, and it could have gone either way in the end. But for Craze, you got to feel bad because now their tournament lives, their BSC World Finals lives are in the hands of backs, and it's all down to how backs perform. They need to first of all win the quarters, and then the semis, and then they'll be qualified to Worlds at this point. But Craze, I'm sure they're going to be feeling pretty confident because look, backs are facing Totem.
Yeah, and potentially after that, either, you know, Tribe or Team Queso, and, you know, either of those teams is going to be a tough one. I think it's Dean on their roster today as well, so a player that's fully capable but hasn't really been in the competitive scene for a while. But my goodness me, Craze came so close. So close. The comp had legs, but SK's had speed as well, combining with it, and just that was enough. Great passing towards the end there from them, and clearly, well, my word. I mean, that's what you want to see, isn't it? In a game mode like Brawl Ball, just that many kills across the board. You know it's going to be a good time to watch in the EMEA.
20 kills for Gyro, and they don't manage to pull out the win. 12 and 12 from Semantic and Chaos, 8 from Guille. So pretty evenly distributed across that side. But, you know, we've got the standout of Gyro on Craze Clan, and they got so many kills. And you know, you expect it with, I believe he was playing Ash, but it's absolutely ridiculous how close that was, and I'm still lost for words about the game just because of how flawlessly played like it was from both of the teams. It was just Chaos throwing down the super at the end with the knockback and just perfectly timing the pass through was just absolutely brilliant from them. And SK, you know, they might have had a tough year. They've had some good months, they've had some bad months. This one looks like a good one so far.
Semantic, just so you know, had 26 deaths in that set. I mean, it just goes to show the cycle potential of SK's side, and just sometimes that just continued aggression will prevail eventually. But I was going to talk about that particular brawl in the draft as well, one that we don't tend to often see from SK except from Hot Potato and Heist. But combined with the Max, it's just that continued tankiness combined with the speed that just gets the better of people. But in that respect, you've got to hand it to Craze Clan as well, because they didn't just get overthrown by it, they stood up to it. And that's not always an easy thing to do, especially against a team like SK Gaming. My goodness me, what a thoroughly enjoyable quarterfinals match that was.
I mean, Guille's managed to pull out the MVP, but honestly, if you could give it to the losing team, I'd give it to Giro there. He played that so well, and 20 kills as well. 8 and 10 from Guille there. 302 damage per second, which is one of the highest statistics I've seen for that. And honestly, it was just incredible team play from SK all around. The speeds, which obviously Guille was providing to Semantic, who just kept on going in over and over again. It was suicide after suicide, but it was working. They were getting the walls slowly broken down bit by bit, and then they see the glancing play in overtime and they go for it. Oh, I'm still getting my breath back, Ark.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. I mean, we've had 2 quarterfinals down, both go to the 3rd and final set. If that's anything to go by today, you can expect more to come. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to go beyond the brawl today for a little tease. We're going to get Kenny and Travis. That time we're going to get to kick you off. Don't go anywhere, guys. Be right back after this. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, and I know that there was nearly enough time to catch my breath, but I hope, Kenny, during your break, you were able to catch yours. Did you enjoy those games?
Oh my gosh, I mean, what a game to spectate. I had friends even texting me about it back home. They're watching as well, and everyone is just in shock. I mean, what a crazy match to watch, and for Craze Clan, a heroic attempt there to try and make an upset. But of course, NaVi and Hmble, that was a good one to watch as well. 2-1s on both sides so far, and I expect big things from the second side of the quarterfinals bracket as well.
I loved seeing SK play, like just the way that they were playing so much last year in Brawl Ball. It just brings so much out from the casting desk. We love to see it, but we are far from done yet. We've got NaVi and SK lined up for our semifinals match for the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket, we've still got a lot of work to do. First up will be Reply Totem up against Bax, and Bax are still in contendership for the World Finals. So the last team to play that can play that could turn the tides after that Tribe Gaming EU up against Team Queso. And of course, that's always going to be a banger and will determine greatly if Bax do get this win over Reply Totem. Again, it's a big ask because we know what Reply Totem have done, in the second half of the season. Either way, some absolute banger matches here. 3 out of these 4 teams are teams that have won grand finals in this region. The only other team that has on the upper bracket was NaVi. So a lot of work to be done, but make sure that you guys are doing work as well. It's events.brawlstars.com. Get your predictions in and see whether they're in line with ours along the way. We've been on point so far today with very narrow calls, but everyone on the casting desk had the same teams predicted. We had for the first match NaVi, then SK, of course. We just narrowly scraped it through there. For this one, we went for Reply Totem, Kenny, a team that have had a phenomenal performance since MSI and just shot up the leaderboards, #1 in this region, and for good reason. Joker, Maru, and Maori, we all know and love them, but they didn't have the best monthly final last month. Probably like one of their lesser performances of the year so far, after MSI, of course. But nonetheless, are looking better, shaking things off and coming in strong today, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fierce team, and it's very hard to be consistent in this region. There's just so much upside on any given day. A different team's going to win it. I mean, you even saw in those first two quarterfinals. I think that speaks volumes to how competitive this region can be on a month-to-month basis. I kind of expect that here today, too. Look, Bax is against the wall right now, and they have to perform here if they want to continue forward. But they're going against the #1 team in the region. Reply Totem are here, not by accident. The pickup of Joker's gone a long ways for them. But Bax, no slouches either. They've got Cyclone, Darkroom, and Nidine, all very solid, experienced players here. I think they're going to be able to show what they've got here today and make this one another competitive quarterfinal.
Yeah, don't underestimate Bax by any means. They are definitely a strong team, but against Reply Totem, it's going to be a tough one. It really is. But the quarterfinal stages are where it's definitely going to happen, if it's going to happen for them here today. Darkroom again, just looking very, very focused in that respect. But, you know, we saw Bax last month in September go out in the quarterfinal stages. They were not in the August monthly finals, nor the July monthly finals either. So they've been a bit inconsistent this year. But today, there is no time for inconsistencies. It's going to be consistent running all the way through. Bringing in Nidine as well, who we know and love, who's been on Bax more often than not, but has taken some time out of Brawl Esports to pursue his personal side of things in life. So it's going to be a question about how much time they've been able to prepare for this matchup, because it is a big one. When I said that Reply Totem didn't have the best monthly final last month, they still made the semifinals. I mean, they made the grand finals in August and won it, in July and won it. So it's only a bad monthly final in comparison to grand final wins prior to that. Definitely, you just cannot take them lightly, Kenny.
Yeah, I think the expectation we set for these guys is just so high. I know there's a lot of people out there that are expecting them to kind of be a contender for a really solid placement at Worlds, if not winning it. I think they've got what it takes too. I mean, they've shown some great promise throughout the year. They've only improved, and now's the time to really demonstrate that they're peaking at their top shape as we approach those World Finals.
And again, you know, just to reiterate, Bax have got to win this match against Reply Totem. Then they've got to win their match in the semifinals and make the grand finals. But because Craze have already left in the quarterfinal stages here today, as we just saw, they've only got to make the grand finals. That is enough for Bax, but it is still a huge mountain to climb. And this is the first step of that mountain. Reply Totem, of course, you know, with their level of skill and consistency and team dynamics. And yeah, that's a lot of the reason why viewers at event.brawlstars.com are siding with them to win this matchup. But Kenny, to be honest, 93% to 7. Again, I don't feel like that's the big picture. We have seen in every quarterfinal matchup here today so far, the most one-sided stats that we've ever seen on event.brawlstars.com. And this one seems to be no different.
Yeah, pretty wild, all 90+%, and it's just a wild thing. Definitely don't see it too often. Bands rolling in here. It's going to be Daryl, Griff, Surge on this left-hand side, Colette, Colonel Ruffs, and Stu on the right. Really no surprises for me here. I do actually kind of like eliminating Stu here. Not a normal, but one of Joker's go-tos, and he's going to be ending up picking up that Carl. On the other side, the Buzz in the Gale. I like this combination if you're going to run the Buzz. Already taking out a tank counter. A good response from Reply Totem, though, picking up one of their own NMs.
I was going to say, if no one picks Nita and it's not banned, I mean, I don't know why. I think that Nita is here now a worthy ban. I know that might be crazy to some people in the chat, but like we saw a 100% win rate in the SPS for Nita in the open qualifiers. It really is on hot potato, very, very dominant. And you know, Bax went in with the bars and the Gale. I don't necessarily mind it, but if that bear connects with the safe, you can just doubt, no doubt about it being Hyper Bear, and those Bruce swipes are absolutely fierce on the damage side. If they can just obtain some kills on the side of Reply Totem, the Bax, you're going to see that Nita Bear shred the safe very, very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of DPS options here for Reply Totem. On the other side, though, Buzz is going to be a menace to deal with, but already a really good start. Damage being implemented early here. A dive forward from Cyclone. Joker staying very healthy in this situation, though. Picks up the kill very quickly and already advantage to Totem in numbers.
Well, Nidine just keeping that range there. He's got to stay on Maori for sure. Can't allow him to get through. So this right-hand side lane going to be a bit stale for a while, as both players know that they've got to keep their distance from each other. Nice super from Joker, though, and that's going to place pressure onto Dean. And also, look at the ways he's multitasking the damage onto the safe at the same time, allowing Maori to get through to the middle and get some damage on the safe, but no shots. Now one onto Darkham. Couldn't quite get the second to connect, but he will want that super quickly. I don't think he's in a position to get it. He stays alive, though. Wow, damage gear will help out a little bit there.
Yeah, Darkdoom having a couple unfortunate interactions there. I believe wasting a gadget as he went down the first time. No real connections from the super. He's going to go down once again. Joker just dominating the mid right now. Nadine trying to put a stop to it, but the damage might already be done. It is 100 to 6%, and now Bruce the Bear is on the field as well. Things looking very out of hand here for Bax to start things off.
Swift takedown of it though, and Darkham wasting no time at all, taking no chances on that left-hand side lane. But for Bax, they've got to start to secure these takedowns faster and put more pressure on. But Maori's slipped through. It's only 6% to deal, and I think Bax might have dropped a little bit here. A very valuable time to not. They could have maybe made a comeback there, but not to be. Reply Totem looking very confident so far. We need to see a little bit more from Bax if they're going to be able to take this first set.
Yeah, I think Rico, I'm going to need a big step up here from that last one. Just some really unfortunate interactions, like I kind of mentioned earlier. Got to be able to hold that lane, land some of those shots. You know, a missed gadget, a missed super. It goes a long way, especially at a professional level. There's really no room for error when you're playing a Reply Totem and your world final spot is possibly on the line. Cyclone going to be popping a gadget here. He's immediately rushing for this high safe, and look at all the damage he's doing. That's the upside that Buzz brings to the table, even though somebody like Nita can do a really good job of playing into him. Cyclone has gotten a ton of damage to kick things off, and it will lead to a lead for Bax in game number 2.
And that is the spray that you can earn over at event.brawlstars.com. Just to put it into perspective, very, very clean. Make sure that you're getting your predictions in over there, and good luck to you today. You got a chance. You're behind to catch up, but this is your last chance here for EMEA. North America and Latin North still to come, but again, you want to get as many in as possible. It's a nice amount of aggression there. Cyclone doing a lot of work on the safe. The best that we've seen back from Bax so far, and Reply Totem actually behind for the first time now. Dean coming in, gets a lot of value there, but great defensive work there from Joker, keeping his teammates alive and in the mix. So crucial to keep that mid control.
Cyclone going for another super as well. That's going to be a stun. Nadine with the follow-up. Mari going down 2. That's 3 brawlers all standing for Bax, and they're going to be able to pummel that high safe. Super going through as well. Bruce the Bear goes down 81% to 12%. Nadine with another one too. Almost picking up a kill on Mari. What a demonstration here from Bax in game number 2.
Cyclone's starting to pop off, goes in as well. Going to get damage that he needs. If Maori gets super as well, that could be a dangerous thing to consider. But everyone from Bax keeping their distance so well there. Honestly, Dean's just going on the aggressive. He wants to tie this one up here right now, and why not? Only a few more percentage left, and Bax are keeping the dream alive. They tie up this first set, and that is a great turnaround, Kenny.
What a step forward for Bax there. I'm super impressed overall. All 3 brawlers, especially playing their parts there. But I got to give a shout out to Buzz. Man, he was just dishing out that damage. I think they did a great job off the bat just getting to the other side. Cyclone took advantage of the gadget, which allows him to dash forward. He's going to go right for Mari this time. A trade will work for now. It's going to be a Joker versus Nadine showdown right now. Going to be a close call. Twister going down, though. It does cut off the mid, so at least if Gale is going to go down, they've got that in play. But it looks like there's a little sneaky area where they can get through a quick takedown, and now Cyclone already back on that high safe, and it's feeling eerily similar to game number 2.
Yeah, a bit of a misplacement there on that Twister there, sadly for Dean, but didn't harm too much. Nice stun though. Joker's going to pay the price for it. Oh my word! How? Oh, what a great friend zone! 150 HP. Joker keeps himself alive in the mid and keeps the pressure on. I've got to give a shout out as well to how well they defended against this Nita Bear, but now it connects as the Caster's Curse comes in. But until that point in time, we haven't seen it connect on the safe, as Bax have really been, considering just how much of a threat Mari can be, and that's been their saving grace so far. Will Cyclone stay alive? No, he won't. That's going to mean that Mari's going to push up more so, and Dean is going to have to defend a lot of this. But they've left him. They left Mari, and that's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, things getting very scary here. Darkum and Nadine now on the high safe, though. They're letting it rain down. Maru diving forward, going for the aggression. Actually going to be using the super to instigate some offense. They're going to be spreading the floor a little bit here as Joker and Mari going down this left-hand side. Nadine cutting off the mid as well. A fight up top, and we've got ourselves a tie ball game, but 3 brawlers left standing for Bax.
This is great work from Bax, I've got to say. They're holding their own, and that's not an easy thing to do against a team like Reply Totem. Dean just keeping his distance here, and now he's low as well. Mari, though, is a threat on their right-hand side. The stun surely going to come back to deal with it. If the support is there, let's pop the gadget as well as the damage raining down, and Bax are in a bit of a pickle here. They've got to make a decision.
And it looks like their decision is Nadine getting on the aggressive. Mari has another super, though. This is going to be tough to defend both Nita, the Carl, and Bruce the Bear. Cyclone with now another super at hand. He's going to be patient about this, though. They need to choose the right time. 20 seconds left to go. Joker with a super available. Cyclone going for the aggression. They know they have to play defense, but another Bruce the Bear touches down on the safe, and it's going to do all the work they need. Reply Totem in a close one. Take set number 1.
What great composure. You've got to hand it to Reply Totem there, but that's their experience shining through. I would love to have seen Bax take that first set. It's a rare thing to ever see Reply Totem be behind in a quarterfinal stages, so it would have been a very interesting dynamic to see kind of like, you know, just continue to flourish. But nonetheless, that's what you'd expect to see from a team like them. Bax, though, still in it, but they've got to go into Bounty and just remember the game that they won in Heist. You know, Reply Totem are not a team that are untouchable or undefeatable, and they've got to keep that idea in their minds. It's going to be a tough road for them regardless in this lower bracket, but still, there is signs of hope, and they were playing it pretty well. The draw, for me, worked out pretty decently, and, you know, that's always a good place to start. They were aware of the need, so they were just shutting down more often than not. But those times that Mari did connect, it did kind of come back around to punch him just a little bit.
Yeah, Nita can dish out so much damage so quickly with her super, and Bruce the Bear. It's just sometimes overwhelming, and especially when you're a single shot brawler, kind of like Buzz. He's up close, he's personal, he's looking for that fist-to-fist kind of combat. You can't handle both Bruce the Bear on your safe and Nita from a distance along with other brawlers, and when things get out of hand, it can get out of hand really quickly. You see there, though, Joker putting in 15 kills for himself. I mean, what a performance overall. I definitely think he was a huge factor in the mid with the IMS gameplay there.
Had such great survivability as well, didn't he? I mean, just really utilizing the friend zone gadgets and just keeping the knockback there on the bus time and time again. And not only was he staying alive, but it was just continuing then to go on a reign of terror. 15 kills is quite a statement to have. And again, you know, sometimes we see stats in a game mode that don't necessarily reflect the objective, but that wasn't the case here. And everyone from Reply Totem doing their bit, but Joker clearly woke up and had some good breakfast because he's got some good energy for these matches here today.
Absolutely. I mean, he was a huge part of why they won that last game. He's been a big part of why they've done so well in this second half. You know, there were some early struggles this year from Reply Totem. This is a region where there's been 4 different monthly finals champions, and Reply Totem's on that leaderboard now a lot thanks to him. He's definitely been a major factor for this team. He's been a player to watch and definitely one of the most entertaining and most fun to see grow throughout the year.
100%, 100%. We'll let it kick up next for Bounty, and of course, very different game mode to Heist, and I think one that could therefore cater a little bit towards Bax, because they were playing quite a passive game, but I think they had to with the comp that Reply Totem were running. But here it's also going to potentially be something that they could utilize for their advantage. Got to remember as well that Reply Totem are coming fresh off the back of a win in Team Queso, in the Queso Cup, just the other day. Got the grand final win against SK Gaming, but there was a little bit of a disconnect there for Guille, so teams were quite vocal about that on Twitter to say, you know, we're sorry, but a win's a win at the end of the day. But there is momentum there because we have seen a little bit of a drop-off, just a touch from Reply Totem recently, as they haven't had that consistent reign that they had over the region that basically got their golden ticket. Those back-to-back grand final wins in the second half of the year. Bad's coming in now. Otis there, Ruffs and Sprout banned by Bax, Jean, Penny, and Janet banned by Reply Totem.
We're going to see Gus first picked overall by Bax. This is a very interesting choice. Joker following up with a Piper, and a sneaky brawler to watch out for, especially for the side of Bax right here, is actually going to be Buzz for me. It's somebody that showed up a lot in LATAM South last weekend. I could see it pairing with a little bit of the utility coming in from Gus. We saw some tankier gameplay earlier, and I think that's 3 great brawlers for Bax. I think Gus has proven himself pretty worthy in terms of being a brawler in these compositions. I do love myself some Gale, as many know he's my favorite brawler. It's also going to be a way to kind of slow down that max offensive on the side of Bax. I think pretty overall solid comps from both sides. Not as aggressive, I would say, in Bax in terms of damage dealing. They don't have that sharpshooter or that Carl where you can get mega aggressive, but they've got the max utility. They got the heals from Poco, and they've got Darkhoom, who is a little more unfamiliar on this Gus to the world. We'll have to see how it performs.
Yeah, Gus here could be problematic a little bit. The survivability there, not even able to stand the heat despite the tuning fork of D-Dean. I think the Reply Totem's comp just has a bit of more of an ability to pack a punch for me. However, if we do start to see some kills littering the map, then it will provide some healing in the aggressive position we've yet to see Bax really get into. As again, it's such a defensive comp. That great stun there from Maru. Still the survivability of Nadine just showing its worth, and oh my word, Arkham. But you know, how long can it last once the utility starts to dwindle? Reply Totem might start to really pop off, but now the stars are relatively even, and that just goes to show how quickly it can change a bounty.
Yeah, huge momentum shift there. It kind of caught me off guard how quickly this turned around. Joker popping the gadget, though. He's going to be diving forward, going against the Poco, I believe. Picks up the kill on Nadine, and now it's Bax trying to follow up. Still a one-star lead for them. However, they are going to be backed against their spawn if they're not careful. Maru lurking as Joker returns, and it's going to be enough time for Bax to get back in position. Once again, it's going to be a contestant for this mid as Bax leads with 1 star.
Not much longer left. A push here, but Reply Totem are playing it very slow and steady. They've got a fair amount of time if they can just make this kill happen. And Maru's thinking about it here. Joker goes down though. That's disastrous. Maru doesn't really have the support. I mean, the Piper can't really get the angle of this situation. And what a great opportunity. Maru then just going to do his best. Cyclone picks up a kill, but that makes him a bigger target as well. He's got the blue star too. I don't think they can find him in time. 3 seconds left. Back should take this win. And what a big one at that in the second set. Depriving Reply Totem of a match point scenario, and that's what you want to be doing if you're Bax.
Yeah, what plays right there. I mean, when your back's against the wall, they really step forward. I thought that was overall super impressive, and that's a composition in my mind that you don't want to be playing with a deficit. I think it's a little bit tougher with Gus and Poco to kind of make a comeback and take that final moments like Reply Totem tried to do and get a kill, and Cyclone helping his team out super early. What a play right there. Another pickup on the other side as well, and now it's a Bax who can control the momentum here. They don't have to play at a pace they're uncomfortable with. They can be as defensive as they want, especially with a Poco and a Gus. I think they can afford to do so, and getting those kills early, man, that's going to be a huge factor for them as we move forward through this game.
Great work, honestly. The way that Dean and Darkham started working together to get Cyclone out and then get kills along the way, they're just taking advantage of Reply Totem being in these vulnerable positions. But there is one that was vulnerable on the side of Bax, and Maru, a lovely little pickup. Couldn't quite find Cyclone, but it will bring Reply Totem the lead, especially with that blue star in their favor now. Is one that you want to try to hold on to. Still a chance though for Bax to continue to extend the lead if they can earn it in the first place. That's the question here. But I do feel like that will happen. There's a potential here for a lot of turnarounds. There's both teams being super aggressive here, and it does make for a more exciting game. Oh, Darkham there. So low. Scathed away with his life just about there. But these taps from Maori are huge. They're keeping everyone low, and the pressure mounting on Bax here.
Totem applying a great deal of pressure here. I mean, Cyclone's already out of phase shifting gadgets. Poco with none as well. It's going to be really tough for them to come back here. It is a tie ball game, but that blue star is going to give Reply Totem the lead. Nadine now falling weak. Great dodge. The max speed coming in clutch there. And Totem falling back into their spawn here. A pickup from Mari, though, and now they've got a 3-star plus lead. Another one onto Nadine. 9-4, 15 seconds to go, and Bax are going to have to take a huge step forward here if they want to make the comeback.
Beautiful stuff as Reply Totem really start to iron out their mistakes, and it's rare to see them on their side. Great stuff from Maru, and they're going to finish this one off strong. I don't see a chance of Bax being able to do anything about this one. And yeah, Darkham even placing the Reply Totem pin out there. You know, but there is still very clearly a sign that Bax can get this win. But now, oh my word, it's going to go either one or two ways, Kenny. It's either going to be that Reply Totem are going to have the final nail in the coffin here. There are match points. If they win this game, they will not only knock out Bax from their chances of a world qualification spot, but it'll mean that Craze Clan will qualify for the World Finals.
And many people across the world holding their breath right now, but none more than Craze Clan in this moment, I'm sure. Bax fighting for their tournament, their World Finals lives here. Cyclone on the aggressive once again. He does manage to get the pickup and survives as well. Cyclone stays up 2-1. Oh, excuse me. Mari corrects me. 3-2 lead now. Joker on the aggressive now too. A very risky play, but it's going to pay off. 5-2. Totem showing what they've got.
Good pressure from Cyclone, not giving Maru a chance to breathe here, but Maori is coming in now and is going to choose to break. The shield there from Cyclone will help out if he does take a shot here, but Bax knowing now it's do or die. They've got to go on the aggressive, but they've also got to be calculated in their approach. Tuning fork again from Dean as they want to keep this momentum shift, and Joker goes in, capitalizes on Darkham at a time that he didn't see it coming. 7 stars to 2 and the blue star in favor of Bax, but at the moment, I don't think it's going to be a factor here. If Bax keep leaking stars, this is only going to be in favor of Reply Totem.
Yeah, they're going to have to get collected here and just try and make a push as a team. That's kind of how you have to operate as this roster. Darkoom gets Joker. We can't find the follow-through, though. 176 HP will be enough. Thankfully, they get the pinch there. It's 10-6 now, though. Mari with 4 on his head, and Maru with a couple, Joker with a couple. This is still not out of the cards for Bax to make a comeback. It's just going to be a very tough road in these next 30 seconds.
Chat saying GG's. I do not think it's GG's. It can turn around with one single kill, and Maru could be the one to do it. Joker goes in. He might go down. He's very low. The stun is huge from Maru. My word. What a time for it. Bax with one final push. Maru jumps away. He's low. Dean coming in. Oh, my word. Is that going to be enough? Oh, no way. Oh, my goodness me. How? How did that just happen? Bax. Oh, my God. Did you watch the stars? It literally was tied twice or maybe even 3 times over. That's why I called it like that. It is not GG's until it's 0 seconds on the clock.
The dream stays alive. Bax. Oh my gosh. One of the most unreal moments of the entire year. I mean, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like you said, ties multiple times around, kills going back and forth. And look, that's a tough combo to make a last second strike. They are not an aggressive composition. They have Gus, they have Poco, they have Max for the speed, but oh my gosh, they had to play that to perfection. And just when things looked bleak for them, when Reply Totem was on top of the world, Bax struck back. And now it is out in the open. They will take it to a 3rd set. And this is going to be for an opportunity to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Well, I think we found our player of the day. Wow. Wow. What a time to bring it. I mean, you know, when you really are in a position like that against a team like Reply Totem, you know, it kind of places you actually in a scary position because you've got nothing to lose. You know, you've got everything to gain. I mean, yeah, sure. You know, if you're going to go out, you've got to go out and blaze the glory. My goodness me, what a time for it as well. I mean, Reply Totem played great. There's nothing wrong with the draft, nothing wrong with their way to play. It was just simply the timing of the situation that just lended itself so heavily to Bax, and very close score lines on the stats as well. Everyone doing their bit. Darkham a little bit on the lower side, but again, was providing a lot of utility for his team, and that goes a long, long way to be able to even things out. I mean, Bax are far from out of the woods. Again, this is like the first stage of their huge mountain to climb to be able to try to be still in a chance of getting a World Finals placement. They're still in contention, but their opposition in that respect, the 2 remaining teams that were also in contention, Hmble and also Craze, are already out of the competition today. Bax have a chance to cause a real upset here.
Yeah, these guys could go down in history if they make it happen today. It gotta get through at least another set, though, to keep themselves alive. I think it really reflected in the stats there, too. 13 kills apiece, I believe. I mean, it was so close. It came down to the literal wire. Look how low health Nadine is, staying alive with that blue star and 5 on his head. I mean, just insane stuff, and this will be a moment that might go down in Brawl history.
It ain't over until it's over, guys, watching on the chat. I mean, that's what Brawl Esports is all about. You know, it's why every time someone tells me or asks me why Brawl Esports is so great is because Brawl is that game where you can change the outcome until it's like the final millisecond, and that was a prime example of it. I mean, and so far, Kenny, you know, with the games we've had already today in the quarterfinal stages, every single set has gone to a 3rd and final. I mean, it looks like we're starting that same trend off in the lower bracket here today.
I'm not upset at all. I do love some good competition, and we're going to be getting a 3rd set once again out in the open this time around. It's going to be knockout, a very different game mode than what we've seen. Still kind of similar to what we've gotten. Bounty kills matter, but this time it's 1 life per round. So the stakes are arguably even higher. Janet, Bo, Jean being banned on the left-hand side. On our right, it's going to be Fang, Max, and Nani. Piper going to be the first overall pick and has the highest pick rate. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, it is a map that good cater towards Eve. And again, I say every time it's not my go-to, but it's got to be worth mentioning as it's very niche in this particular map. It's my favorite to play actually on out in the open myself on the left-hand side lane, but it is still very niche, but this is not from Bax. I'm imagining it would be Dean on the Piper. The Otis as well is a great pickup, but lacking a little bit in early wall breaker. There you go, Darkham coming in. I love this from Bax. If Darkham decides to break them in the mid very early on, and that's going to go a long way here. Reply Totem have got to make this pick count, and it could be Carl here. They've been playing it consistently all day long, and as they do time and time again, it wouldn't be a bad shout. Flying pickaxe coming in to go on the aggressive, and they can also get over the river on these sides as well to make a hasty retreat. Could be a throw as well for control or something along those lines, but the Janet ban is a rare one from them as well because they love to play Janet themselves, but they just know that with that pick being against them, and it is the Carl. There's classic Reply Totem here, but they've got to make this classic comp work as well, and Bax coming off the back of that second set, they've got to be feeling pumped about things. It was very close regardless, but I don't think they're going to be coming in here tweaky off the back of it. I think they're going to be coming in feeling energized off the back of it, and that is going to be something that Reply Totem are going to have to consider here, because if they go out in this quarterfinal stage, it'll be the first time realistically since the MSI, which they've done so.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Brawl Esports in general. Bax need to ride this momentum if they want to win. You know, normally it's one game at a time, and it still is, but have the confidence like you did that last time. Never give it up. And they're going to be going sort of wall break off the bat. It's going to be Cyclone popping those gadgets instantly to try and give themselves any leverage that they can. Mari getting really aggressive here as Piper fell a little weak, and now it's going to be Mari falling weak. Joker taking some hits for him, though. 820 HP. He's going to have to dive away from this. One gadget down the drain. Maru popping some of his own, but the Brock Incendiary gets the job done, and don't look now, Bax with a 3-2 brawler lead.
Well, this is exactly where you want to be, having the high ground and just buying down time, because when the gas comes in, there's going to be nowhere for Maori and Joker to go, but this left-hand side is going to be, Darkham needs to stay on that. And there's jump pad coming in. Darkham's going to be in a perilous position. He's got the mute, though, and doesn't even need it. My word, what a start. Bax could well be onto something here, but that is the start. And just the start alone, Reply Totem can respond. And then the utility on the side of Bax has got to come into play here. Dean with jump, Darkham with mutant. Big taps didn't quite connect there early on. The fat splatter there, though, is going to keep back Maori and Maru as Maru pops his gadget. This could be a chance here, but Bax are going to be in a vulnerable spot in the back spawn. Dean low as well as Darkham. They've got to be careful. Slow and steady wins the race here, Bax.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough call here. They do pick up one kill. Joker going to be falling weak as well. They just need to land one more connection. He's going to squeeze by for now. Mari trying to get aggressive and take advantage. He's going to fall, though. Bax with the cleanup. And game number 1 going to Bax. And they are on their first match point of the day.
I can barely believe what's happening here. Reply Totem need a bit of a team talk quick. Again, it's very rare to see them in this kind of position. My brain can't compute it, especially after that second set. But they've got to slow this pace. I mean, you can just see how quick these shots can take them down. With back-to-back Brock shots and Piper shots along the way, it can be very quick deaths, and that's so dangerous here. Another fat splatter being utilized there from Darkham here as Joker goes in the aggressive on the Cyclone. Cyclone could go down here, and he will. This is a chance. Yeah, I think Joker's going to come out. I do not mind that super at all. I think you've got to be able to heal up and just get everyone back in the mix and remind yourselves that, knockout is all about control, all about staying on your feet. And right now, Reply Totem have been lacking that considerably.
Has been an absolutely wild one, to say the least. Bax in a very difficult position right now. Storm closing in. Nadine Darkum going to fall instantly from the Totem pressure. Nicely done there, and Totem looking right back to peak form. You can't let off the gas pedal, can't let up or make mistakes. Totem will absolutely take advantage of it.
Joker low, Maru low as well, but the jump in from Maori is great. Gets right behind Cyclone, and he needs some help. Darkham is there. It's just a clear up. 2 versus 2 now. Sandbags down for support. Darkham has got to heal up here, and Dean is going to have to get rid of some sandbags here, but balance his time and his tasks between both that and Maru. Oh, he almost found that too. My goodness me, so close here. But the mute here on the side of Darkroom is going to be key. That timing is going to be on point, and Joker's got to have it now. Surely he does. Joker's going to go down here. The shots connect well. And it's 2 versus 2, and that's surely going to be tying things up here. But they've got to secure Mary first. I don't think it's going to be possible to do it alone, but maybe he will at this rate. Dean, got to be so careful here. Darkham just, there's little taps keeping him low enough to be able to surely get this takedown, but I don't think this is over yet. They used to gadget there. I think they might have been better to save it, but nonetheless, Backs are 1 round away, Kenny, from knocking out Reply Totem in the quarterfinals.
This is unbelievable, and now they're getting a cutoff too. There's a choke point going down. Joker forced to get aggressive just to space the floor for his team a little bit. Darkroom once again with a super as well, and that's going to be instrumental here. Putting a mute button on any opponent is going to be such a big factor when there's only 1 life per round. Makes the connection to Mari too, going to be falling weak. Maru trying to defend his teammate. Joker spreading out on this right-hand side, and they don't have any gadgets from Medine for follow-up shots. They just have to connect on everything, and somehow, after all of that, Totem, all 3 brawlers still up.
Quadro goes out, Joker's popped his spine hook though, he's gonna go in now and gets punished for it! Oh, the explosivity on this comp is amazing! And Backs are only 1 kill away now from being able to qualify into the semi-final stages, but Mari is trying for it! He knows he's got an uphill struggle, but he's not gonna go down without a fight, he's juking for his life! A tap from Dean, a follow-up from Cyclone, and Backs are in the semi-finals! Reply Totem, for the first time since the MSI, do not make it through to the semi-final stages.
Backs are trying to make a dream happen. They're staying alive. They pull off the unthinkable. 90-some-odd% of us had Reply Totem, the current leaders of this region, winning here in this match. And what do Backs do? They respond, and they respond magnificently. What a story we've got on our hands, and you all can't go anywhere. Backs with a real opportunity here to make the dream come alive and go on to a world finals.
I said at the beginning of the show, in my opinion, humbly so, they have by far, in my opinion, the harder lower bracket than Hmble potentially had in the upper bracket. If Backs can do this, they will have earned themselves the place, but they are only now 1 round away from doing so. They've got to only make the grand finals. They haven't got to win it. That's the situation, considering the fact that Craze went out already today in the quarterfinals to SK Gaming. But what a turn-up. That's the first stage, but that was a convincing stage. Against a team like Reply Totem, you got to ask yourselves the question, can they do it again in the semis?
I mean, if they can do it against Reply Totem in a best 2 of 3, why not do it again in a best 3 of 5 against whoever their opponent ends up being? You can see it here too. 5 total kills for Reply Totem. Cyclone did that on his own. Backs just took it in knockout in this 3rd set. They stayed competitive that whole time. They kept composed. They fought back and just taking it 1 game at a time. And somehow, some way, they're doing it the unthinkable. 5-2, 163 DPS, and definitely doing his fair share of team damage. Cyclone, a major factor in that last set.
I don't think my voice is going to survive today at this rate. I really don't. Especially this next one goes to all the way to the 3rd and final set too. But Cyclone is your MVP as voted for you over at event.brawlstars.com. And I think deservedly so. My word, Backs have excelled today, but it is not over yet. We are still in a position of a question mark over who is going to qualify for the World Finals. If you are just joining the stream, Craze kind of already out in the quarterfinals, as are Hmble. Backs, though, if they continue down this road of victory and make the grand finals, will prevent Craze Clan from being qualified for the World Finals. But if Backs were to lose in the semis, then Craze would take it. This is just now kind of crazy, Kenny, but hopefully your predictions so far until that moment in time over to event.brawlstars.com were working out well for you, as they were for us, as we were 100% for all of us, as we had the same votes on everything in the quarterfinal stages. But that was a huge upset. I wonder whether we'll have an upset here still to come. Tribe Gaming EU up against Team Queso, Kenny. Let's start with Tribe first, of course, because this team started off the year so well. I mean, that first monthly finals in March, they got reverse swept by SK, but they were in a commanding position and did go on to get a monthly final win back in April. Team Queso, though, also have had a monthly final win in May, but Tom, Drake, and Lanan are looking to prevent that. Team Queso had a rough quarterfinal stage last month. We can't forget, up against Sampai. So that will be leering over them, and Tribe are going to be looking to capitalize on that. But Tribe have also had their fair share of upsets as well. It kind of is being progressing backwards. They had a semifinals exit in August, a quarterfinals exit last month in September. It has been deteriorating over the past few months, and today they've got to break that cycle.
Yeah, it's a big moment for them. I think for Tribe Gaming especially, this is a huge confidence builder if you can get this win. And Team Queso, they've won a monthly finals this year. They made it to MSI. These guys are legit. Javi, Ali SSJ, Boss. The addition of Boss has been awesome to watch unfold too. A player with getting a huge opportunity here and very deservingly so. He's just really excelled throughout the year. He's grown, he's progressed, and he's just been somebody that's definitely been a difference maker to me. And it's been awesome to kind of see him get more and more opportunities. And now he's in a starting lineup that's going to Worlds. Just an awesome thing to see.
I'm not sure whether those are just shirts from the events that he's played in the past or his predictions for today, but one that we can say for sure is that Reply Totem will not be in the semifinals, so that's one less. We'll see then an SK versus Team Queso grand finals. Who knows? Still to come. But okay, well, this is a team, on both sides that have had rivalries throughout the year. Team Queso obviously having a lot of roster changes recently. In the second half of the year, struggled a little bit since MSI. But Tribe have also had a lot of roster changes themselves, and have had again monthly finals that haven't gone their way. They'd always attended the grand finals, regardless, until just a few months ago, where it started to slide a little bit. Not necessarily always winning the grand finals, but always at least being in them. And now, last month, that swift exit in the quarterfinals that I just remember Dre slamming down on the desk for, they've got to come in fresh here today, shake off that past, and just treat it in the present. Team Queso are not a team to take lightly, and that's why we were so surprised last month when Sampai were able to get the win over them and proceed into the semis. We've already expected Team Queso to be that team to do so. So, in that respect, I think this is actually going to be very, very close. I think very much a 50-50. But the way that event.brawlstars.com today has been going around the situation, I thoroughly expected it to be a thoroughly weighted one on, Tribe side. There you go.
Well, the Tribe fans are very apparent here. Look, I ended up choosing Tribe Gaming as well. All of us at the caster desk did too, but I think it's fair to say that all of us wouldn't be just shocked out of our minds if Team Queso came away with this. And I liked how you touched on Drage's emotions last month. Look, these guys are humans too. It means a lot to them. They're not just competing for money. They're competing for glory, for a championship, for an opportunity to carve themselves in esports history. And this is a big momentum builder for both of these teams. If you go out in the quarterfinals for Tribe Gaming or Team Queso, a couple months in a row, having some less performing issues, kind of as the season is drawn on, they want to ride that momentum. You want to be at your best at the end of the year, and exiting a quarterfinals, man, that would hurt going into Worlds.
I think it's a really valid point you raise. It's so easy when we watch players to forget that. We just kind of just think they're superheroes, and they are on many levels, to be fair. Well, there's another one, Max coming in for Tom. But at the same time, it means that much to players, and when you're performing not at your best, it's something that you need to redeem yourselves for. And it's that time today for Tribe, at least, and Team Queso. Here's a draft coming in. I do like that from Tribe. The Ring of Fire, it's not bad. Not my go-to though. Still, Amber, I think that's possibly even more of a chance to take it away from Team Queso, as they do like to play it. Squeak is going to struggle for sure, coming back into the mix. But if Team Queso can keep that control, Fang as well, that's definitely something that is making a statement here so far. Lola mid, surely. Squeak on lane, and you've got to be very careful to not feed into Javi, as that Fang can have explosive impacts on the Tribe Gaming comp.
Yeah, this boss choice of Squeak, they're going to have to take advantage of the gadget. You can just cut off the map, especially on this one. You can throw that on the hot zone. You can kind of throw it in the in-between between the hot zone and the grass on the enemy side to really just cut them off from walking up the middle. It can really halt them for about 30 seconds in total if you use all three gadgets. Tom instantly dropping a gadget of his own too, just get a little extra speed, a little extra charge up there as well. And it's going to be a nice start here. There's that gadget I talked about in perfect precision as well. Ali SSJ knows the placement for that. It's going to be tough for Drage or Lenane to walk it forward, but somehow Drage still manages to do so. Phase shifting away, gets a little bit of chip damage onto that hot zone area. Now Tribe, it's going to allow for them to just kind of march forward a little bit, but overall a very close one. No brawlers quite being taken down yet.
And that gets taken down the left. That's going to allow Alice straight to come forwards here, and Tom is low. But great start from Queso, but they were all just dominating that mid. They all went through the mid, and it was working, but then now they kind of separated out, and it's just about keeping things alive. That mid shutdown there is going to be something that Tribe got to dance around, but all the time that they are doing that, Team Queso are getting the advantage and the objective. Shots from Tom on the right-hand side allow a little bit of a pinch between Lanal and Tom into the mid, or Lanal and Drage rather into the mid. Javi gets the takedown there. They can get 3 versus 2, and Team Queso now starting to buy back valuable time.
Wow, great connections there. Javi with the super on the right-hand side, while Squeak delivered on the left for a kill. All 3 brawlers from Tribe Gaming recovering here. Linane diving forward with the extra speed as well. Super going down. He's also got the shield on him as well. What a clean up there for Tribe Gaming. Javi has something to say about it, though. Attempting to get a kill. Can't quite get it. Tom barely surviving. And now Tribe Gaming find themselves with the lead.
Very close, but I think that Team Queso are playing this really, really well for the most part, but just Tribe are able to stay on the zone in a way that they've got to start to shake off more consistently. As Javi goes in there on Lanal and gets the takedown there, beautifully done. Drage very low as well, but that speed of Max enables him to dance around the situation. My goodness me, it's close, but I think the Tribe might just have this one in the bag as Javi goes down. First game will be Tribe's. Team Queso, I think, did really well for the opening stance, and that's something the Tribe have got to consider going forwards.
Yeah, great plays overall. A good back and forth, though. I definitely think there were a lot of signs from life from TQ, and they certainly made it competitive. Nobody out of the woods quite yet, but Tribe Gaming applied that pressure, and ultimately, you can afford to take deaths in this game mode, but you always have to make sure that you're rotating your players on to that hot zone. Sometimes just rotating one player in and out is how a lot of teams get it done. They're not necessarily that tanky composition that has brawlers like Pam, like Poco that kind of utilize that, but they certainly have some capabilities of doing so. Avi with a dash forward, a big pickup, and the kick to the face is going to be enough. 24 to 4%, and it's going to be a lead for TQ to start things off in game number 2.
Javi's still there until then and did a great job of delaying the onset of Tribe, but now they are in and in the mid and healing, and that's dangerous. Alice Shea shut down there of the mid as the residue will start to disable Drage there, and his slow was perfectly timed there for Team Queso to capitalize on it. But Tom and Lanal doing work still. Javi comes in, clears up 1. Will he clear up 2? Oh my word, it's connected, but he's got no super off the back of it. Probably 1 away, and those missed shots into Drage proved costly.
Yeah, Drage managing now to be alive here. Tom back in action too, but a pushback from Squeak. He's got the gadget down. He's sanctioning off this left-hand side as well with his shots, just trying to gain a lot of area control from his team. And Team Queso have a very diverse comp. Everybody kind of has a different role. As Javi, the aggressive one, picks up 1 kill, another one falling. Tom gets connected by Ali SSJ, and TQ continue to harp away at this hot zone. They're going to keep Ali SSJ on there for a little longer. He does go down, but they did manage to get some valuable percentage points as Tribe tries to take back over.
Such a quick retake, honestly. None did great there in that circumstance, and that's why Max here is a solid choice as well. But Tribe are behind. Team Queso did great at the beginning, but now are starting to falter. Boss is low here, and Drage might just pick it up. If not, Tom will be able to come around and try and get the pinch between himself, and Drage's still alive there. I didn't even notice, my word. 72% and climbing. It's so close, Kenny. Could go either way.
Oh my goodness, Lanal staying alive just a little bit longer. Boss now back in play. He's got the Lola ego down along with the shield. It's back and forth. Javi getting aggressive though. Drage falling weak. He's forced away, somehow staying alive a little longer. Lanal trying to get aggressive too now. Drage stepping back up. Ali SSJ. It's a close call. Stays up though. 100 to 96%. A strike back from TQ.
So close. But we love to see it, and we've had every match in the quarterfinal stages go to the 3rd set, Kenny, and I just feel like we might be making a full pair today. My goodness me. The comps are very close. This draft, I think, just slightly favors Tribe, though. Alice has been struggling a bit on this Squeak pick. When Tribe come back to the spawn, he's always kind of the first to get caught off guard and left alone now. It's very hard to do much about that situation there. Drage are able to stay alive on 210 HP, and that means that Javi needs to connect these shots to try to prevent it from healing back up, but can't quite do it. Nice connection though from Alice SJ, and the residue will be there as well as Queso start to close in on Tribe Gaming EU.
Yeah, and one thing to mention about this Tribe roster as well, they've got Amber playing against Lola. They can shred through the ego as well, get some extra value out of that. But for now, it's going to be TQ retaking this mid. Lenan has something to say about it, though. He's going to be spinning for a kill right there. They continue to hold the lead. Drage now back in the hot zone as well. And this is that rotation that I talked about. It's okay to lose players as long as you have the mid control and at least one man standing on that hot zone. They've now got well over a 20% lead. Tom throwing down a super 2. Boss is going to be burning up. He's going to be feeling the heat a little bit as now Tom continues to harp away. Team Queso all fall. Lenan pops the gadget. He's back in the mid. 30% plus now and climbing for Tribe Gaming.
I'm loving these wide pickaxe swings from Lenan, followed up by the supers, and there as well, the flying hook just to get straight back into the mid, wasting no time at all as every percent can come back to matter. He goes in now and he should get a double kill for his takedown, and he will! Beautiful stuff. Tribe will take this first set now, surely. I don't see a way in which they'll be able to falter. There's just not enough time for Team Queso to come back from the mid. Wonderful stuff from them, but again, this rivalry is far from over. Team Queso were able to bring it back a little bit along the way, but not able to secure the set. Tribe not celebrating too early as they know from last month that things can change in this situation, but so far, so good.
Yeah, I love that. You know, you see it on the player cam. Drage has not changed emotions. This is just part of the plan, right? You got to take it one step at a time. And he knows that very well. They've been in situations where they've been reverse swept. They've been in situations where they've been the ones trying to make the comeback. They've been all over the map. And that's just kind of what happens with the highs and lows of the year. It's a long, drooling, competitive season, 7 months just to qualify for the World Finals and claim your spot. They had to work hard for this. And I know that they are not ready to throw in the towel yet. They're going to try and hold this lead, and they're going to keep applying the pressure. Foot is going to be on the gas pedal here for set number 2 for Tribe Gaming as well.
Oh my word, that moment there was just so explosive. And it had to happen for them to secure that set. Very close though. I think the draft was pretty decent. Again, I'm not too convinced on the squeak. It had some good area denial, no doubt about it, but more kills on the side of Tribe by far. Actually, 14 for Tom, which is a rarity really on Amber. 16 for Lenan, and that made a lot of sense from what I saw. I thought Drage would have got a lot more, but the amount of utility that you bring to the table when it has a max on the cards, it just enables everyone to do more. But the damage was strong on the side of the boss, 43%, the most out of anyone actually in that first set. So again, I don't think the Team Queso are out of the running at all here. They can certainly bring this one back, but they are going to have to start to just bring things together just a little bit if they're going to be able to take on a comp like the one that Tribe were running, or at least make what they want to draft work a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what the split was for kills going into game number 3, because it felt really close overall, but game 3 may have sealed their fate in terms of the statistics there. Overall, a really well played set from Tribe. And like you said, Team Queso are very much still in this. We're going to hop over to Deep Diner now for a little gym grab action. I personally really enjoyed this map throughout the year, Ark. You know, I think it's paved the way for brawlers like Spike, who maybe haven't been as meta recently, and an EMEA favorite too, like Griff, shows up here an awful lot.
Yeah, it's one that I really like, and I've seen a great combo recently of Gus combined with Ash by SK, and it was very good against Reply Totem. Let's see though, the bands coming in with Max, Griff, and Gene. Otis very quickly drafted there by Team Queso. Bands from Tribe Gaming, Ruffs, Squeak, and Bonnie. First pick, Penny, and that's always a good time for me, Kenny.
Yeah, I like that combination that you gave a shout out as well. I believe SK used that in the Queso Cup finals just a few days ago, and it worked really well.
You do your homework, Kenny.
Yeah, of course. I told you I'm a fan of EMEA.
Love it. Love it.
A little bit doesn't mean I haven't done some watching. We love to see it too. Janet being selected by Boss here. I like the Otis selection. Janet, somebody I'm not quite as high on as I used to be, but certainly a solid brawler here too. Could be a good gym carrier as well, especially all things considered. She does have a super that allows her to be invincible as she flies through the air for a good swift getaway plan. I think overall, 2 pretty solid starts. I love the aggressive play from Stu. I think overall a very solid gym carrier, and Penny certainly can serve a well purpose here with that Penny turret, but I never am upset with seeing a Poco. I think right now he's in such a strong place.
Yeah, 100% Poco here, but does open the doors for Gus to come in as well for Tribe. I mean, the super's so oppressive in that respect, and pop it onto Lenan and allow him to go on an absolute tear. I wonder whether Tribe are feeling that towards that brawler now, as it isn't a decent spot for it, but it is still a little bit on the weaker side of things, more of a support-based idea. and other things could help them out better. Going with a Surge. Kind of surprised considering that Carl is still on the cards here. But it does work out well on this map. I've got to be honest, I have seen a fair amount here, and you've got to consider the fact that there's no wall break on the side of Team Queso. There is to drop the base though on the side of Janet as well. That's a consideration here, which could keep pressure on a brawler like Surge with that slow mobility in the early stages. But nonetheless, one that can obviously, you know, jump over those walls as well in the later stages. So I do prefer the Tribe Gaming draft. I think the thing with the Penny here as well, able to lock on with that turret to the drop the base gadget from the Janet side of things as well. And Otis, you know, is really the strongest of those on the side for me of Team Queso. Janet, no doubts about it, very, very strong, but does have some weak areas against this kind of comp.
Yeah, Manon already at that tier 2, and that's going to be enough to get him that for the remainder of the game. That's such a big factor coming in for a brawler like Surge. He's a pop-off brawler. If you don't get him up in tiers, he's going to be a very, very tough brawler to play. He's going to pick up another kill, though. Lenon with one gym as well. Avi falling weaker. He does have the super available. We'll see how they play this, and Lenon is the one that is the victor in that matchup. Boss, though, is able to remain in the mid, picks up 4 gyms and a 2 gym count lead now for Team Queso.
Going well so far for Tribe, and I'm loving this aggression here from Lenon. But if you look at the gems, it's actually a very close story as hell. It doesn't look like it from the plays, but the gems are what matters here. Penny turret goes down by Tom, but it's not locked on yet to the drop the base, and Alias Shade just capitalizes on the opportunity. Great stuff. Gems though, go back to Drage. The lead is thoroughly with Queso now, 7 gems, and Tribe, if they want to get this game in their pocket, they've got to turn this around.
The fact that Lenon stayed alive there, tiptoeing his way out of the Poco shots and all the Hobby shots was unreal. He's now got another super as well to get up to tier 4 when he so chooses. He's going to get aggressive on the Hobby now. Going to be falling very weak. No, needs to be careful here. Boss has a lot of gyms in hand. He's a very healthy brawler. Drage scoops up another one too. And right now it's mid-control for Tribe, but they're definitely not secure in this. Team Queso and Ali SSJ have something to say about it as they launch into flight. Tom throwing down the salty barrel, trying to get some good offense generated for his team. And that Penny turret going down, so certainly help the cause, but right now it's still Team Queso with a very small lead.
Rage and Lenon just doubling down here, and I think they've got to. Great connection onto Alias SJ, puts Boss in a really tough place. He's on his own, he can't contest the mid here, he can't get the gems he needs, and Tribe are only 1 away from countdown. Boss might even go down here, Lenon wants to go on the aggressive, the Penny turret as well. Drage gets the pick up, and all the walls are coming crumbling down here for Team Queso, as now they're in a commanding position on the Tribe side of things to move on to match point. Team Queso are going to have to do so much to reset here.
Yeah, a good start there by picking up the kill, but unfortunately Otis goes down too, and now it's left to Ali SSJ with 5 seconds to go to try and find a kill onto Drage. Too weak to do anything though, and Drage manages to stay alive throughout the end of that game. It's now going to be Tribe Gaming picking this one up and forcing a match point.
I'm worrying a little bit for Bax, because if Tribe Gaming just secure this, it will be the most convincing of the matches we've had in the quarterfinal stages. And it would then mean that Tribe are the team that will be faced off against them in the semifinals. And, it could be a real tough one. But either way, if Team Queso get a reverse sweep here as well, I don't think that spells much more to say about the situation either for them. So either way, we'll see the conclusion as to what final team will qualify for the World Finals in this lower bracket. This matchup will determine who backs play in that semifinal stages. So you can't skip a beat here. Tribe get a really commanding start. 3 gems in the pocket. Lenon very aggressive here. Probably go down, but trying to get some value along the way. In fact, no, he won't go down. He's staying alive, and I don't know how.
Yeah, staying alive a lot longer than expected. Unfortunately for Tribe, though, Drage is going to fall. A good pinch play coming in there. Boss throwing down the heals for his teammate as well through that gadget, and he's going to pick up his 8th gym now, commanding lead for Team Queso.
Tom gets traded out on the right-hand side. Drage dashes into the mid for the gem. Boss, though, and Javi are much better in terms of the HP. Javi can't really risk the mute onto Lenon. He can just jump over it, but now he can exit. Beautiful stuff from Javi. And the pick on Drage as well. Lovely stuff. Shooting ball kill. Team gets to get countdown.
Wow, they've instigated a countdown, and they can't pick this up from the mid. They have to get on the offensive. It's just Drage left standing, though. Speed zone instantly taken down. 2 weak brawlers for Team Queso, but it's just Tom left standing. 2 seconds to go. Not enough time on the clock, and they're going to force a double match point now, the 2nd for Tribe Gaming.
Wow, it just goes to show that Team Queso has still got a lot of fight left in the tank. And they're bringing it now, and that's the time to do it. They're not out of the running yet. That prize pool here today. Oh, nice connection. Fat splatter, lovely there from Harvey. Knows full well that that can go through the wall, and therefore Drake has to be more considerate around where he places that speed zone moving forwards, then didn't. So, okay, maybe just wants to keep the aggressiveness there and extend the range of it to allow Lenan to go on that tear. But yeah, Harvey can just come around here, and that's 2 gadgets down potentially if Team Queso want to take it down. And considering how hard it is to shake those speed zones, I think maybe Tribe needs to be a bit more cautious on their utility.
Yeah, and somehow Drage is going to stay up on this top right-hand side. Boss and Janet backing up here to try and get this pinch. They're going to throw down the heals too. Drage really disrupting things for Team Queso with just Javi in the mid. They finally get a pick up on to Drage, but it does cost them a little bit of time. However, Tribe not able to pick up any of these gems. In fact, they're going to lose Lenan there too. It's going to be 5 gems for Boss, 1 for LESSJ. Again, a great start for Team Queso. They're up 6-0.
Yeah, Tribe have lost a lot of time here, but if Alex goes down here, but takes the skies, lovely from him. Great defensive capabilities of that particular brawler. Keep the gem safe and sound. It wouldn't be the worst thing if he does go down to the penny turret and swap the gem over. They have got the time to do things like that, but I think they're going to go on the aggressive. That 1 gem might turn the tide in favor of Tribe here. Drage though low, gotta be very careful here as Javi 1 shot away, the dash is there, the gassy hill value off the back of that, and that boy survives, my word. Boss weak on the other side of things, and that's gonna make Team Queso reconsider their position here.
Wow, what a play coming in from Drage. That was great work to stay up and would have been a huge momentum swing. I mean, Team Queso really could have come away with that, and it would have been terrifying. Right now, though, it's Tribe back in control. Gym account lead for Team Queso. They only need 1 more. Boss falling very weak, though. He's actually going to fall, and now Drage looking to make a move. Javi with a misconnection from the Super 2 things, looking bad here for Team Queso, as now Drage and his team are going to be able to pick up more time. They're going to be able to tie up this gym count.
What a turnaround. The pressure that Tribe have been able to exert upon Team Queso now really is looking like the end. And there's the gems going down as well. Just Javi alive. Boss coming back into the mix. But there's so much time and scale of the map to be able to cover here to get this reset. It is possible. 5 seconds to do it though. Drage is weakened. Alice might get this, but he's not able to. Drage will survive, and Tribe Gaming EU with the most confidently done game today proceed to the semi-finals.
Our first 2-0 of the day, but man, it didn't really feel like it. Congratulations to Drage and Tribe Gaming. They will be moving on to the semi-finals, and man, we've got some awesome matches ahead of us, but these have been absolutely crazy. LESSJ there, definitely a look of disappointment on his face, but honestly, a great regular season to the year. They made it to MSI. They're going to the World Finals. If you're a Team Queso fan, this isn't the end of the road quite yet. There is still hope for you, and I think overall, they should be proud of themselves. Definitely a team that looking into the year, they had a great finish to the 2021 year. These guys get picked up by Team Queso, and they start out swinging. I think it was a team that we certainly commended at the beginning of the year, somebody who really looked fierce and like a good opponent, even picking up a monthly final win at one point. Overall, though, Tribe Gaming going to be the better team here today, and they will be moving forward.
There were some glimmers for sure for Team Queso, and a valiant attempt to come back around. I think this could have gone to the 3rd and final. I mean, again, on a day like today, it wouldn't be the craziest of things if it did. But just the ability for Tribe to survive for me was the story there. I mean, you just saw time and time again how Lenan was able to stay alive on such minimal HP. Drage as well, and you know, look at those kills for Lenan as well, 11. But Javi as well, equalizing on that side of things too. So there were really a lot of stories to tell through those stats that look a lot closer on paper. But visually on the game, it just wasn't quite the case. In fact, Javi had the most damage out of anyone there. So doing so much for his team, but at the end of the day, the synergy was just not quite enough to see it through to the 3rd set. And on the Tribe side of things, it just seemed like the chemistry was there today.
Kills are only part of the story, and I mean, if you take a closer look, Team Queso actually had 1 more kill in that set, and they're still the ones that are going to fall. It's going to be an 11-11 performance here for Lenan, who is definitely a great player to watch. So much fun as always. I love seeing him when he gets on these more aggressive brawlers, kind of those pop-off X-Factor kinds of plays, the low ceiling, the low floor, high ceiling kinds of guys. It makes sense to me that he is elected the MVP here. Great performance and a great addition to this team. They now have 4 super solid players. Any combination of those 4 that they play, it's going to be an awesome performance.
Well, hopefully your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com going in your favor. MVP there, Lenan, and again, he was playing great, wasn't he? Let's be honest. I highlighted again how heavily he was playing that Carl pick and hot zone. It just worked out so well for them, and combining with that Max as well. A great amount of team support. Got to give a shout out to Tom as well. I mean, on that Hmble pick in set number 2, really, set number 1, I think it was, so many kills, such a rarity to see. But we are now concluded as far as the quarterfinals are concerned, and moving on to the semifinals. The next match prior to our break will be NaVi versus SK Gaming. Again, NaVi have had a much better start of things going forwards after MSI now, and SK Gaming fresh off the back of a win last month in the grand final, so they are in a fantastic position, but had a narrow scathe with Craze clan earlier today, who are now out, but not out of the running for the World Finals contendership. Hmble are, but Backs are still in the semi-final stages as well, so we need to finalize that and see how it goes. I'm very jealous that I'm going to be signing off of the semi-finals, going to be leaving it with yourself, Kenny and Trav, but we'll be right back, guys. But first, a quick word from our sponsors.
What a close call. That came down to the absolute wire.
And honestly, I didn't even know you could make a play like that.
Welcome back to the September edition of Knockouts, where we show you the most amazing plays from the latest monthly finals. First up, Portuguesa Esports isn't messing around. It's going to lead to all 3 brawlers standing, but one FA are in their spawn. They're in trouble, and they just need to stay alive.
Well, I'm looking at Weepy. It'd be a great thing to pick him up and add that to the count. That's a great stun, and Gringle thinks about it. Oh, the timing of that, and the escape is there, but no! Oh, the blue star is going to come in so clutch under these circumstances. Portuguesa Esports take the dub against all odds.
Up next, Atara Chan Club go against the odds.
And now, Zeta Division are really closing down on the percentage, and they're going to take the lead.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful honey molasses there from Chappie there to take the shot, but can this push prevent Zeta Division 0 from taking it? Curry staying in the middle of his marks up 99%. It's just a Chappie, and it looks like Atara Chankov might just do this trap.
With Cubic, where there's a will, there's a way.
We're towards the final 40 seconds of overtime, and NaVi have the positioning to score. All they need is a kill or a super or something to open things up here.
It's got to be. Turret move further up from Angel Boy. It is going to almost fall down. Q gets the ball, and he pushes back. Gets the knockback in the stun onto Vajnik there. Gets the ball in.
And now, let's see how Zulon performs under pressure.
We'll see how well it works out, though. Patchy's going to try and make something happen versus Tyrant. There's a stun, but he is able to get the diff. Toast and Patchy both need to make this happen versus Zulon. There's kill number 1. Toast doesn't have enough DPS to make this happen, or does he? No final shot. The healing station is able to win this matchup.
To cap things off, watch RBM become an immovable object.
Juan Carlos is the guardian of the ball on the left side, but he's now starting to take some damage. Big dodges as well. He's actually going to be holding on to it. A pass over to the right side. It looks like RBM might be able to pick it up, but he can't risk it versus Vetages. Here's a gotcha as well. He needs to make this happen. Vetages needs to be able to walk it in. No, RBM is still able to defend it, and Vatra Gaming will be taking this game and this set back, now leading us to a 2-1 game.
Thanks for watching. Come back next month for more incredible plays.
Let's go beat up some bots.
Show some respect.
Oh, that was a low blow.
Come on, let's go, gang. Turning up the heat.
Time to show the kids how it's done.
Does pay. Out of my way, Greenhorn. Double trouble. You messed with the wrong maw. This ain't over. I'm the boss of bosses.
Put on your jukes. Gloves are off.
misses.
Playtime's over, kids.
Come to mama! You got scrapped!
Welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it! No way this one!
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. What a day we've got in our hands. World Finals spot still yet to be claimed. Craze Clan on the sidelines after an early exit, and Bax have the opportunity, Trav, to pull off the unthinkable. This really could be a day that goes down in the Brawl history books.
I'm honestly really hoping it does, because if Bax have made it this far, they've defeated Reply Totem. What's stopping them from defeating Tribe Gaming and clinching that world spot as well? But obviously before that, we've got NaVi versus SK Gaming, which doesn't really affect the grand scheme, but there's always some time for some great Brawl Stars.
I think we've got two great semifinals ahead of us, and every single quarterfinals delivered. Tribe Gaming and Team K, so what we just watched was the only 2-0, and it really didn't feel like a 2-0 to me. I still felt like Team Queso showed quite a bit of life there. I feel like for a lot of people at home and ourselves, this is a very tough one to predict here, right? I know I'm torn, I know Arc was torn, but this is what we're gonna roll with. All three of us going with SK Gaming here, and you ended up choosing Tribe while Arc and I chose Bax. What led to your decision there?
I mean, Tribe were just looking so good in that game. Yes, Bax were as well. They defeated Reply Totem, but I'm just going to be that guy and say maybe it was a fluke. I'm not, taking anything away from Bax, but I think maybe it was just, that one game that they were so desperate to win. They've won it, and they might go further, but honestly, I think the likelihood is Tribe take the win.
I'll be honest, I also agree. I think Tribe are the safer bet. If you're at home, you need to secure some points for that spray, you roll with it. But like you said, if Bax can do it against Totem, why not Tribe too? And I think I'd regret it if I didn't put them. I think they deserve a lot of love. I have no idea how much percentage of the people at home are going to vote for Bax, but they deserve a little love, and I think Arc probably feels the same way too. They deserve some representation because there's enough of a percent chance that they can take it home. But for now, it's going to be NaVi versus SK Gaming, two teams that historically have done so well in Brawl Stars, and that has continued this year too. NaVi, of course, with a little bit rocky at the start of this year, but they've really bounced back. They've been performing at a much higher level as of recent history. Cubic, Alex, Angel Boy, loving what this roster has been doing recently.
Yeah, I mean, second at World Finals last year, second in the last monthly final, just falling short to SK Gaming, so they're back for their revenge, and I think that's the main thing here. They'll be wanting to win, get some revenge against SK Gaming, who did cut them short and make them end in second last monthly, and this roster definitely has it in them. After, Craze taking SK Gaming to the last game, double match point, they're gonna have some good momentum, but I think that NaVi, they've got it in them, but I was just like, in my predictions, I'm like just trying to be realistic nowadays, and my days of voting for the underdog are past me, so that's why I kind of sided with SK.
Hey, that's all right. Me and Arc will take over in that category today. SK Gaming, though, obviously some familiar faces. If you've been watching Brawl Stars for a while, Semantic, iChaos, Guille, these guys have definitely had their ups and downs throughout the year, right? That quarterfinal stage has definitely been something that's been a little bit more challenging, I would say, for them, but their ceiling as a team so high. They're one of the teams that has come very close to beating Zeta Division 1 this year. At MSI, it came down to a 3-2, 2-1 scenario, down to the wire, one of the most impressive feats we've seen all year. Now they've racked up some monthly finals wins, and they're looking to cap it off here at the end of the year with a nice win once again.
Yeah, I mean, if they can pull out a big win now, get to the finals, or even win this tournament, it'd be huge after being so close to being defeated in those quarterfinals against Craze Clan. So, if you can come back from that deficit, win the semifinals, and then win the finals as well, that would be absolutely huge. But obviously, first, they've got NaVi standing in the way. They don't want to think about the finals just yet. They have to beat NaVi. Both of these teams are already qualified to Worlds, so I'm sure they're going to be pleased about that. But there's cash, there's confidence, and there's definitely some kind of momentum heading into Worlds if you do make it far in the last monthly finals.
Absolutely. That's what the last month is for. Look, they've both qualified, like you said, but you want to go in with confidence. You want to see the results in that 7th month and be playing at your best towards the end of the year. I'm sure that's part of the inspiration for why we have double points too. We want to see the best teams at the end of the year playing at monthly finals, and both of these two teams have certainly earned their spots throughout the year, and NaVi with a chance to really show what they've got here as well, especially on an opening map like this. Brawl Ball was a very fun one to watch earlier for SK, and I think center stage will certainly pave the way for some interesting plays as well.
I mean, it always does. I mean, you stick SK Gaming on a map like Brawl Ball, typically, or on a game mode like Brawl Ball, typically they just throw it in the corner, place some bow mines on it, place a Gale gadget on it or something like that. But against Craze Clan, we saw the complete opposite. It was pure aggression, and that is what I love. The amount of emotion I put in that cast, the amount of emotion was coming out on the cameras from both of the teams was just absolutely phenomenal. I'd love to see more of it. The NaVi Nation once again getting behind them, and they're actually siding with NaVi. We are the minority at the moment when we're voting for SK Gaming, because the NaVi Nation have got a huge following behind them, and that kind of reflects always in the public picks.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I mean, the fact that SK managed to grab 37% against NaVi is a pretty huge feat, in all honesty. A lot of the times the NaVi fans are just racing to vote for them. They're very loyal and very deserving of it, too. I mean, they're a great team, but SK, I think it's hard to say, despite what you all at home said, I know you all said NaVi, but I do feel like, in all fairness, SK should be a favorite here. Here are the bans on the left-hand side. We've got Otis, Janet, and we'll see what that other ban is momentarily. Squeak, Carl, Gene on the other side. The penny pick coming through for Semantic at 1.1, 1.2. It's going to be Cubic with the bow.
Bow picked by NaVi and Gale as well. This is what I said beforehand. It's SK Gaming. They throw Gale super, they throw Gale gadgets, they throw bow mines on the ball in the corner, and then NaVi are going to go and try do it to them. We've got the Griff up next for Guille, and nice pick for SK there. They're able to break up the map quite nicely, kind of expose Gale. Bow will be able to handle himself quite nicely when the map's open regardless, but Gale, not so much. Yes, he'll be able to do it, knock them back with the super and so on. But against a Griff and a Penny, you're always going to be a little bit of a disadvantage when you're out in the open as a Gale. Final pick going to be Amber, so they're going all out breaking the bushes with Amber, breaking the walls with Griff. And now NaVi are going to have to compensate for that because they're going to need a little bit more range to fight in late game or even overtime.
Yeah, we got a couple brawlers on the field now that we saw a little bit earlier today. We got Amber reoccurring as well. When we watched East Asia a while back, Trav, in those semifinals, Amber definitely showed up and helped Zeta Division 1 get a nice win in this spot. Of course, Griff, a very popular brawler for EMEA right now too. And wow, an Ash pick to finish it off. A little risky running into Griff, right? Griff going to be somebody that's going to be trying to tear open this map a little bit. Amber's going to be trying to gain them some visibility with burning up this grass. But, you know, if the Ash pops off, if he gets close enough, it can be really scary. I feel like in terms of composition, I can see it going either way. Two very, very different play styles about to come in.
I mean, NaVi are literally going for the SK Gaming special. Probably use an Ash, get an early goal, use that explosive amount of HP, the gadget, just try force a goal in early and then just throw it in the corner. Stick a couple of twisters on it, stick some bow mines on it, and it's going to be tough to get it out of that position. But we'll see how it plays out, whether SK Gaming know how to counter their own strategy or not, because so far, the wall's already being broken up, the grass is being broken up by Guille, and it's not the start that Angel Boy wants, and especially on this lane as well.
Another thing to note too, Alex is actually running the slowing star power from Gale, not the stun, and that's going to get a pickup as well. Angel Boy, the takedown, the iChaos, out trekking down this left-hand side though, electing to stay back for now though. Amber super going down, not really making any connections. Cubic receiving the ball now, takedown. It's going to be a close call, but he does get the goal in the corner. It's going to be Cubic to start things off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Guille just died to a mine as well. A little bit unfortunate for him. Angel Boy pushing up quite nicely down this left-hand side, but Griff Super's going to burn straight through that. Cube's going to pick up a nice kill. Got the bow mines as well. Alex with a knockback to get Guille out of his shooting way, and the super shot comes through. Cube sees the opening. He seizes the opportunity, and game number one swiftly goes to NaVi.
And he cracked his knuckles at that too. That's crazy that this team managed to get an absolute dime of a goal, and it was nothing. They are unfazed, and I mean, I've got chills. That was kind of nice. And a good start here for NaVi. They're going to take a 1-0 lead in this set to get things off. Cubic on the aggressive along with Angel Boy. A good choice, I think, by Semantic to open up this wall. They're going to have to play their distance against Angel Boy on the aggressive Ash. iChaos playing defense against Alex on this left-hand side. Pick up by Penny. They're going to kick this off to the left. Should be enough space. Chaos pinch. Now Alex is going to be picking up this ball. NaVi has some offense that they can work with.
I mean, they're just going to go try and push the ball through. They're not quite able to get it yet, and he picks up the ball. Chaos doesn't manage to grab it. Angel Boy takes it straight out of his hands, forces it in, and makes it 1-0. Still got 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for SK, and this is going to be prime SK time as well. They have the walls broken up in their home zone. They're going to throw a turret down the left-hand side, and the burn down. This is a position they want to be in, but whether or not they're going to capitalize on this map being open is another story.
Yeah, that was a huge moment for them. 3 brawlers versus 2, and Cubic steps up in a big way on that left-hand side. He does manage to get the pickup onto iChaos, who is running the penny. Kick over to this right-hand side, though. Semantic placing this a little past the mid-ground. Guille getting sneaky here. Going to burn up Angel Boy. Alex with a super as well. Remember, he's not running the stun. He's running the slow, so he's not going to be able to keep Guille invulnerable here for too long. iChaos, though, rushing for this ball. Cubic actually has an opportunity. Bounce shot available. He's going to take his time, light it up. Shot fired. It's going to be 2-0, and NaVi with a swift set.
SK, all they could do is just watch them. They just got absolutely walked over by NaVi. I questioned it a little bit with their comp, but they pulled through, and they pulled through hard, because that was just complete destruction. They even broke up the map, and they still managed to just walk over them. Did not stop them at all. When the map got broken, Angel Boy took a hit, but Gale and Bo were just completely popping off still.
I mean, honestly, NaVi just from top to bottom that entire set looked so good. There was really never a moment where SK were looking like they were going to take a lead, you know, get a big goal. Nothing like that. There's the sniper shot once again that lands. I mean, NaVi just looked great. And honestly, all things considered, this is kind of a very SK-esque composition, like you mentioned. I mean, that's got to be a confidence shaker for SK. But again, this is NaVi. These are guys that have finished in the finals for the World Finals last year. They're no slouches, and just because they started off a little slower the year doesn't mean they can't finish strong, and that is exactly how they're going to start our semifinals. 6 kills for Cubic and 42% damage. What a performance on our first set.
Little 3-2-1 over the other side of SK Gaming. Cube got 6 kills on his own. He got more kills, well, the same kills than the entire SK Gaming roster as a whole. So huge plays by him. I believe on the Gale, I think he was, or maybe he was on the Bow, one or the other. But regardless, he played extremely well, and the aggression that they had, even with like a Gale and a Bow in an open map, is kind of ridiculous. And SK Gaming just were not prepared for that composition to go that aggressive, I don't feel.
Yeah, what a huge turnaround. I mean, in terms of expectations, I expected that to be much closer, and it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility to win this for me. You know, coming into it, I picked SK, the casting disc picked SK. A lot of people at home, you all picked SK, and they're defending monthly champions. I mean, I didn't expect a sweep like that. However, it is one set. It is SK. They've come back in worse spots before, and now we're hopping into safe zone. It's going to be a nice, clean reset for them here. A completely different game mode that plays out so differently, and I think this has been a really fun one to watch too, at least in EMEA. SK has a little bit of familiarity with this map as of recent. They did play in the Queso Cup finals against none other than Reply Totem, a great opponent to get some practice on for this map, and they've had experience against lots of different combinations here. NaVi do run some crafty kinds of brawlers. They're ones that kind of go against the grain. They run what they think is best, and you know, Totem was a team that ran Buzz in that scenario, and SK ended up taking a win there, running an 8-bit kind of Brock wall break. There's just so many different combinations that I feel like could be used here.
I mean, it's just another one of those maps that you expect SK to be good on. It's that passive kind of play style, wait for your opportunities, seize them when you get them. And yeah, I said this about the last one, and we saw how that played out. NaVi quickly walking over them in Brawl Ball. And honestly, with how they played that, if they repeat that kind of same play style, kind of adapting to what SK do and taking those brawlers before SK can, then I definitely think there's a possibility that NaVi can just take this one as well and go 2-0 up, and that would put SK in a really unfavorable position. They'll have to reverse sweep. There's nothing they haven't done before, but it'd be a long road.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, NaVi are looking in good shape right now in that first set. Still a lot of Brawl left to be played here. And here's the Robot Factory again. This is going to be Heist, the objective, taking down that Heist safe as quickly as you can. A lot of different combinations here. We talked about the Queso Cup finals just a moment ago and the Brawlers that were kind of run there. Some ones that we saw earlier today when we were casting Trav. A lot of the bands such as Colette, Crow, Penny, Max shows up here. Like Daryl and Stasia and EMEA do show up quite a bit here. And there's going to be some bands there. Of course, Griff being a favorite in EMEA right now, he's going to be out of the picture. Bell not in it as well. On the other side, it's going to be that Colette, Otis, and Carl. First pick overall, highest brawler pick rate as well. It's going to be Brock, followed up by 8-bit, which is exactly the brawler that they ran the other day in those Queso finals.
And I see NaVi sticking to the top pick rates, and then obviously B coming in from Guille, which we know is a bit of a Guille special, and I like what they're going for so far. I'm going to be taking the Max. Obviously B's got that slowing effect that they can throw out and kind of negate the value that the Max speed does provide, but at the same time, Max's mobility is so good at avoiding these B shots and trying to stop her from getting the supers in the first place, and we know how effective that can be. Just the wiggles that the pros are using nowadays. It wasn't like that back in the day, and you'd used to just reactive dodge, but now people are wiggling, they're moving about. Angel Boy gonna take the Amber. It didn't pay off for SK in setting the stage, but it might pay off for NaVi here. I feel with a Max it makes it a little bit better, but I also don't think we see Amber much on safe zone at all.
Yeah, that's kind of a wild card factor for me too, right? I think it kind of plays the same role in a sense that something like a Max and Ems combo would, right? You know, Amber can a lot of times be used for that area control, which Ems is famously known for. I would never expect to see Ems on a map like Safe Zone, but I think it's the same kind of concept, right? I think they pair this with a brawler like Brock. You know, Amber can definitely keep her range, get some damage, do a lot of work onto that high safe. I think I could see the idea here at least a little bit. On the other side, though, they're going to be going for this sharpshooter long range composition. They're going to pair the last pick with a Bonnie. I like this choice. I mean, 3 solid brawlers, not necessarily a synergy that I see going down for SK Gaming off the top of my head, but be a strong brawler here. Bonnie, a great spot. And Semantic, if he can get down the map, will deal out a ton of damage. It's just a matter of getting the slowed arcade machine all the way down there.
Yeah, oil missed by Angel Boy, and the fire did not connect, and speed now available. Cube's going to throw some shots towards Safe and avoid Guille's 3k as well, but Alex sadly isn't. He's going to go down to a nice little pinch between those 2 players. Cube going to try and break up these walls nicely. He does just that, which is opening up the mid, allowing Alex a little bit more maneuverability and the ability to dodge, but then at the same time, he's kind of opening him up to be pinched by the 8-bit, which obviously isn't going to be too helpful.
Yeah, I think it's a little give and take there, right? You know, B gets a little extra range, Max has some more space to work with, but I think a big thing for me is the more walls they take down, especially on their high safe side, you know, that's less places for Semantic to place that turret. It's a little more wide open. They can take it down quickly, and that's kind of how 8-bit gets his superpowers, right? Right now, he's running a little bit faster. He can teleport away. Angel Boy doing his best to deal with Semantic. That super going to be close. It is going to get the finish there, though. 100% to 89%. Small lead for NaVi.
Shots trying to go down on Safe now. Super going to connect a couple of rockets, but not too much. Alex not going to connect the heal onto Angel Boy on top of that as well. Burn Down needs to come in, doesn't connect with Semantic either. But Cube's not stopping there. He's continuously shooting shots towards Safe. He might not get some shots onto Chaos, but he will get a 21% damage overall. Not the biggest amount considering the control they have had, but it's definitely something SK can shut down quite quickly if they just throw a turret up and get 1 singular extra credits down on Safe.
Yeah, now they're going to have to play some good defense here. A little less than 50 seconds to go. SK, plenty of opportunity. Another teleport away. It's going to keep Semantic a little bit safer. Still got burned up a little bit, and he's actually going to fall here. That's going to be a tough loss as iChaos dives in, though. Does help the side of SK recover just a little bit. They're trying to find a pinch on Guille, but manages to stay up. What a connection there. Angel Boy now forced to kind of tag team this against Semantic and Guille, throwing down a super, keeping SK at bay in the mid, and they actually find a kill on Semantic while NaVi uses the speed to get Cubic and Alex back in action immediately. Overall, what a series of events there for NaVi.
I mean, Angel Boy just did so much work. He was 1v2ing, keeping them back. Without him there, everything would have collapsed for NaVi. But with him there, they might have just saved the game with that play. 20% lead now, and Alex just hitting shots. Samantha's going to go down, phase shifter through the middle, and Chaos and Gear cannot do anything right now. NaVi are going to move another game up, and they're 1 game away from being 2 sets up, and that might be an unredeemable position for SK.
Yeah, this is looking very scary if you're an SK fan right now. I think overall, I'm just super impressed with NaVi. They've had control a lot of the times. You know, they have not given SK the choice to play their more comforting, you know, kind of slower approach, right? We mentioned it earlier. This is a map that I think of when I think of SK. You pick your spots. It's a passive-aggressive kind of map. You get your 1 pickup or kill off the rip. You keep your lanes. You maintain them. And then finally, when you get that breakaway moment, you dish all the damage you can and make the best of it. But NaVi has stayed on the aggressive side. They haven't let SK up at all. Angel Boy now attacking this right-hand side. Semantic forced away. He's going to be falling weak here too, and Guille and Chaos are left to make up the rest of it in the mid.
Got some wonderful positioning for Angel Boy over there. Chaos going to go in, and he's going to get rocket fuel down. Did get 14% along with it, and eventually Angel Boy has been cleaned up. Slow down onto Cubic now, not able to get too many shots towards Safe or connecting with Semantic either. Still, no connections until that last rocket there. A little damage booster being placed down by Semantic. Burn is going to connect onto it, but it won't bring it down. This is a wonderful position for SK, and by far the best they've had throughout these 2 games.
Yeah, this is the SK we know and love, right? They're finally finding that spot. They've gained mid-control. Alex doing everything he can to fix this for his teammates, though. I like this choice from Cubic. They got to get rid of that turret. It's going to make it a little bit harder for Semantic to take advantage, but he's having no problem lining up those shots and manages to find another turret. This is only going to make 8-bit stronger. Guille staying in the mid as well. iChaos on the right. This is a full SK roster coming in full swing at this high safe, and now NaVi all of a sudden are going to have to play defense.
Nice little prediction by Cubic there, knowing he was going to TP back with that cheat cartridge, but they haven't got the biggest amount of damage down. Angel Boy's going to connect some shots onto Chaos, not fall either. Alex needs a super. Cube and Angel Boy need to rain down some damage on Safe. Nice dash from him there, going straight through that shot. Angel Boy's got Chaos jumping on him. Can't get him, but the Brock shot connects, and he brings him down. Super available as well, and Semantic's low. Alex is going to finish him off, and the percentage is closing down and down. 6% in it now, 40 seconds, and NaVi have the control.
Oh my goodness. A huge step forward for NaVi there, but then all of a sudden Guille with the pick up another one for Semantic. That's going to be 2 taken down right there. Angel Boy, the last one standing. 660 HP is all he has left as Alex returns in the action. Cubic is standing up as well. 74% to 80%, but is SK with control as the countdown begins.
Wow, I'm so confused how Angel Boy got a kill there. Did he burn someone before he went down? They're going aggressive. They get the kills. The shot's through. It's got a super as well. That's going to be the damage. Alex is not holding him off. They've got no time to get up, and that's 25% lead. NaVi have just turned it around in the final seconds of the game, and they will go 2 sets up. Cube is chilling. He's loving life. They've got a buffer zone, and SK need 3 in a row.
Wow, this is not one of the circumstances that I foresaw coming into our first semifinals all day long. It's been 2-1s, 2-1s, 2-1s. We've only had one match where it was a 2-0, and it was Tribe and TQ, which is a plenty competitive match. This time around, though, that 2-0 was a little more competitive. We saw a lot of signs of life from SK in that game, too, but at the end of the day, NaVi had it their way. They had enough aggression to put themselves in a good position, and they pick a composition too. I feel like this is a mistake a lot of pro players sometimes make. They go for a control-based composition that can't deal a heavy amount of damage, and that is not the case for NaVi. They do a great job throughout that entire set, and when it mattered most, they were able to step up, get the final percentages that they needed, and walk away with the win.
I mean, it just all lined up so perfectly for NaVi at the end. Angel Boy got a kill from beyond the grave, I believe, with his super and burning someone, and then the other two, the Max and Brock, just aggress, run straight at the safe, speed, damage, super over the top. Even if they were tanking it, it was just going to deal damage anyway. And Alex with that performance of 9 kills, but only 26% of the damage, 5 and 3 from Cubic and Angel Boy. And Semantic, Guille, and Chaos, very similar throughout, but Semantic with the majority of the damage on that 8-bit. He did play it well, but I feel like it was being shut down quite effectively by Brock and Amber.
Yeah, I think Angel Boy for me was a huge factor there. I think overall, you know, we had a little bit of a question mark with the Amber. Not that we thought it was bad. We just didn't really know what to expect, right? It's not a brawler that we see here all the time. We saw some upside with it in terms of high safe damage, maybe pairing pretty well with Max, but NaVi are so creative with these drafts. They always come up with these wild, awesome ideas, and they're just so fun to watch. I think seeing Amber there excel and seeing Angel Boy get kills that he shouldn't have, get damage that he shouldn't have had, and really helping pave the way for his teammates. I think overall, all 3 brawlers, of course, doing really well. But to me, Angel Boy and that Amber pick were just something that really stuck out to me, especially considering our draft analysis beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I liked the look of SK's comp a lot more off the start. I will say, you know, it just seemed a lot more well-rounded. I wasn't saying NaVi's comp was bad. I liked the way they could just aggress with that max speed, but SK's comp, it wasn't bad by any means. They had a lot of, like, you can see they were playing it literally how SK play everything. Just control. They were waiting for their opportunities, waiting for their moments, but the moments just didn't come. And when they did, they didn't utilize them enough. And NaVi just utilized their moments. When a Brock shot could go through, a Brock shot went through. When a Brock super could connect, it did. When max speeds needed to be used, they were. And NaVi just played that so perfectly towards the end of that second game. I mean, that was just absolutely flawless.
Yeah, I feel like these are 2 teams with very different mentalities and philosophies in Brawl Stars gaming. You know, in the past, NaVi's big run last year at the World Finals wasn't really due to a lot of tankier gameplay in that blind format. You know, we didn't have draft back then, so it was a little bit easier to get away with it. But these guys just came out swinging every single time. They aren't afraid to do something risky, go for that higher upside. And SK, of course, an excellent team. They're just a very different strategy. They go for that more passive-aggressive approach. They're going to play it calm, cool, and collected. They're going to run their strategies and brawlers that they're comfortable with, that they know they can excel with, and they're going to choose and pick their moments. NaVi, on the other hand, are just kind of going out swinging. They're going to do their thing. They're going to trust in their mechanics, and they're going to go out there with confidence, and that's exactly what we've seen as they take a 2-0 lead.
I mean, it's Canal Grande as well. It's usually a pretty decisive map. One team getting spawn trapped for the majority of it. It's all down to how that first interaction goes. Who gets the control of the bushes? Who gets control of the mid? Because then it's not played from side to side. It's played from the usual, back to front. But it's just walls and grass covering whoever needs to be in there. Bans are in. NaVi get rid of the Ruffs, the Janet, and the Otis. SK going to get rid of the Squeak, Max, and Ruffs. They don't want any more of that Max gameplay in here. Gene with the highest pick rate, and it is picked first. Gus coming up second from Cubic, and then their second pick will be up next.
Ooh, I like seeing Gus. I mean, I'm just excited since he's a newer brawler, but since he's a little more unfamiliar, I like seeing a team like NaVi come in and use him because I feel like they're going to try and find some creative way to implement him. I don't blame SK Gaming at all for picking Gene first overall. There's a reason Gene is that brawler pick rate #1 from the qualifiers. It's just so solid. Just a good foundation for any composition. The visibility that Gene provides is great with the fanning shot. You know, you've got the pull, which can really change the momentum of an entire game. Overall, Gene is just a difference maker, and I think that's a great first selection overall and doesn't really lock you into any particular strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very versatile, really. And, you know, the Gale has been picked purely because, you know, Gus paired with a tank can be dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Now they're going to have the Lamp Blowout. They're going to have the Gale Super to knock back. I really like that pick. I think it's just accounting for a lot of the possibilities that NaVi could take, and then they're going to take the best possible tank as well. They've taken Sam, and we honestly haven't really seen massive amounts of Sam in competitive. We've seen a little bit in previous monthly finals. It didn't go too well. And then on top of that as well, we've seen a little bit in ESL, and it didn't really work that good in a lot of the circumstances. It can be counted out fairly easily by another tank. I've seen Primo being played into it, Daryl being played into it. But they're going to go for a Lu. And I don't know how I feel about that. Yes, I've seen it played here before, and I think it was an NA pick, so maybe you can explain this one to us.
I am excited. Anytime I see Lu with NaVi, it's a great play. I think they're a team that is very high on Lu in general. You know, you see Sam coming out here too, and while we didn't see him earlier today in East Asia, I believe maybe a couple bans here and there, he definitely wasn't played, or else I definitely would remember it. He's been getting a lot of work here in, like, at least North America for a lot of practices I've seen. You know, a little bit of Queso Cup here and there, he succeeded, but this is a really interesting one. I don't necessarily see any crazy synergies coming in from NaVi. I think the Lu pick is maybe their favorite way to try and gain map control, plus deal with Semantic on this tankier brawler, and we know he can do a good job with those. But to start things off, SK taking a stance here early. It's 5-0. A freeze coming into Semantic though, and he's going to get picked up 4-5. NaVi recovered just a little bit. They're still down 1 star.
Nice work by Angel Boy. It comes in as well, and the stun's there on Chaos. Can he get the shot through? Gear might be stunned as well. The shot for the double stun, and Semantic's going to finish him off. The cleanup with the super. What a play from Gear. Knowing he was going to go down, he just stunned them, accepted defeat, and let Semantic do all the work.
Yeah, Semantic's doing a great job of it. A huge factor here too is you're going to notice that Semantic's just going to be cycling out that super constantly, picking it back up, just trying to stay as healthy as possible at all times. Guille hunkering down on this right-hand side as Alex and Angel Boy try to find any kind of momentum. Guille taking advantage of the super, a connection onto Alex as well. That's going to be a Guille pickup. 5 stars for Semantic, still a pull as well, and SK Gaming running away with it right now. It is a 12-star lead.
Wonderful stuff from them, connecting shots from Cubic, though. He has got his super, but honestly, there's no real people that are going to go aggressive and make the huge plays with this shield. So it's not the most influential thing, and now we can't even tank that pull because he was in the grass, unaware of him being there. Semantic's going to go down, and the deficit does start to close. If Neo goes down and we get a couple more kills, then it can be flipped. It's not out of reach for NaVi.
Yeah, they're certainly within striking distance. 24-18, 20 seconds to go. A blue star for Cubic. Semantic, though, getting aggressive, and he is going to be the one that picks it up. It's so difficult to take down Sam in those close quarter combats. Alex now rushing forward. He's going to drop down the salty barrel. Not enough, though. Semantic continues to pummel the enemy team, and it is too much of a lead at this point. SK Gaming taking a game and showing some real signs of life here in set number 3.
I mean, SK are not giving up yet. They look a little bit frustrated still, even with that massive win. Guille head in hands. But, I mean, this is the game they need. That is the perfect way to bounce back from being 2 sets down. They need to win 3 sets in a row. And there's no better way to start it than dominance like that.
Yeah, that's a huge confidence booster, and SK really showing why they deserve to be where they are and in such contention, and why they were so good at things like MSI. But to kick things off here, 2-3, SK still up 1 star, blue star in Gus's hands. That's going to be Cubic, and iChaos going ahead and popping the evil spirits right there, trying to make a connection onto Cubic, I imagine, and get that follow-up kill. Alex going to be falling very weak here, though. The Penny Salty Barrel going down. That's going to be a pickup for Guille. 5-2, SK Gaming 3-star lead.
Shot's going to try and follow through, but Super's readily available from the side of SK Gaming. All 3 members have them, and a gene pool's going to be massive. Chaos is looking for it, and they know they can't push into it. They can't push into a Gale Super either, or a Sam Super. The pull's there, the kill's there as well, and they extend their lead even further. NaVi in a world of hurt right now, but don't forget, they are still 2 sets up. They have this buffer zone, but nobody wants to lose a game. Nobody wants to lose a set this convincing.
Yeah, NaVi are certainly going to do all they can to take a stand here and at least show that the first 2 sets weren't a fluke. You know, they've got an interesting composition, right? Lou is not the easiest brawler in the world to play, but it can do well in the right circumstances. Another pull, though. iChaos just putting on a show right now. Semantic cycling those supers in and out. He's staying healthy the entire time, and when he's paired with iChaos, too, they can take advantage of the passive healing that Gene Super has. Or, excuse me, Star Power. Oh, my gosh. Another kill. Another one lines up, too. Semantic is on a tear right now, throwing down the super, trying to connect to Angel Boy, who is going to survive for now. Still a 7-star lead for SK Gaming.
Semantics managed to heal up as well. Chaos has got his super in hand also. Alex falls low. Cube's being chased down, gets pulled in, pops the shield though, but not really going to do too much, I don't think. Stun onto Alex. The lead widens, 11 stars now, and Angel Boy surely going to join them soon enough in a 3v1 situation. Maybe he can get some stuns off here, but even so, he's going to go down, or not at all. They take the game, they take the set, and SK Gaming remain alive.
Yeah, they can take a breather right here, just gaining themselves a little bit of momentum to try and take a stand here and make a comeback. It's going to be very difficult to do, but now it is 2-1. Definitely a huge step forward for them. And I think overall, just way more what we're used to seeing from SK Gaming. They play that semantic aggressive type brawler. They pick their spots. They go with the composition that I think was overall solid, well-rounded. I think overall, it was just what I'm used to seeing from SK. It felt a little more familiar to me, and it's good to see them take at least 1 set here at a minimum. I mean, I think it would be very unusual for them to go down in a 3-0 fashion to any team. They're showing that they're very much still in this. NaVi certainly not out of the woods quite yet.
Definitely not. I mean, there's a huge chance that SK do come back from this. As you can see, we've seen so far, a lot of it is about draft. SK get a good draft, they win. NaVi have had 2 good drafts prior to this, and I'm not taking it away from them, any team, but the draft is massively influential on the end result, and we saw it in this. NaVi just did not stand a chance when Sam started popping off as much as he did, and you can see it here time and time again. Angel can get all the stuns he wants, but if his team's not with him, they're not doing anything.
Yeah, I feel like in at least North America that I've seen, Sam's being picked a lot more. So I was a little shocked today overall to see him as least as we have. And, you know, and when you see a set like that, you see Semantic kind of pop off with him. You start to see the appeal a little bit. Yeah, maybe we'll see Sam on some good maps for him. 2-4-1 for the side of NaVi. And if you take a look on the other side, SK Gaming just put on a show. iChaos with 5 kills, still a good number, higher than any brawler on the side of NaVi. I think that really reflects how the storyline went for set number 3. SK Gaming are not going anywhere.
They're not done yet. They want this grand finals. They want the ability to win their 3rd monthly final of the year, and I believe that would actually be the team who wins the most if one of the people who have already won it twice. Actually, Totem are already out, so SK are the only team who've won it twice. If SK can do it, they will have won the most monthly finals of this year. So it's a huge achievement for them as well. They're striving towards that. NaVi are striving towards their 1st monthly final win to even further diversify the amount of teams we've actually had win a monthly final in EMEA. So it is absolutely huge storylines all around. Even if both of these teams are qualified for Worlds, they strive for greatness all the time, and NaVi, they're 1 set away from taking it, and SK have got to win both Minecart Madness and Dueling Beetles, which aren't exactly, you know, out of reach. I feel like, yet again, they are more of the same. It's more SK kind of maps, and there's a definite possibility they win the next 2.
Yeah, again, I mean, SK have done it before, right? We even saw it on the very first monthly final where they first carved their way to a monthly final victory. You know, they took on Tribe Gaming, they made a reverse sweep, and against a team like that, that's a very difficult thing to do. So if they can do it then, they can certainly do it now against NaVi. It's still a close one, though. NaVi showed some great promise in those first 2 sets, and if they get back down to business, they could absolutely do it as well here. Minecart Madness, definitely a headache for our pro players, but man, is it fun to watch on the casting side and on the fan side. We have 2 teams and a third party going to be our minecart running rampant throughout the middle of that map, going back and forth between the 2 sides. Bans coming in. It's going to be Bell, Carl, Otis on the other side, a Gene, a Griff, and a Squeak. And first overall, I'm a little shocked, but it is the Gus. He's been doing pretty solid today, though. Excited to see what SK does with him.
We've got the Janet and B on the other side of things from NaVi, which I do kind of like. They've gone for that ranged approach. I'm not sure if Gus is the right pick here. Maybe used as gem carrier, because obviously in tense moments you can just pop that super, get a shield for yourself, or throw it towards teammates if they need it as well. It can be quite versatile here, but Gia is going to go with that Bonnie and, you know, further go towards the ranged approach that both teams are kind of adapting towards at this point with their drafts. But so far, I kind of like what NaVi are bringing to the table. The B is going to be good against the Bonnie. It's going to, I believe, outrange Gus, and it's a pretty solid brawler in the meta at the moment. Easily top 10, and you know the ability to slow down the opponents and hit these 3K shots is always going to be good. Janet flying away and, you know, into the action as well can be good. Also, SK Gaming with their third pick is going to be Lola, which I do kind of like here. And, you know, we might again see something like the Amber or even a Bell or something like that to try and counter this Lola pick.
Yeah, Amber's a good shout out. I think that could be a good way to try and address the Lola. And I think the Lola ego, along with the shield that she runs, along with that gadget, can be really good into somebody like B. There is the Buzz, though. I was kind of waiting for a more tanky approach from one of these 2 teams. You know, my radar and Brawl senses kind of went off when I see the Gus pick come in, and just knowing how popular Buzz has been recently, now for EMEA too, and LATAM South last week. I think overall Buzz is somebody that's just all of a sudden popping up in the meta a lot, and NaVi do love them some tanks, and they have the B on their side, right? They don't have to worry about the other team making a counter pick at this point because it's their last selection. I think if you're going to run Buzz, that was a pretty opportune time to do it.
I also do think that with getting in range and getting your super might be a little bit difficult. I suppose he's just going to pop this gadget and go in straight away, but that puts him in a really unfavorable position, and Chaos should utilize his range against him right now and bring him down, but he's going to get hit by the minecart, completely oblivious to it coming round clearly, and that gives NaVi complete control and furthers the fact that they've already got the first minecart. Chaos is just going to go down to it.
Oh, that is brutal. And now NaVi can take advantage of this too. The second minecart coming in on their side this time, but they've got map control. They don't have to worry about it. It's already behind them. Guille strikes back though. SK Gaming down 5-0 to kick things off. NaVi looking way more similar to those first 2 sets.
Shot's going to be connected onto Guille. Flight comes in. Not really necessary, as he doesn't really want to go down with the gem either, because one gem can start the countdown just that little bit quicker, and with NaVi being in the position they are at the moment, that would be a bit of a godsend at that point. But Angel Boy going to go aggressive onto Chaos, who does have the shield, still gets the pick up anyway, and they do have a minecart coming their way. I believe next gem spawn is on SK's side, but Angel Boy might be able to get it. Can he get away with this? He's got the super available there as well. The gem over to the left. Kubik's going for a massive risk here. Does back up and ensure that he doesn't go down, but the minecart came behind him, and that was a risky play.
Ooh, that was a close call. You're absolutely right, but it is going to pave the way for SK to reclaim this middle ground. They're going to be right by where the mine spawns these gems, and Angel Boy striking once again, going for an aggressive play. He's now going to be in a very difficult situation. A pickup there from iChaos. Alex is going to be falling weak now too. A minecart going towards NaVi as well. SK this time have control of the map though. It's going to be in front of them. They're able to pick up a couple more, and SK are very close to tying up this gym count.
After such a great start from NaVi, SK are definitely bringing this back really nicely, evening things out now. And Alex, you know, he needs to go aggressive, but he also can't. At the same time, Bonnie's just got too much health for him to go in close quarters combat against, but Cube's going to hit a 3K onto him there, and that might be the play they need to open things up. The gems are on the floor. Angel Boy picks up 2, but he goes down. Alex picks him up and flies away. I'm not sure. I think there's going to be potential for a reset here. The gem spawns, and there is. That's 9 on the floor right now, and 12 seconds left, but in comes Angel Boy. He gets the shots through. He gets the kill. The countdown was reset along the way as well, with Alex falling down over the right-hand side.
Oh, it's going to be a close call, but Cubic is going to actually manage to get this alongside Alec. It's 11-10, though. SK can just instantly strike back here. The next one should spawn on their side. Cubic is going to almost bait them towards this gym. Now Angel Boy getting aggressive on the right-hand side. That's a pickup. 12 gyms. They need a kill. They pick up a 13th. 3 seconds to go. Gie with no way to get in quickly, and NaVi backing it up. That is going to now be a match point on NaVi's hands. SK, the ball is in their court to try and make a comeback here.
NaVi on match point, then the first match point we have seen, and this is a great position for them to be in here. They were looking great off that. Had a tough ending to the game, well, a tough midsection to the game, should I say, but Angel Boy going aggressive off the start, nice and early on, doesn't manage to get the kill this time, and we'll see if Chaos is going to make the same mistake twice. I'd imagine probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to get tunnel vision, though. It's so easy to be susceptible to criticism with the minecart, but these guys are pro players. They're having to deal with some professional shots coming their way. It's very difficult to balance all those things out, and so a minecart that can do 2,000 every time you get hit by it, it can add up pretty quickly. Alec and Cubic trying to track down this left-hand side. Bonnie getting aggressive, though. Gie instantly deleted, though. Semantic still able to hold strong in this mid for now, though. Minecart going towards SK's side, and this could be the opportunity for NaVi to take a lead.
Shots from Cubic now, and 5th gem is in the hands of Cube. Angel Boy trying to get super. A little bit of help coming over to the right hand side now, trying to get rid of this freeze frame they did. Take quite a hefty nerf as well. Angel Boy not in the best position, but Alex is going to fly above Semantic. He might be able to get some shots down. The drop the base did get some damage as well. Chaos still alive, but Alex now landing on him, trying to get some shots through, and does manage to do just that. Angel Boy not close to super just yet, gets it now, but it's not going to make the biggest amount of difference, and the same story once more. Cube with 8 in hand, and now SK start to make the play.
And Chaos was a huge factor there. I mean, he went crazy with 2 kills there, staying up, but Angel Boy swooping in now. Semantic with the finish, though. 8 gyms still remaining for NaVi. Semantic is going to be able to pick up this 6th. The minecart coming into the side of NaVi, too. And this is a perfect opportunity for SK to try and tie things up.
Got 7 now, and Cube has this super, which they do need to be cautious about. They can't overextend too close. Angel Boy's got his as well, which means a stun should be coming Chaos's way rather shortly. Needs to ensure that he has got a good, healthy amount of HP when he goes in, because he's going to take some serious fire over that side, but the damage comes in. Chaos has got the shield, but Alex is going to be jumped on. The flight away, trying to get Chaos on the way down, though. They can reset from mid, but they need the control back right now. Angel Boy just swinging away through the mid. Cube's got to pick up this gem, and they've got to get the one off the SK side as well. Alex trying to get some shots through, not got the angle just yet, but the shot come down on Chaos. He takes him down 10-10, but Alex is really low over the right, and Gie in a tough position over the left.
That was a monumental moment. A very good clutch there to reset that countdown once again. 11 gyms to 10. SK will have an opportunity once more. Angel Boy trying to dive forward, throwing out the life vest, trying to make any connections he can. Gie is going to be able to get a pickup, though. It is 12-11. For now, it is NaVi with the countdown, but once again, SK with mid control will reset this.
They've got that minecart spawning in as well. Alex has the flight. He can grab a gem from mid and fly away, but doesn't want to risk being too far up. He gets the gem and he needs to fly. He chooses to try do some damage, maybe even take down Chaos, but he does have to back off now. I'm not sure who's going to have this final gem spawn, but it is going to be pretty influential. The 3K connects. Gie gets the kill. They need to pinch back. The shield provided to Gie, though, and that means Alex can't bring him down. He needs to, though. The shield's going to round, but Angel Boy's clutching up top. He's got the stun as well. Can Gie get the shot? Angel Boy misses the stun onto him, but Alex is going to fly in. Can't fly out. Cube's there with the 3K as well. Can he get the shot off? He doesn't manage to connect it, and SK might walk away with this one.
They're staying alive for now. 8 seconds to go. Semantic being protected by 2 brawlers on his side, and this came down to the wire, but ultimately SK get the pickup, and for at least another game, they will be staying alive. And if you are an SK fan at home, hold your breath, because this is going to be a tight one.
I mean, it was the same again, but SK just managed to hold on this time. 8 gems for NaVi, then they have to back off. A minecart pushes them back, they fall low. Something happens for them to be able to just completely run away from the action. And then it just all collapses from there. They take so much time to push back up because of the short range of Buzz. They can't really get some serious fire on at range, and that's the issue they're going to have.
Well, good start here for SK. Gus is going to be able to grab that second gem. Angel Boy, though, nice little dive forward. Semantic actually going to be falling weak, and thankfully for him, Guille is able to make a connection. Cubic staying up as well. A lot of trades going back and forth. But for now, it is going to be NaVi with the lead. They're going to stretch out for that fourth gem. iChaos throwing down the Lola Ego. Now that that's out of the way, Angel Boy can strike. He's going to dash forward. It's going to be a connection and a trade. They will take that as so long as Cubic and Alex can hold the mid, pick up right there as well. That's 2 gems on the ground. Alex going to be stretching for these a little risky, but does manage to stay alive.
I know this happened accidentally, but I actually love what NaVi are doing now. Cube on the lane against the Bonnie, and Alex through the mid against the Gus, I think is working an absolute treat for them. 9 gems in hand now, but now it starts to fall apart. Angel Boy falls down the right-hand side. Alex is low. SK getting some serious shots in, but he is going to take flight. And Angel Boy going to try re-engage this right-hand side. Has a gadget in hand. With the supers activated, he goes for Guille, but I think maybe something hit. I think a Gus gadget hit there, but Cube's going to go down. And now the turnaround is the same as every other game. 8 or 9, and then everything falls apart for NaVi.
Unreal. I believe it was 9-1 at one point, and like the snap of a finger, all of a sudden SK have tied things up. Angel Boy diving forward. iChaos playing this perfectly, though. A calculated gadget. It's going to be able to shield for Angel Boy's aggressive gameplay. Alex is going to be falling weak here, too. He's going to have to go to the skies just to stay alive a little longer. 9 gems for SK. Angel Boy once again trying to get aggressive. 2 gems being dropped off now, and this is going to be split between 2 different SK brawlers, 9-8. This is so close.
He's got his super as well. 8 gems on the floor on that side, but now Cube can't quite get to them in time. He's going to get there, but he's going to get taken down. Super comes in from Angel Boy. Can he cycle it? He does, but he's not able to get the gems. 9 on the floor now. Alex needs flight. He needs the last one. He can't get it. SK grab it, and there's no taking them down. We're going to a set number 5. Was close in the end, but just not enough damage. SK Gaming clutch up. They bring it back 2 sets in a row, and now we're going to the decider.
SK Gaming, I mean, that's the most emotion we've seen out of that camera all day. Unbelievable. You can't give up on them. They've done it before, and they're going to attempt to do it once more in what might be the craziest month of EMEA monthly finals we've had yet this year. Storylines continue to progress. If you're an SK fan, they are still alive. I hope you stuck with us, because this just really picked up. All of the sudden, it is 2-2, and we are hopping into Dueling Beetles to decide who will be in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, always NaVi starting off strong, and then SK just coming back even stronger. We saw Alex just playing so well, always evading stuff, always in the air, in good positions, but there was just times where he couldn't get the damage required whilst in flight, and that was a serious issue that they have to think about. It was just too good by SK at the end of the games, and they just always know how to stay calm, stay composed, and just ensure the win when they're backed against the wall.
I mean, that's so impressive. Look at that stat line. iChaos on the Lola. 19 kills, I believe. I mean, that's unreal. 43% damage when it mattered most. SK Gaming stepped forward, and that's what separates these teams. This is why they're going to Worlds. They're proving themselves once again. They've tied things up, and when they were in their worst moments, when NaVi was just absolutely pummeling them in these first 2 sets, they strike back, and they come back even stronger. Every one of those gym grab games, I mean, there were multiple moments where it's 8 to 9 gyms to 1 to 2 to just a little handful, not even that. And somehow, some way, SK clawed themselves back into this one, and it is officially a coin toss. It is truly anyone's game here in set number 5.
It's surely got to be all down to the draft now. Not that NaVi's draft was bad in the last one. I think it was actually quite good. But on Dueling Beetles, it's just too hard to call. You can't call it on mechanical skill. You can't say, you know, SK are more mechanically skilled than NaVi, so they're going to win it. It is a lot of the time down to the compositions, down to the draft, how it plays out in that portion of the game. Usually decides the result on a map as closed off and, you know, it just seems like it usually is spammy heals, throw down an ego, stand behind it, something like that, rather than just outplaying your opponent. So the draft is going to be massively influential here.
Absolutely, and if there's one thing we know about NaVi too, they do love the Lou. I know it's a brawler that Angel Boy is a big fan of, and Dueling Beetles is kind of a sneaky candidate for him to show up. Look, it's Hot Zone. Lou's super covers the entirety of that Hot Zone area. An enemy teammate can't even step on it unless they want to get frozen. I think that's a huge factor here. We know SK in the past, even when it wasn't meta, they brought in Penny here. Those are definitely two brawlers that instantly come to mind, at least for me here on both sides, just giving a little flair of what they could both bring to the table. I'm sure going to be really considering those brawlers too. They're going to be looking not only for good brawlers like both of those, but also ones that they've succeeded with in the past and that are comfortable.
Yeah, it's just so hard to call like what brawlers they're going to be going, because the brawler pool on a map like Dueling Beetles is so vast, and it's so down to what the bans are, how many bans that do come out of it. It's just so difficult to call, but you know, you're usually seeing a lot of Poco, there's a lot of healing going on in there, probably a bit of Pam, more than likely Gus now, Otis, that kind of thing. The new brawlers are going to pretty much thrive here. I feel like Otis and, you know, Gus and stuff are going to be very, very solid on a map like this. The ability to just mute or provide a shield when on the hot zone and in a tense scenario is always going to be a really solid thing. But back to the basics of just healing as well. It's just heals, 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 the same as like open zone is at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of these hot zone maps, I mean, that's kind of the strategy they're going around. Stu, a great shout out too. I mean, a lot of professional players love that speed zone. I know in my home region of North America, it's something I've talked to pros back multiple times at this point. I mean, it's just kind of a normal factor for hot zone. You want quick ways to step back onto that hot zone and recover quickly. Otherwise, the enemy team can just kind of run away with it with a percentage lead. That's why brawlers like Max can be valuable here too. Another shout out as well, B going to be somebody that can be a huge threat just in general, a very versatile brawler. It's something you and I have both mentioned here today. You know, it can just provide so much utility. It can do well into tanks. B, just somebody that's kind of a jack of all trades right now. And the big moment we've all been waiting for, set number 5. Here are our bans. It's going to be Bell, Carl, Otis on this left-hand side. On the right, no Gene, no Griff, and no Squeak for anybody. It's going to be a Gus 1.1 overall. Another first pick of Gus. Unbelievable. I mean, just for a new brawler, he's really excelling here. And I think it's caught me off guard a little bit, at least on the day. It seems that SK and EMEA are definitely bigger fans than Gus than some of the other regions.
I mean, I do really like Gus. I think it's a pretty solid pick. And are we literally seeing... I'm genuinely really confused now. Have we just got the exact same draft? Is this a glitch, or are we about to watch the exact same game again, just on a different map?
I mean, that is a fantastic point, Trav, and a great observation. Really no telling. To be honest, though, if this is the actual composition for both teams, I don't find it terribly shocking. I would be a little bit surprised. I mean, what are the odds we get replicated brawlers? I honestly can't remember off the top of my head what the bans were. I mean, just crazy stuff going on right now. It looks like they're going to be pulling us out of this for the moment. Might have been a glitch. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, we're getting word it is not correct. That would have been absolutely wild, though, Trav.
I mean, honestly, the combos probably would have worked on it as well. Like, it didn't seem too unlikely. They probably would have worked and have done decent on it. You know, you mentioned a lot of those brawls beforehand. I mentioned Lola with the tanking ability and stuff like that. It wouldn't have been bad. That's why I was like, oh, we're about to see the same combos again, rather than there's just no chance this is a glitch. Because there's a high likelihood that could have been exactly what we go with. But at the end of the day, it's clearly not correct, and we'll just have to move on and probably draft again shortly.
Yeah, not sure what went down there, but honestly, you're right. I mean, a lot of those brawlers, I wouldn't have been too terribly shocked to see. Lola again wouldn't have surprised me. Gus again at the one pick overall. I'm a little shocked, not in the sense that I think he's a bad brawler. I just, you know, we casted East Asia earlier and Gus showed up a little bit here and there, but it certainly hasn't been as apparent as I feel like it has been today. You know, in some of the other regions I've watched gameplay of too, you know, he's utilized, but I just feels like he's been here a lot today, and for good reason too. I think he's had a pretty good success rate, and overall, you know, just a lot of different strategies here. I'm sure both these teams are going to be taking their time, really trying to make it the best decision for themselves, because this is a big moment. 2-2 overall, a spot in the grand finals, an opportunity for SK to lead the pack in terms of monthly finals, grand finals wins, and for NaVi to make a statement here that even though they're not in that 1, 2, or 3 spot, say in EMEA right now, that they absolutely deserve to be there. And here we go, NaVi with the iconic Lou pick, Angel Boys brawler, and they have selected to go with the Poco and the Gus. He does show up once again. Pam, Gale, Janet on the other side.
The Lou returning once more, and you said it, Angel Boy loves the Lou, and he is back on it. Semantic through the mid with the Gale, and he gets the stun off on Alex. Shots come through, Angel Boy falls low as well. Cube can't do too much against Chaos down here, because he's just going to continuously spam that lane, but nice shots following up. He has the shield as well. Provides it to Alex, but it's not going to be too useful, because there's a Twister just sitting there in mid, and he shouldn't be able to do too much about that. Massive stun coming in, but Alex just got all the health in the world, because he's got that Gus super attached to him.
Yeah, I like that pairing, actually. You know, I think of tanks when I see that Gus come out with the utility that he can bring to the table, but pairing with the Poco, who can heal himself, has a lot of HP already, not a bad thought either. Now they're going to have Angel Boy on the Lou as well. There's a lot of good win conditions here for NaVi, but for now, it's going to be SK Gaming, 30% lead. Chaos in the skies, trying to find his next target. It looks like it's going to be Alec for now. Guille in a tough spot here, does miss what looked like to be a gadget in my eyes. Semantic going to be frozen up too, and this could be the opportunity for NaVi to make a comeback.
I mean, this is a very aggressive Poco. Alex really slotting into an aggro role as he's pretty much in their spawn constantly. Gus super provided to him as well. Nice shield. Semantic's going to place a Twister in his own spawn. I'm not sure that really matters too much as they're not really going to want to aggress massive amount, but Guille steps straight back on that icy rink over there and did slide around a little bit and still got quite a bit of a stun on him now, and he does get fully stunned by Angel Boy. Another super thrown down on top of him as well. He gets the finish off, and Cube's going to win that one. Get the heal off his own Ghost, and this is going to be a NaVi game.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to take this one here. Alex should have enough HP, and they're going to take it. Another match point for NaVi. This is their opportunity. They got to take advantage of it. We've seen SK do it before, and if you're a fan, you got to show your love for both of these teams. They put on an absolute show here today. Let us know who you're bulling for in chat. And SK got a big obstacle on their hands right now. They need 2 straight games here.
Yeah, now quick heal popped there by Alex with his gadget, and Semantic can't really do too much here in this situation. Just needs to continuously peek, but Alex has really got that advantage of just spamming through the mid and not having to do too much. Gonna pop another gadget to out-heal this drop the base that has been placed by Chaos, and Cube quickly going to break down that one. Not really the most value of that. Stun comes in, but I think he'll survive that just about, and only one gadget remains for Alex, but they're in the not so much of a great position at the moment. Gonna have to use it at a different time because it would be a little bit of a waste.
Alex on the Poco, and now they've got this super down as well. Angel Boy going to take advantage of these heals. Alex going to go ahead and step forward as well, and they still have a lead here. They're starting to come away with it a little bit. Semantic striking back, though. All 3 brawlers from SK stepping forward. Takedown on this left-hand side. A gadget being popped as well. Alex trying to take advantage of the shield coming in from Gus, but it doesn't matter. All 3 brawlers from NaVi are down. SK with complete map control.
They're only just about breaking even now, and they do take the lead, but Semantic's got this super once more in an absolutely phenomenal position. Can get a double stun quite easily here. He does, and he goes for Angel Boy rather than Alex in that pocket. Nice decision there, as he does have the pinch across from Chaos to try and finish that one off, but now they are taking a commanding lead. Nice gadget from Cube, though, to be able to get the damage onto Chaos, but not finish him off just yet. Flight coming in from Chaos as well now, and Alex just spraying out some shots, but Scrap Sucker from Guille takes him all his ammo away, and we're going to be seeing a double match point.
You have got to be kidding me. We're going to a game 5 or a game 3 on set 5. Unbelievable. I mean, both teams have played out of their minds here today. There's been shining moments for both these teams. It's all going to come down to this. Who will take month number 7's grand final spot number 1? It's going to be left to both these teams to decide it, to kick things off. Gale going straight to the mid. Angel Boy stepping up onto the hot zone. Alex in a very aggressive stance right now, though, trying to be an aggressive Poco player, normally known for his utility and heals. Right there, though, it does cost him his life. It does allow for Angel Boy to charge up a super, though. Interesting choice to place this down on the right-hand side, as Semantic's gonna be able to step up, trying to trust in his shots there, but Gale is able to dodge them all out. NaVi, though, do reclaim this area.
Nice pressure from Angel Boy here, and I love the aggro Poco, to be honest. If he can get Screeching Solar, then it's going to be a great position. He does. Hits it on Semantic as well, who brings him low, and also Angel Boy adds on a few more of those little icicles there, and almost stuns him up, but not quite. The stun comes in from Semantic, however, though, onto Alex and get that takedown. But this is a massive lead for NaVi now, and they're looking in an incredible position. He can soak up a few of these shots as well because of that Gus super that was placed onto Angel Boy, and Alex trying to aggress, just get percentage little by little and not let them have the best position. There should be a gadget here from Alex, and that's going to be a stun up onto him. Cube might be able to finish this one off. He steps off the zone as well. Twister placed in panic, and he goes down. Now this is a position that NaVi need to take advantage of. Cube pushing forward, can't quite get too much done. I believe a gadget was popped in there as well, but didn't do too much. Panther repositioned up top. They need to wait, play as a team, play patiently, and then push together with this heal, and that's going to be the play that they make to win it.
If the team of SK goes down, their grand finals hopes are probably over here. They're doing everything they possibly can. They're playing this so well. Cubic, though, is going to be the one that takes advantage of this left-hand lane. Angel Boy super pays off. A gadget going down for Guille, though. Angel Boy is going to be rendered useless for a moment. They get a pickup. iChaos in the sky. It's a small lead now for NaVi. Semantic looking for shots. They're going to lose Pam here. Cubic is managing to stay alive. Semantic has to take advantage of this super. They're going to get a pushback. He goes down, though. 2% remaining. NaVi clinch it. They're going to a grand finals, and SK's reverse sweep hopes are halted.
Little dance coming in from Cubic and throwing up a nice little love heart as well. Clearly showing some great respect to SK Gaming. Almost got reverse swept, but were cut short. SK, honestly, they don't look happy, but they don't look completely devastated either. They are at Worlds. They made it to the semifinals. They've taken a good paycheck home this month as well. I mean, okay, they do look a little bit devastated. I'll take it back, but they're in a good position anyway heading on to Worlds, and I'm sure they'll be pleased with the position that they are in come November time.
This isn't the result they wanted, and of course they're human, they're competitors. They want to win this badly. They don't want to stop here. They want to world finals. They came so close to MSI. Last year, they were a team that performed so well as an organization. All these players are hungry. All of them are so talented, and at a LAN setting, I still expect huge things from this team, but NaVi is really proving themselves here today. This is a second half team that has shown up, and even though they were in the 5th spot, I believe, heading into today, man, I don't know if they're looking like the 5th seed in EMEA. They're looking like a contender in this region right now, and they absolutely popped off. Things get a little out of hand in sets 3 and 4, of course, but in set number 5, they're dialed in. They bring it down to the wire, and they do what they do best. They clutch it up at the very end, taking advantage of brawlers that they are absolutely known for.
They really did play it incredibly, and SK Gaming did as well, but at the end of the day, only one team can make it to the finals from that upper bracket, and it is going to be NaVi. Some great highlights throughout, some wonderful plays from both teams, and honestly, SK looked like they might take it when they gathered the control, started to bring the percentage back, but it just was not enough. Semantic sitting out there on top, as always, with the highest kills, I feel. He's usually that guy with the highest statistic. But Cube on the other side of things with NaVi with the highest kills, and that is also something that you do expect to see as well, being as aggressive as he is and put himself in these positions where he gets large amounts of kills and large amounts of damage, which the statistics do back up.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, what a thriller of a match, and we're gonna have to decide an MVP. Hard to choose, but the audience has selected Cubic. I think overall a great choice just throughout the entire day. Has been super consistent in performance. He's been helping his team all around. 9 and 5 there, over 200 DPS. Just great stuff. There's the man on camera there, a little wave and a shot, a little smile from him too. You love to see it. They're having fun out there as well. They're competitors. They take this super seriously. They put in hours and hours of preparation, but ultimately, you know, they can't help but smile. It's a big moment for them. He's even waving his little plushie right there. I think it might be a dinosaur even. Give me some real Buzz vibes. Maybe it's his cousin, but overall, they utilized that brawler super well as too, and I'm just super impressed by both these teams. I think SK going to be a little disappointed in this final result, but they should, you know, be pretty proud of themselves. They almost did the thing. They almost made another reverse sweep. NaVi, though, are going to be the ones that end up victors, but don't look now. We have Bax EU playing against Tribe Gaming EU, and if Bax win this match, the dream of World Finals is on the horizon.
It's going to be a big one, I will say. This one really is going to decide who goes to Worlds, and I'm not cutting that short. It's either going to be Craze Clan if Tribe win, but if Bax win, they don't even need to win the finals. They're going to make it just off beating Tribe, and that is a momentous thing for them. Or Craze, if they do. Both teams, if we could send both teams, I'm sure we would, but incredible performances all year round. Huge amounts of time and effort put into the game, and it all comes down to this one game, and all Craze can do is sit there, and watch to see if Bax win or lose. They're going to be rooting for Tribe, I'm sure. And I predicted with Tribe, and you two are kind of on the side of Bax, which I can get behind because I'm a huge lover of underdogs. But here is the Bax roster. Cyclone, Darkoom, and Nadine as well. A real solid all-round roster, and they've just taken down Totem. So as I said before, why not Tribe 2?
Yeah, I think that's the great argument for it. Look, Tribe should be favored in this. I know I selected Bax, but who has the higher odds of winning? It's Tribe Gaming, and I imagine a lot of the people at home, their votes will reflect that too. But Bax deserve a lot of credit here. They just took down Reply Totem, who was the #1 team heading into today for this region. They've been very hot since MSI picking up Joker. A lot of good things have been going Totem's way. Today, though, they showed up when it mattered most. They get the victory that they need. Craze Clan fell early, and this is a prime opportunity to claim their spot for World Finals. It doesn't matter how you got there, as long as you finish strong and show up in Paris. That's what they're going to remember, and this could be a moment that goes down in the history books of Brawl Stars. Can Bax do the unthinkable and get through this very difficult lower half of the bracket to a grand finals?
It is going to be their dream to do just that. Bax need to make the plays to do it. They're against some serious titans of the region. I believe sitting in second place in the region at the moment, Tom, Drage, and Lenane. Yoshi sitting on the bench out of the way. But honestly, these three players have been performing very, very well throughout this year. You see Drage here, dialed in, focused, and ready to try and play this game. And honestly, he's either going to make someone's day, or he's going to, well, I mean, to be honest, he's going to make someone's day or ruin someone's day no matter which way it goes. Because it's either going to be Craze singing and laughing and dancing about winning, or it's going to be Bax if they do manage to defeat Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true either way. However Tribe performs here today, somebody's going to be happy as a result. And I love how you said Drage is dialed in. Absolutely true. They want this very badly too. SK, of course, is going to be somebody that they faced off a bunch here. I'm sure they were looking for a good matchup against that, but I know Drage has talked in the past with me about that NaVi matchup. He gets excited for it. It's a good rivalry. I think he has a lot of respect, and his teammates do, for the roster of NaVi. So playing them in the grand finals, I'm sure they would be more than happy to try and prove themselves and do so there. And there's the overwhelming support for Tribe Gaming coming in from the audience. Look, I said it before. I think Tribe is the safer bet. If you're just trying to lock in that spray, I understand it, but I would regret it if I didn't at least give Bax a little bit of support here. They did it against Totem. Heck, they might be able to do it again. And I think for myself, at least speaking, I think they've got enough of a percent chance where they deserve some votes in there too. Maybe a little more than that percentage that they got. We're going to be kicking things off with Backyard Bull, though. It is going to be our bands rolling in now. Otis, Stu, Colonel Ruffs on our left-hand side, Tribe Gaming selections, Poco, B, and Crow, all very solid bands in personal opinion.
Tom going to select that Max early on, and it's not banned, and it's not in the high pick rates either. Cyclone going to be selecting Janet, and Nadine going to be sliding on the Gus. Really nice couple of picks from them over there, but Drage is going to be on the Jean. Nice pairing already. Let's see what they bring as their third brawler. It's going to be the Carl, and this is taking me back. Jean, Carl, and Max. This is one of the best comps and best metas we've ever had in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, they're pulling out a little reliable here, Max and Gene. They've been such a good combination for all of Brawl Stars history, it feels like, at least the past couple years for the most part. And then Carl recently becoming a lot stronger of a brawler, much more viable. This is a good, diverse comp with a lot to work with. You know, Carl can make those really aggressive plays towards the ball for those big moments. Max can give your team some speed. Gene is a game-changing super and just a goal waiting to happen. Darkoom is going to end up selecting the Colette here. That is going to be a target towards the Carl, I imagine. They're trying to find a counter that can have some range but also suit well against Carl. I think overall that's going to work out for them. I'm curious to see how Gus does on this map in particular. You know, again, I think EMEA, is safe to say, is aboard the Gus bus. They are officially fans, and they are utilizing him a ton, way more than the other regions that we've seen in the past couple weekends.
I love that, the Gus bus. That if you've come up with that on the spot, you deserve some kind of award for being able to just speak on the fly, because that was absolutely incredible. Tribe, though, off to a flying start. Some good aggression early on. Lenane pinching around this left-hand side with his incredibly famous Max. He is very well known to be pretty good at that brawler. Tom on the Carl as well, and Drage on the Jean. Pretty comfortable picks all round. Speed popped instantly, and that kind of... Tom felt like he maybe was a little not expecting that speed and put himself in an unfavorable position because of it. But it's pretty much just a stalemate at the moment. A little peppering at range from both teams, but not really too much damage.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see this play out. You mentioned Gene being somebody that Drage is known for playing, and that's absolutely true. It's actually the brawler he's played the most this year, with boasting an over 70% win rate as well, and there's a reason why. Big pool coming through. Darkham with an opportunity, though, in a super in hand. Linane's going to fall weak, but so does Darkham, and for now, I think the side of Bax is going to have to fall behind just a little bit here. Tom keeping that distance, nice for his teammates. They're able to space the floor a little bit, and now Tribe can regain a little bit of footing here.
Darkham shield's about to run out. Linane's going to pop this super, and Tribe looking for this gene pull. Drage sees it, but the flight, he baits it out. Nice play from him, but Linane's falling low. He gets the heal just in time. Can he avoid the shots? Drage pulls in, but that was a terrible pull. Wrong time to do so. Tom all alone in this position. He goes for the super. He gets one. They might be back in before they can score this. Darkham going for the heal, and Tom still in a great position. Wonderful defense, and now Drage is there to support him, but too little too late as Tom goes down. But what a defensive play from him.
Round of applause for Tom. I mean, honestly, bought just enough time for his teammates to return into action to play defense, and now it's actually leading to a Tribe momentum swing here. He's going to be getting very aggressive, picking up a kill of zone. Darkroom's in the sky. Drage has a pool available. This could get really scary. Kick over to Linane. He's going to be dribbling it towards this right-hand side, going back and forth. Drage, pull available. He's going to be able to take this to the wall if they so choose. He's going to go for the pull. They're going to have a gap in the open. Cyclone plays the goalie keeper, though. They're able to stop it for now. Ball being pocketed in this left-hand side. Linane with a face shift. They're looking to get aggressive here. Drage with 100 HP. Tom trying to strike for this ball. Linane picks it up. Will he have enough time? And I think they know they do. A little BM in there, I think, as well. Tribe feeling confident on that first goal.
That was definitely a little bit sketchy, though. Drage goes for the pull. They've still got time to pull this through. Cyclone's been given the shield. Nadine's just going to try and push it through with him. Gotcha Gadget pop. Knockback's there, but Linane's just going to super the ball out. 4 seconds on the clock. And Tribe Gaming are going to take game number 1, and that's not going to be too pleasing for Bax, as they need this win. And this is the decisive one. They win this, they go to Worlds, but they take an early deficit of games against Tribe Gaming in Brawl.
Doing it once at Totem is one thing. They got a whole nother handful on their side as well with Tribe Gaming. This one's not going to be an easy one either. They did it once. Doing it twice, though, is almost unthinkable. And they're going to be starting off once again a clean reset, game number 2, and not starting out the way Bax wants to. That's going to be a takedown there. Momentum swing for Tom is going to pop a gadget here, and those are the big plays that Carl can make. And Tom with the scoop and score. Well played there, and now they are 1 goal away from taking this set.
Pull comes through. Drage not going to connect it. Supers all around for the side of Bax now, and this is the kind of moment they need to exploit Tribe for having none of their own. Gotcha Gadget popped by Cyclone and trying to aggress a little bit, but Nadine not providing any shield. You'd expect him to just give shield to Cyclone and let him push up there, but none of that. Tom over the right side, now not the best matchup against this Colette, but Linane gets knocked by I think it was a Gadget, knocked to the side, and now they are pushing. Now shield provide, and Darkum just trying to bring down Tom, but Tom actually manages to get him. He decides not to use super. Pull comes in, and Cyclone's going to fall as well, and it's just Nadine all alone. 1 goal down with 1:30 on the clock.
2 great instances there from Tribe. The pull from Drage and the clutch up once again on defense from Tom. Even though it was a trade, it bought his team just enough time once again. Darkum, though, being a real problem on this left-hand side. Cyclone assists in that pickup. Tom, the only one left standing once again. He has been in some very difficult situations. Linane popping the super because he knows he has to. Kick over, and Linane intercepts. Darkum takes to the skies, and he's not going to be able to pick up that ball while in the air. He's going to fall back for now, and Tribe, with a minute left to go, are still up 1-0, and they're choosing to pocket this ball right around midfield.
I'm just a kid.
Super in hand all around on Tribe. The speed's there, and Drage looking for a pull. Tom comes in over the right-hand side, has this super, uses it, and he's going to get some huge damage in. Can he bring down Darkum? He can't. The tanks are there on the drop the base as well. Push it back from Cyclone as he uses that super. Linane falls fairly low, but Drage going to heal him up with these healing puffs now, and Darkum trying to pass it to the mid. Cyclone with a great play around this right-hand side. Nadine pops the shield on himself. Might not be the best decision, as now Tom can come forward. He's going to use his spin, surely. There needs to be someone covering the goal, though. Cyclone's getting the damage through. He trick shots. He doesn't manage to get it in. The slightest amount, and I think if that was on target, it might have gone in. 1 goal for Tribe Gaming and 0 for Bax. 12 seconds. Darkum's running for it. He sees the ball, but he's not seeing an opportunity to score. He veers away from it, and this is going to be Tribe winning. 4 seconds, and not enough time for Bax. Tribe take the first set with a massive play and a great defense.
If they had made that trick shot, I think I would have had a heart attack. I mean, that was about as good of an effort as you can get towards that goal. And if it had gone in, oh my goodness, imagine if we were heading to overtime there. Well played to Tribe Gaming, though. They did what a lot of people are expecting them to do in the chat. people at home voting, they were the clear-cut favorites. Look, Bax did beat Totem, but Tribe also an absolute force to be reckoned with as well. They're going to have to do it once again in a best 3 of 5, and not the start they were necessarily looking for. It's going to be 1-0 towards Tribe Gaming. I think overall super well executed. Again, Drage is somebody that just excels with the Gene, over 70% win rate coming into today with that Brawler, and he's going to add to that list as well. It's going to be just a little bit higher.
It was honestly quite well played from Bax, though. At certain points, they were looking very good, but you just can't leave opportunities like that open for a team like Tribe or even Tom in general. He's going to take the opportunity, and yeah, I think if that was on target, that was going to go in, and he definitely had the ability to get it on target. Just a little bit of a misplay there, but you can't really fault him for it. You've got to attempt a trick shot in that point, and it's going to be difficult to get it in. Kills, they are in, I believe, maybe just in favor of Tribe here. Drage not getting so many, but getting those pulls in and assisting his teammates on getting them, and also using a lot of the healing as well is always going to be really solid from him also.
Yeah, great set overall for Tribe Gaming, and I think overall Tom was somebody that really stood out to me just because of all the defensive stances that he made. I feel like there were many times where his teammates needed to call on him to really hold tight, play the defense as much as possible, and whether that was making a trade and getting a pickup or a kill, or just buying some extra time for his teammates to respond, he did exactly that, and when it mattered most, he stepped up to the plate. Overall, super good set from Tom.
Really was, and he saw an opening, he took it with that Carl in that first play. He saw many defenses that he played, really solid. He was in a 1v3, I think, at one point, and manages to fend them off in time for his teammates to come back up. He made that flying hook goal, which was just absolutely incredible to see, and you just can't leave openings like that open for a team as well established as Tribe, because they will take these opportunities, they'll punish you for leaving them open, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and they're just going to have a clean reset here for Gold Arm Gulch, a very different game mode and map from the last one that we saw. This is a good spot to kind of regroup, recollect a little bit, go back to the drawing board, and just give it your all. Gold Arm Gulch, not an easy map for anybody in terms of bans I could expect to see here. Things like Otis, Gene, those are a couple that really stand out to me. This is a region that definitely utilizes Max from time to time on this map as well. We don't see as much of the thrower gameplay that we used to here, but, Tick and Sprout, got to give a shout out to them. They can be quite valuable. And Rico, a very sneaky lane here.
Definitely so. You've got to be a little bit cautious about those sharpshooters as well as, Rico and throwers and stuff like that. Also, we'll see the bans coming in now. Rico banned out along with Belle and Janet over the side of Bax. Banned from Tribe are Pam, Piper, and Bonnie. They clearly don't want the long-range approach or the healer approach. Tom's going to be sliding straight on that Gene, and he'll be giving that to Drage, I would imagine, yet again, as he's been playing phenomenally on that. Nice quick pickup from Otis on Cyclone there, and Nadim's going to pick up the roughs. I like that as well. Drage on the bow. And honestly, these are probably the top 4 picks with these bans, and instantly drafted by all the teams. No kind of bouncing around it, trying to pick into each other. They've just gone for the pure best brawlers, and Lenane's going to finish things off with Brock, which I do kind of like, and yes, it's going to be perfect when the map's opened up, but on this map I feel like Brock maybe just doesn't have enough gadgets to get it opened up that fast.
Yeah, I got to rely on some supers in there too, I think, as well. And so far, no shenanigans, very safe choices from both sides. And I really like this Otis pick in the sense that if you can capitalize on those supers, especially in a mode like Knockout, where each round you get 1 life, if you just eliminate and silence your enemy, if you put them on the mute button, what can they do other than walk around? All you got to do is land some good shots. And they're going to pair that with someone like Fang, who can get very aggressive at a moment's notice. We've got Brock, who's a lower HP brawler. We've got Bo, who doesn't have the most HP in the world. I definitely think there is room for Fang to work with here. The hardest part, I think, for Bax is going to be able to charge those supers. They're going to need to rely on Otis getting his and implementing. They're going to need to rely on Fang having his super ready to go so he can dash forward, get those aggressive shots that they need. I think this is going to be a high risk, high reward kind of deal for Bax here, and we're going to have to really test them here as they go against Tribe Gaming down 1-0.
I don't think we can forget, though, that East Asia Player of the Day was Fang. It was on this map, and it was a 1v3 team wipe. So let's not kind of think Fang's out of the mix. And, even with this comp, I think it's even more the fact that he'll be able to go in aggressively if they don't have something like an Otis or anything like that to kind of negate the value of it. And he goes on to Lenane, who's got rocket laces, and he gets away from it, avoids the boots coming off afterwards as well. Tom's going to follow it with a few shots, but not bringing him down just yet. And they're in a good position, though. Vengeful Spirits, I believe, went out there from Drage, but nice, no supers yet from the side of Tribe.
They're going to be dropping the bow totem as well, and I was curious to see if they ran the alternate gadget. Like you mentioned, Rocket Lace is coming out. They still have opportunity for wall break if they get a lucky gene pool through a wall, if they get the Brock super down, if they get the bow mines in a prime spot. You know, they can still take advantage of this if they really want to. Drage has a super available, Lenon with a super available too, and the entire side of backs back into a corner as well. A pool going through, Darkum not able to do anything, but a 2v2 situation. He's absolutely able to capitalize on a tough moment, but Lenane lands the shots necessary. A quick couple kills there, and now Tribe Gaming did be up 1-0.
Really solid stuff from Tribe there, and especially from Lenane, who gets some good damaging on that super as well on Cyclone and Darkum, bringing them quite low, and that power-up's surely going to be wasted as they can't really reach out for it without getting a mute on this Brock here, which really doesn't have the range for Nadine at the moment. He's going to go for it anyway now and eventually gets this power-up. Cyclone low over the right-hand side, same as Tom in that 1v1 matchup, and Tom having to back up and play a little bit more cautiously as Nadine's starting to make a little glancing play over there.
It's going to be a little for backs, though. This is going to be a difficult situation. Drage with super in hand, too. A little back and forth right now, and each side just kind of waiting until this draws to the end here. They're going to be waiting to strike at the final moments.
Tom, super in hand, Drage as well. Just got to be a little bit cautious. That's Otis negating the value, and now the pull comes in when Darkum was actually lunging at the same time. Lenane with the super, he's low. Tom's muted, though. He's getting damaged at the same time as well, and he's going to be one shot. He goes down. Can Lenane clutch this up? Who's going to hit the shot? And Cyclone is the one who does it. Great plays from him. Wonderful stuff, and he manages to get the round in their hands. Tribe don't take the first game just yet, and it might be Bax's first sign of life.
Yeah, it's a good strike back for them and giving themselves a real opportunity here. Tom on this right-hand side, Gene on the left. It's going to be Nadine trekking up this left-hand side, trying to creep closer to this grass. Cyclone needs to be careful, though. He's low HP. Just out of striking distance from Gene. And those fanning shots could have done enough chip damage to get the job done there. Darkum triggering a mine on this right-hand side. Super available as well. They need to be careful. I don't know if they know he has this. Now that he's exposed himself just a little bit, they pick up Lenon as well. Things looking very bleak. Tribe Gaming being pinned into a corner, and backs have the numbers.
Still got those heals there, though, and a gene pool's definitely going to be a thing that can clutch this up, and those bow mines there as well. Still sitting in a not the best position really for you know, a clutchable moment. It's not like they're unaware that they're somewhere in the mid or something like that, but there's definitely some potential here for Tribe, and they're really going to be wanting to try and win this one. Nadine's powered up as well, has the mute. Darkum is there. I've literally just said it, and he walks directly on those mines. Tom, though, not going to get too much done. Drage is going to get muted, taken down, and Backs win their first game with a nice old comeback after dropping the first round quite convincingly to Tribe. And, you know, I've got to touch it as well. I saw it in chat. Someone said, Darkum in a dark room.
Very true, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's clearly working right now. Maybe this is just his element. It's in his name as well. A great step forward once again for Backs. They're really displaying that they can keep up with just about anybody. You know, they've really shown in this set that they're still capable, that the first set, hey, maybe it wasn't an accident that they made it this far. Tribe Gaming grouping up once again. They're going to cluster around this bow mine to try and charge those supers. All of them very valuable. Lenane just popping off with that. Cyclone's going to take a lot of heat, and Tom going to be dropping some mines down as well. Darkum going to be trying to trigger those, but the biggest factor, that map is going to continue to open up, and Tribe absolutely want that right now.
Totem down and just trying to work for his as well. They've got some bow mines still up top there, but not really going to be providing too much help just at the moment. Some mines in mid would go a bit more of a long way, but they do want these walls broken up, so they're probably not going to replace them too soon. Cyclone's going to go down, and now they have the mines. Surely they're going to try and make a play for it, but they also might want to reserve their supers as they're feeling confident in this 3v2 situation anyway. But Darkum gets his, and Nadine's going to fall low. Super comes through from Lenane. Didn't actually want to keep it. Lenane's going to fall down. Now it's a 3v1. Darkum's there, and Lenane gets a shot in. Shouldn't be too far away from his super once more.
Well, Tribe Gaming doing kind of what they did in game number one, right? They took a very solid first round, and it's going to be left to Backs once again to strike back. Darkum does have a super available. That kick can be so valuable, especially when paired with the roundhouse kick gadget that can stun an enemy. They're going to open up this map just a little bit more, but they do take down a mine in the process. That's going to be something very valuable for their side. Drage holding on to the super as well, and this is how a lot of knockout kind of starts. This slow and steady, each side trying to give themselves as much of an advantage as possible, whether that's damage, whether this, charging supers, and oh my goodness, Lenane does not miss. That's going to be a 3-2 lead now, and Tribe Gaming looking in prime position to take game number 2.
The value as well, he finds the opening in the middle of the sandbags where the roughs was, gets all 3 sandbags and the roughs at the same time. What a play from Lenane. Nadine's going to throw out a gadget of Fat Splatter right in the mid there, try to deal some damage, but in comes Darkoom and he's going to get pulled for some reason by Drage, but it's a little bit of overkill, but it doesn't matter as they take the game and are 1 game away now from securing this set number 2. Back to 1 game away still from evening things out and making it 1-1.
This is a huge moment here for Bax, right? This is a World Finals caliber match. They win or they go home, and they don't want to be down 2-0 in sets. They're not going to want to be in a spot where the reverse sweep is necessary for them. They'd much rather go into this 1-1, call it an even ball game, and go from there. It's going to be a tough one, though. Tribe Gaming look awfully good in game number 2. And right now, it's going to be a Darkoom who has a super charged up, a little layout of top to bottom rather than east to west that we've kind of seen. They're going to be popping that first bone mine. A nice connection there from Lenon, and he continues to deliver the rocket lace jump away, and it's now going to be a 2v3 scenario. I think Nadine just looking to get these mines out of the way to charge up any supers that he can, and it's going to leave Cyclone all by himself. 3v1 scenario in the round, clearly in Tribe's favor.
I mean, Cyclone just wants the gas at this point. He just wants death quickly, but he's not going to be allowed it. Lenane eventually gets the hit onto him, but already had super anyway, so it doesn't matter if he went down to him. Maybe should have just not killed him and wait for Tom to try and get some charge back, but all 3 members of Bax do have their supers as well, and surprising to see Cyclone actually breaking up these walls. I'd have thought they'd definitely want it more closed off, but Otis is going to pick up that power up, throw down a gadget as well, which isn't really going to do too much, but Drage still looking for this this super, and Cyclone's got some sandbags, so the ability to tank it is there, the ability to avoid it's also there, and you've got to be a little bit cautious about using the super by Drage because it can cost you the game if you don't have it.
Yeah, this is looking like some scary stuff for both sides. And Dean with the super available, again, that's going to be a huge factor. If you can make a connection, you're going to mute your enemy. They can't shoot. All they can do is walk around like a headless chicken. And that is going to be a huge, huge moment here and a deciding factor if they can take home a round and keep themselves alive during this set. Super going down for Brock. A pull coming through from Drage, though. They're not holding back. Darkin trying to give his team some life. A push back and a lamp blowout secures the deal. Tribe Gaming 2-1 in set number 2. They are now going to take a commanding lead in sets.
I mean, I'm not even going to say it at this point because I said it was unlikely that SK Gaming were going to be able to reverse sweep, and they almost did. So there's definitely a possibility that Bax can, but I also don't really want to say it because otherwise, you know, I might jinx Tribe, and then it might help Craze get to Worlds or something like that. You know, I don't really believe any of the superstition, but you know, just in case I get blamed or something like that, Open Zone's going to be the map up next. And honestly, I feel like Tribe might just finish out here. I'll just jinx them instead. But it's more of the same. You know, I said it before. I think the more mechanically skilled players do usually win on a map like Open Zone. So I think that's a pretty much usually the kind of better team does take it, and I feel like today it looks like Tribe are the better team.
Yeah, I think it's hard to argue, right? In both sets, Tribe have come out on top, and I don't think there's been any moments where it's left to luck or anything like that. I mean, Lenon especially caught my eye in that last set. He was absolutely popping off with the Brock shots, making really big connections. They were able just to strike early, give themselves the numbers advantage several times, and put themselves in that 3v2 situation, which is so important in knockout rounds. Again, everybody only has 1 life per round, so if you lose a teammate, you're automatically down in numbers. Overall, just great teamwork from Tribe. I think really showcasing that they have what it takes to be the best in EMEA. You know, they've kind of cleaned up back so far. In our first match, they did a great job against Team Queso, who showed, you know, that they were still a really good team, but ultimately Tribe just, whatever they threw at them, they managed to come away with it, have some control of the pace and all sorts of things like that. I think overall, everything just kind of favoring Tribe Gaming in this moment.
I mean, I think so too, and that is just ridiculous from Lane. 12-2. He's got a 6 KD, which is just absolutely huge. And yes, the aim of the game is not to die, but also to get 12 kills in a knockout set is just absolutely phenomenal, because you know, that's near enough all the kills. If you get 4 sets, actually, it will pretty much almost be all of the kills, right? Barely any kills from any of his teammates. So a massive amount from him, 42% damage as well. Not the heaviest amount of DPS, but at the same time, it's not a game mode where you will get a load of DPS, just purely because of how passive the game mode is.
I mean, if you really think about it, there's 3 kills to the enemy side per round. So Linan was really responsible for 4 whole rounds worth. That's enough to win a set. Pretty crazy stuff. And I mean, anytime you have a teammate just performing like that, it's going to be pretty hard to lose. I think we had a great showcase of all of these guys here, and Drage continuing to perform on the Gene. You know, Tom was, in my opinion, a huge factor in that first set as well on defense. They're all stepping forward, doing their part. They're really not making too many mistakes either here. There haven't really been any signs of weakness or holding back. Again, I picked Bax. I felt like they deserve some support here. And in the chat, a lot of people went with Tribe, and man, it's rightfully so. You know, whatever happens here, Tribe Gaming absolutely showcasing what they're made of. And again, trying to ride this momentum, win themselves a monthly final, give themselves that confidence boost, and prove to themselves that they can compete with anybody at the world stage too.
And you know, if it's the same as them, if they win this monthly final, I believe that will be their second win and put them on par with Totem and SK going into World Finals. So that's definitely a position they want to do. And I believe if they actually do win it, they take first seed anyway. And I feel like they may have already guaranteed themselves that with Totem going out in the first round and them advancing to the semis. So that's something I'd like to have checked at some point, but I'm sure we'll go over that at the end, because if they can guarantee themselves the first seed, that's going to be a huge thing as well. Just with, you know, momentum and, you know, confidence going forward into Worlds. But we've got to focus down on this map of open zone. I said it just as we came out of the last game, but it's a very mechanical map, very open, and you can either take a bit of a healer route and not really go down the mechanic side of things, or the sharpshooters. You can even take a max or something like that, and it does really pay off quite heavily on a map like this.
Yeah, I think your math checks out with me at least. They should be ahead of SK Gaming with Reply Totem going down early. It's very likely that they should be enough, but it is going to be open zone. This is a very interesting map in the sense that I think intuitively you think sharpshooter here, right? But there's just so many good brawlers that can show up. I mean, look at that ban list. You got 1 sharpshooter on that list. It's going to be B, a Poco, a Max, very strong candidates for hot zone. Another Poco on the other side, kind of reflecting the state that Poco's in right now in my mind. They're going to throw a Crow up in there too, a Squeak as well. First pick overall is going to be Otis. Again, we've seen him perform here a lot today, but I really do enjoy seeing Stu on this map. It's something I've seen a ton in North America in recent history, and again, for good reason. Stu just always been kind of a solid pick, but that speed zone, a huge factor of getting your team back into action very quickly.
Yeah, we got a little Amber on the side of Tribe Gaming as well to finish off their composition. Colette along with that to kind of deal with the Pam, and I guess Amber will also be helping out with that as well. Bella's their last pick to try to take a more ranged approach, and yes, he will be able to outrange every single player on the side of Tribe Gaming, but a lot of the time it's not really about that. It's just, you know, if you lose control a singular time against an Otis, Colette, Amber, you really, it's going to be difficult to gain it back. But I suppose they do have the speed zones, the movement, the mobility that Cyclone's going to bring to the table might help them out quite extensively when they are trying to retake this zone, and it's definitely something they'll be able to achieve with Ham's HP as well.
Very interesting compositions from both sides. Tribe Gaming electing to go with a little newer flair with the Otis on the other side. We're going to see Stonks Pam in action. I like Pam on this map a lot too. I think the healing station can go a long way. You can put it down onto that hot zone to allow yourself to move forward. You can put it in a more passive stance as well behind this 3-pronged wall on the left. Right now, it's going to be Pam in the mid, Cyclone on the lane, trying to do his best to try and get a super here. You know, Gasso heal or the long dash even can go a long way just to helping Stu out. Tries to make an effort there, loses that super though, not a lot of HP, but that healing station should help out a ton. Good play here from Tom too, once again using the Amber very well. They're gonna be able to cut off this left-hand side for a little extra visibility.
I think it's nice they get to cut off that left-hand side so fast, and Nadine just going to place a nest egg down here just so they can cut off that side without really breaking it. I think that's quite a smart thing to do as well, and Cyclone's mobility definitely playing into Bax's hands as they do take the lead by 10% now. Tom trying to do what he can, but it's very difficult to track Cyclone. Even when you use an auto-aim, it's hard to track him when he's got this mobility up and the super start raining down, but Linane still marked, and then another nest egg was placed, but Darkham taking some heavy fire there, and now Tribe might reclaim this. Super miss once again by Tribe, and he is still yet to mute anybody this game. He's going to be taken out, and it's all Linane on his own now. Back's looking good as a 3v1 situation, the percentage heavily in their favor.
We haven't quite seen this from Bax in this match so far. I mean, they've got a commanding lead right now. Linane, though, striking back. That's going to be a nice pickup on the right-hand side. Cyclone bobbing and weaving, taking advantage of those Stu supers, doing everything he can to just keep control, stay aggressive. It's going to allow Darkham to just kind of hover on this hot zone. They've now crossed the 80% threshold as well. Only a few more moments away, and they will be taking game number 1.
I mean, this was extremely well played by Bax. They played patient at the start. They basically let Tribe defeat themselves by getting a little bit overconfident, getting some percentage on the zone, but also taking chip damage along the way and never really healing up. So really well played by Bax there. And who knows, maybe this is the restart, the start of a reverse sweep, and they'll be able to take Tribe by storm now. But it's just a bit of a poor draft, I think, by Tribe. Not the best thing to take. And this could quite easily go Bax's way once again.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities here. Bax doing everything they can. This time around, it's going to be Stu laning more towards the mid. Nadine with a big pickup. Dargoon with the pickup as well. Tom, once again, the only brawler left standing. It does have a super available. They can cut off this right-hand side if they wish. Having that left-hand side cut off is very valuable since it's the one that leads from the back spawn side. But nonetheless, they're just trying to put out a fire right now. And it's going to be Tom getting some heavy damage in there. Cyclone doing his best to dodge, but it's Lenon that picks up that kill. Nadine, the only one left for the side of Bax. And Darkoon trying to get a little bit of offense generated here. Lenon just refuses to get off this zone though, but now Cyclone rushing in will be able to pick up a kill and assist Bax in reclaiming the hot zone area.
Yeah, Lenane's playing this really, really well, especially down this PAM lane, which obviously he does counter, but even just his general survivability is like ridiculously high when he's in that mid and gaining percentage for Tribe, but only 30% has been gained so far. Fat Splatter goes down, and nice gadget and super from Lenane, but not making too many connections. Yet again, just Drage he's outranged in this mid by pretty much all the lanes. Cyclone could just dash in, dash out with one shot. So this is looking like a back set to me, but Tribe just pretty much unable to do anything.
Yeah, Bax now with an aggressive healing station too, and the speed zone to add to the mix. This is looking mighty good for them. A pickup onto Darkum as well. Tom has been hit with a damage amplifier from Bell. They're going to be trying to give themselves some visibility here, but I'm not sure it's going to matter too much as Cyclone gets a pickup there. Tom the fall, Lenon throwing in the towel. This one is going to be a clean win for Bax, and all of a sudden it's 2-1, and the reverse sweep hopes stay alive.
Bax still in it, and I'm not gonna go over it again. I'm not jinxing anybody, but Bax are looking very good at this point. They played that really, really well, and I think you kind of just got to put it down to the draft a lot of the time there. They did play it really solidly, and anybody can lose a draft even when it's in your favor. But that draft was in their favor. They played it well, and they won it because of it. And I think going forward, if they manage to do this again and again, there's 100% a possibility of this reverse sweep. But Shooting Star, it's another one of these maps, very, very similar to this one. If you get the draft right, you're in a great position to go forward and win it.
Yeah, and I mean, you love to see it too. Nadine is just somebody that excels on these sharpshooters. I think he's a brawler that's known for playing Piper often. You see the Bell come in there. He's hitting those damage amplifiers. You can see it connect to Tom there. Nadine with the follow-up shot, and it's just enough to gain them a massive lead. And we're about to go into another sharpshooter-esque kind of map. You know, there's a lot in Nadine's toolhouse that they can take advantage of. Some good comfort brawlers, certainly up their alley in a moment. However, Tribe Gaming, very mechanically skilled players too. And you can just kind of see it in the kills, right? Kills aren't everything in Hot Zone. Ultimately touching down on that, kind of area in the middle is, but 9, 6, 6, and at best Lenon had 2, Tom had 2, Drage had 1. Just wasn't enough generated there in terms of getting takedowns to the side of Tribe Gaming, and it clearly favored Bax there as they were able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, kills aren't everything, but when it's this extensive, it is. Like, if you get 9, 6, and 6 versus 2, 1, and 2, you are going to be winning the game in a game of Hot Zone, because no matter how much HP the opposing brawler has, if you're bringing them down this many times, they're not going to be on the Hot Zone that much. And I think that was kind of the name of the game there in that previous set. And Bax, they were looking very good in it. It was just generally really solid team play. They were trying to get the matchups right, and even when they didn't, Lenane was occasionally on that Colette, and we saw Colette doing a really solid job. Lenane staying up quite extensively, but they still managed to pinch him down, get him down eventually. And it's just they had. Tribe were getting chip of percentage, whereas Bax were kind of just on there for a long duration of time when they did.
Yeah, they really had at least one brawler on there for a majority of that match, and I think it really showed there, especially in game number 2, where it was kind of a clean getaway there. I mean, once they got control, it was kind of a spawn trap situation. There weren't a whole lot of opportunities for Tribe to kind of claw their way out of that one. Now we go into Shooting Star, and this one is all about momentum for sure. Getting that blue star on your hands, you can instantly take charge of the pace of play. You can play defense if you want. You can strike whenever you see fit. If you have that blue star in your hands or just a star lead in general, you can feel much more comfortable. You don't have to over-aggress press. You don't have to get desperate. I'm going to look for Bex to try and take advantage of that and really demonstrate that they have a good understanding of this game mode. And all three brawlers for Bex are very common ones that have been played on this map in the past. You see Piper go, Nani go, Bell go. I'd argue that Nani might be the best brawler on this map. On the other side, you're going to see it duplicated as well, along with Bonnie and Byron, a very sneaky one. And when talking to Drage in the past, I know that's a brawler they definitely like to run here and value a ton in this region.
Well, Gina's that first pick, as always, for Tribe. Cyclone and Nadine coming back with the B, and Gus, two more really solid picks. And with Bell banned out by Bax, Jean becomes that #1 pick according to the Brawler pick rates. And as you mentioned a few times now, Drage's win rates on this Brawler are just ridiculously high. So why not pick it, especially on a map like this where it's going to be so valuable to have the Jean pull in the midsection. And once you have if you have the lead and you've got a Jean pull, the opponents are going to have a really tough time pushing towards you, and it's just not a position they want to be in. Now we've got the Brock and also the Max coming through once again. Two more really good picks, actually, and it's the same composition they had in... oh, no, I'm mistaken, I think. But it's very solid anyway. Max and Jean, always going to be a good combination, and then Brock to break up the walls is just another really good pick.
Yeah, I believe what you're referring to is the Carl that was selected a little bit earlier, but the same kind of lineup, right? The same idea. Shooting Star can absolutely work too. Ooh, a sneaky little Crow pick here. Look, it's not the easiest to pick up kills with Crow. You do have that super though. He is an assassin at heart, and ultimately it does slow down that max momentum. You know, despite Crow being nerfed more recently in the meta, that slowing Toxin gadget going from 5 seconds to 3 seconds, it makes a big difference, but it is still somewhat effective, I would say, going into max, and a lot of sharpshooters are out of the picture right now. Again, no Bonnie, Bell, Nani, Piper, and Byron. Again, not the most commonly used these days, but on this map, particularly in EMEA, from what I've talked to with pros, it's something that people are a fan of, and they're going to have to rely on Gus here, B, and the next best thing, and having that go into max too, not the worst opportunity either. I think Bax, all things considered, are trying to set themselves up in a pretty good scenario here.
Just saw Darkoon throwing up the Tribe pin, clearly being very nice to his opponents, cheering for the opposing team when he's playing, and not only that, but he is in contention for Worlds here, so not the best time to really do that, but Nadine got the 3k in hand, and Tom slowed over the right side, same with Lane. Nice little gadget from Darkoon there as well to bring Drage even just that little bit lower. Speed available, well, speed pop there, and Nadine still manages to tap him. Great hit by Nadine, and that brings the lead in their favor. Vengeful Spirit's going to be there, though, and Darkoon's forced to jump out, but it doesn't matter as Darkoon will be taken down anyway, and the lead swings back in Tribe's favor.
Blue Star advantage next to Nadine, strikes again. Another takedown for Nadine. Again, he's known for sharpshooters. Piper might be his icon brawler, and B, a very close one as well in terms of sharpshooting abilities. 4-3 Bax with less than a minute to go, currently the leader.
Speed's there, though, and we know how monumental that can be with this Jean pull. Darkoon's low, and the super goes in. Tom gets the takedown there. Nice pinch from Drage as well to pin him in. They take the lead back in their hands. And now with the Jean pull in this position, this is what I was talking about. It's so hard to push up into an aggressive position when you know Jean's there. He's waiting for this pull, and this is exactly what his objective of the game is. Nadine has this honey molasses, though, to put down and try and tank it. But Drage is just going to try and avoid that.
It's all a mind game with Jean too, right? You can hold on to that super and really keep enemies away for a lot longer than they probably should. Drage, though, super in hand. Still 3 supers available for Tribe Gaming, who instigates some speed. 4-5 moments remaining. A big pull going through. Drage does not miss. 7-4. And it's going to take an insane clutch here, but it's not going to happen for this game. 13-4, the final score of game number 1. And Tribe Gaming are on match point.
Tribe Gaming looking very good right now, then in control of the majority of that game, regardless of being down a few times. They always remained composed and vigilant, knew they were going to come out on top regardless, and just played their game and not play into Bax's hands of pushing aggressively and, you know, letting Nadine do what he does best, and that is hitting shots.
Unbelievable stuff coming in from Tribe, and they stay disciplined. Again, they've been in these spots before. They've had the leads, and what comes to mind is that first month where they got reverse swept. I know that was a learning experience for them, and they've had a lot of highs and lows throughout the year, and they're going to try and take everything they've learned and improved on here in these final moments. A 1-game lead and a 1-star lead as well for Tribe Gaming as that clock dips below a minute and a half.
Craze now just trying to throw a few shots out. Obviously, Blue Star in hand of Lane. Speed available there as well, but don't want to over-aggress. They don't want to overstay the welcome in enemy territory. Tom has this super, and I'm not sure if they even know it either. So Nadine definitely needs to be careful. The rocket fuel comes through, doesn't make the connection, but Lane gets one over the right side. Anyway, actually was Drage, but better help from Lane. Gene pulls there, Brock super's there, and Max Speed should be here shortly as he keeps on moving around. He's going to gain that super.
I love how Max was just ready to strike there. Cyclone all by himself on that top right-hand side. Lenon took advantage of it. They got to be careful. They've given away a few kills now. Drage being slowed down too. This is an opportunity. Gus connects. It's 3-3. Blue Star advantage still in favor of Tribe, and now a little extra 5-5. Darkham trying to get out of this situation. A gadget going down, I believe, there too. Lenon does manage to stay alive. The passive heals from Gene kicking in too. Blue Star lead remains the same. It is Tribe Gaming still holding on.
Gene pulls there once again, and I don't even know if he's used it since the last time. Lane has the speed as well. Tom needs to be a little bit cautious because he can be picked out quite easily here. Cyclone with jump has that ability to avoid this super, but Darkoon really doesn't. Drage has got to be looking for him as his prime target, but Lane needs to be careful as well. 3k in the hands of Nadine, and that is a dangerous one. Jump available, and he's got that super. He's got the super from Gus as well. He jumps in, can't get the takedown. 4 seconds now. They're not going to be able to get it. The pull comes in, and Tribe Gaming reign victorious once more. They're going to the finals to face off against NaVi, and Backs are going home. And not just that, but Craze are going to World Finals.
And it's been decided. Tribe Gaming doing Craze Clan a favor here. A 3-1 victory. And they're back to another monthly grand finals. And you can see it on Darkham's face. Disappointment for sure, but honestly, an excellent effort. You know, they really proved that they deserve to at least be in this spot for that opportunity. They Totem, which, I mean, 90-some-odd% of people didn't think would happen, and you're going to see Craze Clan super excited here. They're going to be moving on to Worlds. He's mind-blown, too. He can't believe it. And although today was not necessarily their day, they're going to have an opportunity once again at the biggest stage, Brawl Esports.
I mean, you just see how happy he is, and, you know, I think anybody would be at that point as well. He just guaranteed himself a spot in World Finals, and I believe his message said Lane Goat. I think that's what it said, and obviously putting their full faith in the hands of Tribe Gaming there, and it must have been so nerve-wracking for them, especially when back started some signs of life, and the comeback possibility was definitely there. Definitely a bit of a tough draft in this fourth set, and where Tribe Gaming did manage to win it for backs, but you know, Craze, they're always just going to be so happy they're making it to Worlds, and regardless of it being off their own backs or off the backs of Tribe, it's an achievement nonetheless, and they finish in 6th spot in EMEA, and that's already an achievement as it is. We'll see how they do manage to do at Worlds later on in the year.
Drage once again popping off with the Gene, the pulls hitting, the teammates striking with some great shots too. 4, 3, and 3 on the other side. You can just kind of see a big difference in kills there. And Bounty, that's everything. That's the name of the game. Overall, hero's effort from Backs. I have no regrets picking them as my winner. I thought they deserved a little credit, which they did. They made it 3-1. They had their moments. And overall, great team. But for now, it's going to be Tribe Gaming moving on. They're going to be looking for a matchup against NaVi. And when talking with Drage in the past, this is a team he always looks forward to playing.
I mean, I think it's common amongst these teams to look forward to playing each other, and obviously look at Lane here as well. Clearly the MVP, 4-1 with 104 DPS in there as well. So definitely a commendable achievement. And you know, this is why Rama's sign said Lane Goat, because Lane is the one who's really pulling together for Tribe and making some of these plays with Max and, you know, other brawlers as well. He really is a massive part of the reason Tribe Gaming do succeed as much as they do. So, you know, it's really nice to see them progressing to the finals, and nice to see Craze progressing to World Finals, but sad at the end of the day for Backs as well.
Overall, some great stuff, a lot of good moments. Sorry to keep you waiting so long, Ark. It was just so much action going down. It took a lot of time to kind of make it happen, but we're glad to have you back now.
I mean, from the sidelines, super exciting. I mean, big commiserations to Backs, of course, because they stood up a great fight. I mean, there's no denying that. I mean, especially in the quarterfinals against Reply Totem, that was a huge win for them. And I was watching the Twitter from the players as well, saying that they were, you know, surprised and nervous going in, and it showed a little bit. But of course, huge congratulations to Craze. What a day it's been, guys. I mean, look at the bracket. There's so many 2-1s and 3-2s along the way. Oh my word. Trav, talk us through through the day for anyone that may be just joining the stream and kind of what they may have missed?
Well, as you can see in the quarterfinals, we had a few very close games. NaVi taking down Hmble 2-1, SK taking down Craze 2-1, Bax surprisingly with a massive upset taking down Reply Totem 2-1 and kept their dream alive for a little bit longer. Tribe Gaming U taking down Team Queso, and then in the semifinals we had NaVi versus SK Gaming, which in my opinion was a little bit of an upset, and the same for the rest of us as well, as we predicted all on the side of SK. But NaVi have proved themselves hugely today and almost did get reverse swept. Tribe Gaming finishing off Bax's hopes in a 3-1 victory, where they move on to the finals to face off against NaVi to see who takes it all, whether NaVi will win their first monthly final or Tribe Gaming will be on par with SK and Reply Totem with their second.
Yeah, if Tribe can get back into the grand finals, Kenny, be the first time since July, but NaVi as well was a bit of a grudge match there, because the last time that Tribe faced up against NaVi was in the quarterfinals of August, where they won with a 2-1 scoreline. So, but like Tribe says, a lot on the line here. Do you think NaVi have got the ice? Do you think they can bring it to the world finals with a grand finals win in the last monthly final of this region?
Absolutely. I mean, these guys played phenomenally today. You know, they played a tough opponent in SK, Cubic, Alex, Angel Boy, all phenomenal players. Very crafty drafts that they got on their side too. I've been really impressed with what NaVi has today. To me, this is a very even matchup. I think Tribe have won more of these, at least in the BSC setting, but it's not impossible. NaVi have done some really impressive wins here today, and I think they've got it in them. They could absolutely ride this momentum into this grand finals and take home their first of the year.
Trav as well, got to ask you. I can see the predictions rolling in, guys. So got to talk about that as well, because I see that I'm the only one going for NaVi here. So everyone's voting for Tribe. Again, you know, if you're participating over at event.brawlstars.com, which you absolutely should, because it's some fantastic in-game rewards over there. That's BSC Spray, of course, still waiting in the wings for those that can get their predictions on point. Trav, talk us through why you don't think NaVi are quite going to be able to do it.
It's a tough one, it really is. But I mean, you know, we've said that it is a massive rivalry between these two teams, and it definitely started the roots of it at the World Finals of last year. But Tribe, they've been victorious over NaVi more recently, as you mentioned in the quarterfinals of a previous month, and I think they're just gonna be able to do it again. That was such a good performance against Bax there, and with Bax coming, you know, off the back of a huge win against Totem, and also having that drive, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on with Hmble, it's the same kind of drive. When you need to win and there's no other option than winning, you kick into that 6th gear, and even with the 6th gear, Tribe managed to take them down, whereas NaVi took out SK Gaming, who were sitting pretty comfortably, already in a world spot. They're not going to be on their last hurdle.
Gotta say, Tribe do look phenomenal today. A lot of combinations of the Max and the Jeans, and teams aren't really necessarily banning it out along the way either, but it was looking very convincing back at that matchup against Team Queso earlier on. And of course, Bax did stand their ground a little bit along the way, but yeah, great pulls from Drage there, and consistently so today. Great aggression from Lanam we've seen as well, and just everyone working together as a unit. Again, it's been a while since Tribe have been back into the grand final after last month, exiting in the quarterfinals, and the month prior to that, the semis, but they are back on top. But can they finalize today with a huge win? They've already made an upset for Bax, and of course, Craze Clan then qualified. And one thing that gets me as well is how Drage stays so calm and collected throughout until the very end, regardless. It's been quite a joy to watch them play today, but the big question on everyone's minds is, you know, will it be NaVi's first grand final, or will Tribe be able to get back on top for the first time? Well, it's the first appearance in the grand final since July. It's been a while since they've had a win also, and that honestly makes me laugh so much to see how just relaxed Cubic is in comparison to Drage's seriousness. But again, both great teams on both sides of things, and both fully capable of winning this one. I think it's going to be quite a close one, Kenny.
I agree. I mean, I really don't blame chat for whoever they end up choosing. I'll throw in my vote as well. I rolled with Tribe Gaming too. It's a very close call for me, but again, Tribe Gaming have won this matchup more recently. I think they've played well today. I think NaVi's played well today. I'll just go with what's been happening most as of recent. You know, it's a great story arc kind of for Tribe Gaming here too. If they end up winning this grand finals, they take a huge leap forward, a huge confidence boost, and especially after a more rocky couple of months here, you know, certainly you start to doubt yourselves a little, but these guys have the ceiling to compete with anybody, and I'm going to choose to believe that here today.
Yeah, I mean, Trav, for me, see, the thing that I noticed when I was watching NaVi versus SK was just how their observation and awareness seems to have taken a bit of a lift. Like, they were playing the comps that SK wanted. And, you know, like last month, we saw them play out in Safe Zone, and it was actually, you know, NaVi going with 8-bit and SK choosing to counter it with Brock and utilizing that Hmble. So I just feel like they're on a bit of a roll. I don't know whether you kind of feel the same way, obviously, you know, going with Tribe, but, you know, in what scenario do you see that NaVi might be able to get an edge over their opposition?
I mean, you've pretty much said it. It's all really down in the drafts. I feel like Tribe are a stronger team mechanically, and they play better as a team, but we've seen NaVi's drafts, and the 3 sets that NaVi had the dominant draft over SK, they won. That's just plain and simple. It's as easy as that. And, you know, you said it. They read their opponents very well. They pick what their opponents want. They obviously got some seriously good analysis on them. But I've just got a feeling, after seeing what NaVi did to SK and kind of picking them apart bit by bit, I got a feeling maybe Tribe, in their time off whilst watching, might have thought a bit of a counter plan against it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Again, like, I mean, this prediction, I think it's going to be a close one, but I wouldn't, you know, put it against anyone if they go for Tribe. But actually, there's the majority going for NaVi, which is kind of what we expected, given the amount of support. Kenny, gotta say, man, it was a privilege to be back for a few minutes with you, but we're going to come back around to you at the end of the matchup. Me and Trav are going to take the lead on this one. Give yourself a well-earned break, because this stream has been a strenuous one on all of us, I think. I saw some tweets around saying that we need some cough drops and some O2, much needed. So give yourself a well-earned break, and we'll catch up with you after. Trav, going into Deep Dive then for Gem Grab up first. And again, a map which can cater a lot towards a lot of aggressive ideas. Heals, obviously, very much needed here. Gene, I thoroughly expect to be on the cards if it not banned out. But ultimately, you know, one that can be quite diverse, especially if you choose to go for a wall break idea.
Yeah, I mean, wall break has been kind of the way to go with Griff and you know, other brawlers like that. Bo usually comes out. We have Ruffs quite occasionally as well, but with that being banned out, along with a lot of throwers from NaVi as well. Sprouts, Barley, Sam, Squeak, Ruffs, and Poco, and the gene still remains with Tribe. This is what I mean. Maybe NaVi were just a little bit lucky with taking the brawls that SK wanted, because if they were taking the brawls that Tribe wanted, Gene would have 100% been off the board instantly. Cube and Alex there over on the Janet and Gus, and also the Stu to finish things off. Speed Zone going to be the one that really does make the biggest difference. I feel like Alex is going to be that brawler in the mid with those shields. Otis on with Linane, which has been a very solid brawler, sprung into the meta heavily since it was introduced to competitive, and you know, with that buff to the super, dealing damage over time, it's been a dangerous thing to have.
Interesting bans as well. NaVi just don't want any throwers. You might kind of look at Barley and think, why Barley? But actually kind of seems that Barley's more favored in Deep Dive than it is Sprout, so I can understand it. Sam as well, tanky ideas, and Drake's going to be just going to be picking in, the penny pick for the final part of the draft here. Bans of Poco, Ruffs, and Squeak as well. I think they're pretty decent bans, of course. The walls are going to be staying up throughout, unless Angel Boy wants to bring in, of course, the breakthrough gadget. Tom can obviously choose to pull, but I imagine it'll be Drage on that gene as well, as it has been for the majority of today anyway. But I mean, Gus as well here, I can absolutely see working out pretty well. It's still very early days, but more so than not, teams have been giving it a go, and therefore, you know, can be safe to say is in a good spot in terms of the meta, but it is still in pretty early days. Fat splatter there from Lenun early on, keeps Cubic at bay a bit, and Alex going to get double teamed out here. There's not much that Agasa Hill can really do about it, but it has to say that. Oh, he almost got away with it.
Almost did, and the gadget pop by Cubic there as well. Dropped the base, placed by Angel Boy to keep them low during Alex's long walk back up the map. Drake has this pull, but I'd imagine Alex has got some speed zones to tank it if he does go for it, but might not want to waste them on that at the same time. Pull comes through and a few of those walls go down. Linane's not really playing the lane too much, definitely playing more central and through mid than what you'd usually expect.
Okay, well, yeah, Cubic can use that on himself. I don't necessarily mind it. Angel Boy doing a lot of work on his right-hand side. Tom is really in a bad spot, and actually Cubic was the one to pick up the kill on it. Doesn't necessarily see why it could have been Angel Boy, but nonetheless, just shows that NaVi are all working so well together. Cubic with a nice pickup again, and he's gonna. Oh, he couldn't quite pick up the gems before taking to the flight, but yeah, it does allow a little bit of time. If Drake can connect this pull as well, that'll be a huge result for Tribe here, as Alex trying to contest the left, and Tom's the one to win it. So now, a lot of work for NaVi's had to retake, as they could have been on countdown now.
Yeah, nice little pull there from Drage. Wasn't on the gem carrier, but still pretty meaningful in the grand scheme. Alex using breakthrough. I just realized as well, he doesn't even have those speed zones to be able to tank it. Tom's turret is going to go down though, and probably was worth it. Angel Boy got muted there, but not brought down just yet. A few little pinching shots from Drage don't yet bring him down either. Cube's low. He's not really making these aggressive pushes because he just can't. Drage is doing a wonderful job of keeping him in this unfavorable position, but the mortar is going to fall down once again, and now they're pretty replenished. Drage has pull once more though, and Otis yet again has that mute.
Yeah, which he connects nicely onto Angel Boy there, and what a follow-up as well. Tribe have just done such a big turnaround here, honestly, because NaVi would have probably sealed it a lot earlier on, and now has a ton of pressure as they've got to push back here, and with the G-Magic hand, and Nan has mute as well, but Drage is so incredibly low here. He might go down 90 HP here, and Q gets the pickup. This is far from over.
Well, you say that, but then the takedown comes in from Tom. Lane's going to pick up some gems from mid there and make it 14, so they can't even things out from the center. 10 seconds on the clock. Drage got the pull in as well, taking down Angel Boy. It's pretty much all Alex who's going to have time to be able to get close, and even he's not going to be able to do that. Tribe are going to take the first game with some lovely plays from Drage, falling down in certain situations, Lane recovering them really nicely, and Tribe with not the most convincing game, I will say, but it's a game nonetheless.
Yeah, win's a win. A win is a win. But definitely some things on both sides that teams will have to consider going into this next fresh round, as it could have been a reset on both ends of things. And it is the breakthrough there from Alex to try to open up some of that left-hand side to alleviate the pressure. He goes down there himself. Cubic will be able to pick up the gems, though, in the meantime, but Tribe are pretty low. Cubic knows that. Ooh, but Lanun comes in with the help of Drage, and the gems are dropped, and Angel Boy's just got to try to keep the time ticking over so that Cubic can come in to collect them, which he will now, but this is a lot of great control, and Drage could even choose to pull this and break even the left-hand side, goes for the shot, and then it's the wise call, reserve the super, the amount of ability to be able to control the situation, then saves with Tribe here as they start to extend their lead in terms of gems.
Mortar from Tom as well. Alex not going to get hit by it just yet, but Drage has this pull, and that's always given them a chance to be in the game no matter what, how far they go down. No gadget from Cubic wouldn't go amiss right there, but Drage is pretty aware of it and still staying around it anyway. Another turret, I think, placed a little bit further up from Tom there to try and get some more raying fire down onto NaVi being the opponents, and Alex can't really make too many big moves towards Lane because he's just going to use that super, and that's going to shut him down instantly.
Nice gadget there from Lanun. The fast spatter keeps Alex low. He can't really push forwards until he's healed up. And Tom, in the meanwhile, gets to take down on Angel Boy on the right. And the mute there, spot on from Lanun. It just leaves now Cubic all alone again, and very little support here. Angel Boy going in super aggressive, but what goes up must come down. He's going to land behind this situation and does get some damage, but it's 3 versus 1. This is just a matter of time before he goes down. And now Drage still full HP. Will NaVi be able to get the reset? It doesn't look like it, but Alex is still alive. Great land blow out there, and the support from Tom was there also. Tribe Gaming EU will take the first set.
I mean, that one was a lot more convincing. They seemed very much in control of this one in comparison to the last, where it was pretty much all NaVi, and they just managed to get a few clutch kills, few clutch plays in there to bring it back. This time, Tribe were very much in the driving seat, and you could see it as well. Drage still locked in on what's going on in the game, but to be honest, it's hello Kenny, how you doing? To be honest, it's just a little bit more of the same here, really, and Tribe Gaming managed to come out on top.
We just miss Kenny so much that we just gotta try to bring him back in any available opportunity. Finally, a bit more of a smile from Drage, though. He's seeing light of the situation that's upon them and didn't seem too deterred by that last game, despite there being a couple of moments when NaVi could have turned it around, but they looked confident, to be fair. Towards the end especially, Tribe were really starting to work together and isolate those moments so they could really capitalize over NaVi, and not deterred either by, again, the amount of support that NaVi have over at event.brawlstars.com. I think it was about 75% of viewers thinking that NaVi will get their first Grand Finals win, but so far, Tribe looking back on top. And again, it's been such a while since they've been able to get a Grand Finals win. It's still getting ahead of ourselves slightly, but back in April was the last time. I mean, from then on, we had obviously MSI and Team Queso leading into that with their first win of the year. And since then, Reply Totem have just been absolutely dominating. Last month, SK Gaming. It's just a crazy thing when you look back on this particular region to see just kind of like how every month upon month we have something new and fresh going on. And NaVi have still got it's fair to say, a good opportunity here. If they can bring it back in beach ball, then we are all tied up very, very quickly. So Tribe can't let their guard down in that respect.
We know what happened last time on Beach Ball Arc. I'm looking forward to this map. I just want some more aggression. It might have been SK and Craze playing, but just give me aggression, give me an Ashe, give me a Primo, and I'll be happy. Few healers in there and just all-out war overrun in this Beach Ball map, because that would really be another intriguing stat. I might lose my voice by the end of it if that's what happens, but you know, at the end of the day, it's worth it.
Yeah, we will give it our all. If again, like we see those comps, it's just so enjoyable. Bringing in Max, bringing in some tanks. I mean, what's not to love? But again, you know, I want to see that Gale ban. I feel like it's kind of now becoming a necessity when it comes to Brawl Ball, and it just kind of plays out in such a different manner. But, you know, it's a tough game mode in general, you know, when it comes to having those oppressive brawlers on the map. And I think that the draft in Brawl Ball is so important just to get spot on. And in that respect, you've got to be thinking about shutting down some of those heavy hitters and game changers. Poker as well, as I'm seeing the guitar line down by the beach towels there. Definitely a pick that NaVi do like to sort of cater towards more so than not. And, you know, heals, speed, all that good stuff in Brawl Ball goes such a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you need a good combination of all of it, though. You need some control, some heals, you know, some speed, and sometimes you can, you know, overcompensate for some stuff by having a lot of others, you know, with Poco double tank or stuff like that. But Poco being banned out, Ruff's banned out, Otis, Crow, Poco, and Janet. Nobody wants any repeats of what happened between Craze and SK on the playing side, clearly. But we're starting things off with the Stu, who's gonna give us that speed. The Gene coming in from Alex. Don't want to give that to Tribe once again, because that has been dangerous. Gale is going to be the second pick, and I think these first two picks from NaVi are pretty good.
They are. They absolutely are. Interesting to see as well that Tribe went with the Stu over the Gene as their first pick, obviously favoring it massively so. And I imagine Lennon going to be taking the front on that. Or actually, no, now maybe not. Actually, maybe Lennon was keeping on the surge as he was earlier today, and he was playing it fantastically well. I think that was back on Deep Diner from memory. Third and final pick here for Tribe coming in, and they are lacking a little bit of that early game ability to control the situation. Surge will take a bit of time to get his stacks up, and Penny's still available if they want to go for that. Something along those lines wouldn't be a bad shout for me. Or again, if they want to have some option to heal, it doesn't leave that many options, to be honest, now that the Gene's been already been secured by NaVi. But Griff kind of come in, quick wall breaks, and good damage all round. And to be fair, that is actually probably one of the last remaining healers, given the star power selection that most of the pro players will choose to run in the esports scene. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. And it's also going to eradicate a lot of what the Gale can do in terms of the stun on the other side of things. So this is actually looking like a pretty decent draft for Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, it's turned around from something that looks really good for NaVi to something that looks pretty good for Tribe now. You know, the wall break is going to be pretty good, and I feel like once Drake can get some stacks, he's going to be pretty good against the Gale too, ability to jump over these supers and stuff like that. But now Angel Boy bringing in this B, it's going to be a bit harder for Lenane to justify breaking as much up as he would have liked to beforehand. Especially with the Stu, you know, he needs these places to put the speed zones, and you know that's the way to kind of use those to the biggest effect. But I think it's a pretty even draft, but it's going to be dangerous if NaVi can score early and corner this ball, because we've seen what Gale can do.
Yeah, Tribe are going to be looking to go in on the aggressive very early on, not just for the sake of the surge stacks and getting them as quickly as possible for Lennon, but ultimately getting that first goal is going to prevent NaVi from being able to use delay tactics against Tribe. Tom, though, weak and weary on the right-hand side, able to stay alive, though. Cubic, though, low. Support is there. I don't think Drake can contest this. Lennon as well, slow and sluggish until we can... Oh, hang about. I take it back. I take it all back. My word. I almost stopped watching Drake. I was so certain he was going down, but that is why you just cannot turn your back on the boys in red.
Definitely so. I mean, I'm not sure how he managed to get that through. I'm not sure how NaVi didn't manage to finish it off, but that's what happened, and all the good for him for it, because that was just absolutely insane. What a play that was made by Drage. Lenane, I think, is guaranteed his level 2 as well with this power up. He jumps over, tries to get a few shots on Alex, which he does. Pretty close to a level 3 now, I would imagine, maybe one shot off, and it's Drage versus 3, but at least he's got the ball in his possession.
Great chance for Cubic, though. He can get a pull through the mid, potentially, if they can keep Tribe behind these defensive lines. These connections from Cubic are on point as well, and everyone is so low. Cubic can go for a pull. I don't know why he didn't. He would have been able to pull Tom through. He goes for it now, but it's a bit too little too late. It allows Lenan to come in to help with the defense. The pass through is there, though. Actually, no, it wasn't a pass. I thought that's something from NaVi. Oh, my word. To get that angle, and the trick shot was, again, the perfect scenario to do it. In that respect, it was just an amazing shot.
What a trick shot. I didn't even see it coming. I was switched off. I did the same as you did with Rage. I was like, this isn't a goal. He's just going to shoot him and he's going to save it. But they managed to find it through, even things out, make it 1-1. And the goals are coming out of absolutely nowhere in this game. Lemaine got level 4 available, and that's going to be huge for Tribe at this stage in the game, especially with Tom. They have kept the map very closed off because of this B, to be fair, and the Gene as well. So level 4 should come for overtime, but he needs to stay up as well, or he will only have level 3 for overtime.
What amazing opportunities from both sides, but fair to say NaVi had the greater of the slips, as Alex does get the takedown on Drage and Lenan, then equalizes things out to a 2 versus 2. He's not got full stacks yet. He would like to have some, but just waiting his time there, I imagine, before choosing to go for it, or just giving the option for a potential pass if he can move forwards and Drage can get one over to him. But now he's used that shot and he will need to connect another to be able to have that super to hand. Another's being very cautious, and now he will use it. Now so we can weary, but the push through. Drake gets the pass on Tom with a shot. Oh my goodness me! Oh, beautifully done just before the magic hand connected. What are we seeing, Trav? These goals are unbelievable.
I'm telling you, Beach Ball is my new favorite map. It never fails to amaze. Best map in the game, never take out of the competitive rotation, because we've seen an absolutely phenomenal game between SK and Craze, and now these goals are coming out of nowhere.
It's great stuff. It's Brawl Esports at its finest. Let's see how both sides respond, as NaVi will be feeling the heat a little bit, but nonetheless, it's a great performance. It's a great place to back it up with. Cubic, though. Oh, beautiful lamp blowout, keeps him in the mix. Angel Boy's got amplified shot, places down the honey molasses, but actually Tom goes on the aggressive, almost gets the takedown there on Cubic. And that is enough to keep him having to heal over. Good connection on the slow as well to Drage, and Drage choosing to bear the front of it. I think he kind of had to under the circumstances. Great stuff from Alex. NaVi are in a fantastic position here. And there's the ball! My word! What an explosive start from NaVi!
Even better start from NaVi this time. They might have been scored on early last time, but this time it's them who get the early goal, and only pretty much a minute in, and they do manage to secure that. Not even that. Tom got the super down the left-hand side. Now Alex has his super as well. Lenane, 2 stack. Has the level up, I believe. It's hard to see in this bush in the speed zone, but looking to try and force this ball up a little bit further. Pops to level 3, but surely going to go down here. Bit of a poor one from him, but I think he might have got his super back. NaVi try and push this ball forward, and they do just that. The knockback's there as well. The stun, the takedown should be there, but Tom's not able to just defend it. He just, Cube, can he get the shot through? The jump's there, but the dash forward from Drage does not clear it off the line in time. And NaVi even things out in Brawl Ball.
Very convincingly so, it's got to be said. It looked like a more revitalized NaVi there. And they had the panache, didn't they, in the first game? But the second one just looked like just so much speedier. I was just aware that they've got to exert this immediate pressure onto Tribe to keep them on the back foot here. But great stuff all around, honestly. Chance to reset the Tribe, as they do need it. Angel Boy's just doing some wondrous things on the B, passing the ball to the wall and trying to connect the amplified shot, which is proving to be a big problem actually on the side of Tribe. To be a bit more cautious around those shots and try to shoot them a bit more. Well, this could be going the way of NaVi, but so far, good push coming in from Tribe, and they've got to defend now.
Tom's got a super as well. The wall break's obviously there, and it might be worth using it in the goal mouth. Just try and break some of these walls and open up a bit of a shot through for one of his teammates. Now they start to push forward. Drage with a pinch here. Tom's still got a super as well. Damage going to come down onto the Cube, but not enough at the moment. And then trying to work for level 3, and that is the real decider on this map. You need level 3, otherwise you're going to really struggle throughout.
Nah, not always got super. Not really in a position, though, to go for a shot. Too many bodies in the goal area. Alex, though, weak and weary, and the pickup is there between Drage and Lenan, but the shots from Angel will keep flying on. Tom, though, will survive. This should surely be a walk-in goal for Tribe, and it will be. 1 minute 10 on the clock, though, for the response, and we know that NaVi are capable of it.
Supers are available as well. Speed zone being placed down the mid from Drage. Clearly just trying to make a little bit of a precaution towards that, but Lenane just used his level 3 and got stunned along the way. Tom's got his super, but gets pulled in. The 3k connects from him as well, and it's just Drage on the defense. Can he make the play? He's dashing and Gasser healing very nicely. Heals are always there. Lenane gets pushed back once again and stunned, trying to work for his actual level 3 rather than just having it as a gadget, and it's not working out. The knockback's there, but Drage needs to cover for the goal. Cube gets taken down quite low, and nice pass over from Tom to compensate for him going down. Make sure that Drage is going to have this ball covered and ensure that NaVi don't bring a goal back.
Big play from Lenane, he's actually taken care of as well at the same time, 2 versus 2, but Tribe seem confident despite having to defend. Ooh, great pull from Cubic, and Angel Boy survives. The magic paths will keep him as well quickly back into the mix. Again, another lamp blowout there. Cubic at 167 HP as a jump in from Lenane is solid onto Alex, but the stun is better. Oh my word, it's so back and forth. But with 9 seconds now on the clock, I think Tribe should be safe and sound, especially with the respawn from Lenane. And that'll be another set surely going the way of Tribe. But boy, oh boy, was it close. Drage with a little bit of hydration to keep up the plays that are surely going to be coming, but this is now a position that NaVi might not be able to come back from. They are really going to have to turn things around, learn from these mistakes if they want to still earn their grand final win, their first grand finals win of the year.
It's gonna be a pretty big one if they do manage to reverse sweep this and actually win this game. First time in the year that they do so. It is on Kaboom Canyon, and we've seen them, I believe, triumph on this map quite nicely. So it's one of those maps where you do have to be a little bit careful if you are Tribe. Make sure you get the draft right, whereas NaVi are going to punish you. But this could be the start of a reverse sweep again. You know, NaVi, they're confident players. They need to get the draft right, and this is the map that they're going to do it. And it's going to have to be the map that they're going to do it in reality.
I think, again, one thing I've got to say, though, is that Tribe are looking much more like their former selves. I mean, we've seen them kind of dwindle a little bit post-MSI and having some results that have kind of been going backwards. But today, it's not that day, it seems, and they're just seemingly making things work. And, you know, even then, when I thought that, you know, with the gene pick on the side of NaVi, they tried better have a response, and they did have a response, and just looking like the chemistry is back. Great goals all round, and we can't forget the goals from the side of NaVi as well. Look at the kills. NaVi getting 12, 10, just a 5 for Angel Boy, but that's still more than Drage on 3. Tom, 7, Lenane, 7. I mean, NaVi are fully capable of this turnaround. But as the time ticks down, if Tribe get a game under their belt, you know, match point might be too much for NaVi to handle.
A lot more kills from NaVi, but they just weren't able to get the goals along with them. There was always that respawn cycle coming in from Tribe, ensuring that they have a body in the goal mouth at all times. And they did a great job as well of passing the ball around the goal face, ensuring that the NaVi didn't have an opportunity to score it, and always maintaining at least one player near the ball, or at least having the ball in the corner, which was definitely something that they really did very well there. And I will say they thoroughly did deserve that set. It was a lot closer than the first one, though, and, you know, by the scoreline of it being 2-1, it kind of proves that as well.
Again, it'll be a huge result for Tribe going into the World Finals with a win, doing a bit of a full circle on the year, really, when you think about it. But like you say, Tribe, the draft is where this one comes down to, and in Kaboom Canyon for Heist, it's a very important one to get right. You know, more often than not, range is your best friend, but also breaking the bush, you know, having something of a way to get rid of that. And we know that Tribe tends to cater towards Amber. NaVi as well are going to have to be thinking a little bit more about kind of like the things that Tribe like to do and shutting those ideas down. Crow, Bell, I mean, even 8-Bit's starting to make a bit more of a run through. I think that, you know, despite you not necessarily liking Bonnie, I think she can work here under the right circumstances and the right combo. But there's a lot of options. I feel like on Kaboom Canyon, there is quite a diverse meta when it comes to your options. And I think both teams are going to have to consider greatly so their bans here and kind of go for those picks that the other team would like to edge towards, rather than just going with like what is strong in the meta. I know the Tribe have kind of experimented a lot with Otis here. They seem to like it. I think it's a map that can work, but again, you just got to be so considerate around those bushy areas. If you have a situation where your opposition are able to eradicate them, then it does quickly turn around what might seem like a favorable brawler in the mid at first, but then later might then be held against you.
Yeah, I mean, I think prior to the bans, NaVi would be looking for that Gale Daryl composition, which definitely would play into their kind of play style, and it is on the table by the looks of things, and especially with a lot of these tank counters banned out of the way as well. Amber, Bell, Griff, sorry, I forgot the name of Griff there for a second, Colette, Crow, and B, and it looks like Tribe might be leaving this Daryl Gale comp open for them.
Yeah, Exactly. I think the same. I think this is going to be a Daryl. I mean, normally we see the Gale banned for that reason because it's kind of lesser likely. First pick is Carl, which I don't mind necessarily at all, especially if Tribe are careless and leave it on the safe. But this is surely going to be Daryl. I mean, not necessarily, to be fair. They could go with something else and just kind of keep the Gale, but it's a great pairing with that spring trap into the middle. It just keeps your whole team able to reset very quickly back into the action. But the Max, for that same reason, on the side of Tribe, it's not the most common of brawlers, let's be honest, in Kaboom Canyon, but one that's been faring so well for Tribe already today. And they are going to bring in that Otis, which again, they know and love. They're going to go with Bonnie, Trav. I'm going to throw it back to you on this one because we were expecting Daryl, and it's the brawler that you got a bit of a grudge against.
Well, I wouldn't say a grudge against, but you said with the right matchups, it could work. And do you think this is the right matchup for it to be with? Because I'm not 100% sure about that. Tribe obviously having this last pick now. They got the Max, they got the Otis. That's a good pairing anyway. Otis has got some seriously decent DPS, regardless to what people think, and it's an extremely solid pick. We do have this final pick for Tribe Gaming coming in just shortly, though, and it's got to be something that's going to affect work nicely with the speed. They do go with a bow, which does work quite nicely. You can use tripwire, you can use the totem to get some super early on, but the bow mines are always going to be good on these choke points, and or even in the mid grassy area. So I think it's a solid pick. Wouldn't have maybe been mine, but I think it works quite well with what Tribe Gaming have already gotten on the draft.
Yeah, I think that Hmble would have been a bit risky, just considering the Carl and the fact that she's very, very vulnerable to attack when the Carl closes in. And yeah, they are still going to run that same strat. And actually the Fat Splatter didn't quite actually connect with Alex. I'm a bit surprised there. Thought it was on point, but clearly just a pixel or two away. But Alex low, Angel Boy low, and Tom, though, is out of position and will get taken down. That's going to be, I was going to say some damage gear on the safe, but Cubic, yeah, doing wondrous stuff here. Drake will mute it out, and I think that's the way forwards, and Tom just going to be clearing it up and moving forwards. Mine straight into the mid, which is where you want them to be, realistically here. Now you want to go and use that jump pad now. They're going to be very, very cautious. But, oh, yeah, you see there, just not quite on placement. But nonetheless, good aggression from both sides. Quite an even scoreline.
Well, the first defense from Drake was actually really good, but now definitely not the same kind of story. Lane needs to try and push Cubic, but doesn't want to over-aggress because he might go down here. Needs to be cautious, does get the takedown, but a lot of damage came along with that push from NaVi. They need to heal up, but Lane's popping speed instantly and trying to go for a quick, aggressive play, take them by surprise. And still a mine on the floor there, and it looks like Angel Boy might just walk over it, but doesn't just yet. Fat Splatter comes down and gets some damage in, but Lane still very, very low, and one super from Gale will bring him down here.
Good aggression, though. Continuation shots onto Angel Boy. Takes no chances. Jumps in as well. And the stun from Alex is on point onto Tom. And Nana's got to bring in the speed here, which he does. And everyone now jumping into action as 5% left. Oh, Alex might be out of security. He does. Oh, my word. What a great amount of value he was able to attain to the back of that super. And still signs of life with NaVi. They're not done yet. That might be enough to spur something within themselves to keep this one going into a full set potentially. But they got to get this next game on point yet again and show Tribe that they are still very much in contention to win their first grand final this year.
Another bounce pad straight into the mid for Alex there, and you can see the instant control they did get from it. Tom very low, and Lane literally 1 HP. Tom placing down this over the side now, and Dre's really nice mute there. He's going to get the kill, and he's going to get some damage on it as well. Tom trying to survive, not able to connect too many shots, and the lead is actually in Tribe Gaming's favor, regardless of all of the control that NaVi did just show.
Well, the super totem there will tick down. The decay will not allow Tom to get much more value from it. Speed from Lenon, and Dre's juking nicely. Spring trap in from Alex, and all he does get a super for his troubles, but it's not enough to secure Lenon. And Angel Boy muted out now. Drej can't quite connect the shots and leaves him on 360 HP. A chance to reset for NaVi still, but the pressure continuing in the side of Tribe. These great let's goes from Lenon, just keeping everyone moving, and it's causing a big problem for NaVi. They've got to retake this mid. That's the stun to do it, surely. Everyone's still low, though, surviving on how to Tribe do it.
Honestly, that was such a good stun, but they just could not follow it with the damage needed, and a nice little phase shifter to the right and Tom to the left. They move out of the way of it really nicely. Replacing this launch pad now so they're not jumping directly onto the bow mines. Really smart idea, but Alex not able to jump just yet and baits out the spring trap as well, so Cubic can't hop on it and get in the mix quite as quick. Angel Boy is low, and Drager and Linane should bring him down. Alex jumping in now, needs to be cautious of these mines that are in the mid. Pushback is there as well, but Drager getting some damage down. He's got this damage gear activated as well, and that's going to be huge. DPS raining down. Look at it, just destroying and melting the safe. Another clip goes on as well. Angel Boy jumps in eventually, almost goes down as well, but they are bringing some damage back. Alex being pinched in now, and Angel Boy in this Clyde form down here. Gonna fall, surely gonna fall, not just yet, but Tribe chasing him down, and he's actually managed to survive for a good amount of time there, eventually going down, and NaVi are in control of this mid, which means they might be able to bring this back.
Great survivability on both sides of things, but Drage will clear up that mid now, alleviating the problem as Lenan and Tom still need to heal up and try to connect some shots into Alex to keep him low. 10 seconds remaining. It's going to be a big push here from NaVi, but it could well be that. Cubic misses the shot. Maybe should have gone for damage here. Will it be proving costly? Angel Boy does connect himself. I don't think there's enough time, but there could be if they can both start to connect. 62, not enough. That last pickaxe may have proved a little costly for NaVi. Tribe moving on to match point.
Match point coming up next, and NaVi did look good in that one. The ending was looking like it was going to be taken by them. The knockback came just a little bit too late and didn't knock them past the safe, so they were still able to tank the damage that was coming in. Drage looking laser focused once again, straight at his screen as the game number 3 does start. Linane starting off with a bit of a trade there, and it is a 2v2. Cube gonna quickly go forwards, but I'm not sure if that was worth the sacrifice of control for the 4% he got in return.
Jump in. Damage dealt. The swift 21% in favor of NaVi so far, but it's where the Tribe comp really does start to shine as you can scrutinize these situations, stopping you from healing and just chipping away gradually over time until someone can get the clear up. Tom as well, one shot away from death, and he will go down for it. Rage as well, the last man standing. Cubic needs to hit it. Oh, just out of reach. Only just though. But now NaVi have got mid control, and that's very important here because Tribe are the ones behind. They need to get the damage. That could be a good start of going forwards here. Lenan, though, can't quite do... Can he 2v1 this? Surely not, but he might well do it. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure for him to be able to connect these shots, and this is a lot of damage from NaVi. Oh, beautiful stuff.
It's going to have to be all-out control from Tribe here now. Then all NaVi are going to bring this to a set number 4. Shots from Linane, and he is low. Drage, same on the other side as well, and he can just go forward with this gadget and get some damage down, and he even gets the pickup as well. Angel Boy coming towards the safe. They need to tank it, but they can't at the same time, and this is surely going to be it. 2 or 3 shots remaining. Linane's not even going to try and tank it. NaVi take it to a set number 4, and Tribe Gaming cannot finish it off just yet.
Cubic looking calm, to be fair, under the circumstances, which I think you've got to, especially when you're behind still, but that is valuable momentum that NaVi can utilize now and try to bring things back on track. It's going to go to the 5th and final set if they're going to be able to turn this one around realistically here. And Tribe are going to have to really think through how they approach this one. They were on match point, and being deprived of it when you're that close can get inside your minds. But knockout is a game that I think does cater well towards Tribe. It is one that they've seemed to get their heads around this year pretty well. They cannot drop the ball though here. They would like to tie it up and make it convincing. But NaVi is still in with such a great opportunity here. And again, they want this so much. They've yet to have a grand finals win. They'd like to have one going into the world finals. They've already obviously got their golden ticket, as have Tribe. So this is where it comes down to, Trav.
Yeah, and I mean, some of these highlights as well. NaVi just played this control very, very well. Like, you see at the end here, Linane just kind of gives up because of the position that they were in. They're just not coming back from that. And there you go. It's the same story. Always the same in heist. The kills just does not equal a win. 11, 7, and 15 versus 8, 5, and 5. And NaVi are the ones who come out on top. They played that absolutely beautifully. And Tribe did as well, but they just couldn't get the damage down. It was just constant jump pad in, flying hook forward, jump forward from Bonnie. And it's just cycling damage. And Tribe just didn't find an opportunity to go forward as a team and rain down that damage.
Gal strat is such a strong one again. Much of the reason why we tend to see it banned out in Kaboom Canyon, and you can just see there how well it works for NaVi. And you're right, the storylines there in terms of the stats don't necessarily say the story of the objective. When it comes to knockout, though, staying on your feet is primarily the objective here, and giving as much support to your team towards those later stages, and choosing then as well what kind of comp you want to run. Do you want to have something which is going to have an explosive early game, or something which is a bit more risky to run and wait until that later game opportunity to be able to secure those kills? But one thing's for sure, out in the open, it does cater to a lot of ideas that could be utilized here. I always say it, but I'm going to say it again. I don't think people are going to pick Eve, but I'm open to it if teams do want to do it, just in case the chat erupts with something. But Brook is a great choice here, one that's getting a lot more choice of play rate. Penny as well. One thing you got to be very cautious though, Trav, is getting pushed back into this spawn area. Having an exit strategy obviously is still there with that spring pad, but sometimes it's not nearly enough, and the best teams are those that can really locate those moments where an opposition might be looking to make a hasty retreat. You can get that spawn trap in early, then you're more than likely going to be able to secure the kills to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it is really about the spawn trapping, I think, on this map. There is a huge mid-fight at the start, but it usually goes down to the team who has the flying hook over the wall to quickly get there, the wall break to get there fastest, and who can get the quickest and fastest control of this mid is really the one who usually comes out on top. Near enough mirror bans here, double Piper ban, double Bell ban, Otis and Crow over the are the opposites, and Tom going to take the max early on. Pretty much the same thing that Tribe have been playing all day. Cube's going to take the Bonnie, sorry, which I do kind of like on this map. For once in my life, I do kind of like a Bonnie. They're pairing it with a Griff, which isn't going to have the best range, but at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like that's the kind of approach Tribe are taking anyway.
Rave's going with B, and I do like B here, especially combined with Max. It's going to make for quite a difficult circumstance. They want to push forwards, but the Griff is a good response to it. It can help those moments to deflate the situation somewhat. Tom going to come in with this, or rather Lenan going to come in with his final pick here. And again, I wouldn't be opposed to a Brock. Bell was a good ban in that same idea. Going to go with Squeak. I don't mind it necessarily. I've kind of drifted away a little bit from the Squeak meta ideas in my brain, but I mean, obviously the sticky residue is a great thing to have in those shutting down of the mid, and also locating people within the bush of that mid. But it can be vulnerable as well, so you have to keep control, and that's a brawler which could very well be vulnerable too. Fang coming in from NaVi, aggressive ideas. The B is definitely a consideration there as well, but I do like it from NaVi. It's bold, it's daring, and it's the right time to try it.
It's definitely the time they need to try something a little bit different if they're not feeling too confident in themselves. But after the last one, I feel like maybe they should be fairly confident in themselves. But it's a daring pick, but it's also very good into the Squeak. You just got to make sure that he avoids the B at all costs, because the B's going to be good against him, it's going to be good against Bonnie, and it's a very, very solid pick. They got a nice little early wall break there, residue coming down and ensuring that they can't push through that choke point that they've just broken.
Okay, well, another break from Angel Boy. I did wonder whether he was going to go with the strat of just breaking everything early on their own side to allow that maneuverability. It does, again, alleviate so much of the pressure of being pushed back here, and will allow then Cubic to push forward slightly if he wants to. Alex working his way around to getting super, and as soon as he does, Tribe have got to be very cautious of it. Good connections from Tom onto Angel Boy, but NaVi so far standing strong. The speed coming in now, though. The connections with Cubic, and Lenan dashed away there beautifully so, juking his way around it. Oh my word, this is so close. Angel Boy's going down here. 2 versus 3, and NaVi are going to be very cautious on now this one.
Alex has got a super. Looks like he was walking towards the gas. I thought he was just going to let them win, but it is a 2v3 situation that they can win now. Jump and lunger available. Fang wants to go for it. The Cube's going to go for it now, and it's a good jump in. He follows him forward, but that's surely just 2 supers wasted, and a nice little retrieval of a super from Tom as well. Lenane shouldn't be too far off either with the speed that he was able to use in an earlier position. Should nearly have cycled it by now. And Drage, I'm not sure about his super, but at the moment, NaVi really don't have too much charge, I don't think.
B coming in from Lenan. Tom has got super to hand. Really try to connect it now. Not quite, just playing it patient and slow. NaVi are very clustered here as well, and that will potentially allow for more B shots to land. So far so good. They're playing it patient and slow, and I do like that from NaVi. Tribe, though, got to start to be a bit more aggressive a little bit. Get the supers up. It's only Tom that's got his for now, and Amplify shot does connect there from Drajon to Alex, and again, we know how much of a sting that can pack, but Alex has got super, and that's why Tribe now have got to be very, very cautious on how they approach it.
They have the speed, though. They have the squeak super, and Tom's going to go for it. In comes Alex, and he gets one, and gets not two just yet. Scooby's going to go very aggressive. They're going for a little pinch around the side. Tom needs to connect a shot onto him, but he needs to back up enough as well. The shot's there, but Angel Boy finishes them off. Nice little 1v2 from him in the end there, and Tom was just too busy focusing his other opponent, taking a lot of damage from that to be able to come back and focus the other one. NaVi, now not in a bad position. Tom got the super, though, and that might be a big connection. He hits two of them. Alex surely going to be focused, but the super comes in from Alex now. The trade's there, and it's a 1v2. It's all in the hands of Lane.
And Angel Boy's found him. The dash away is there. He's got no more utilization of gears. Oh, sorry, of gadgets, rather. You could get super, but this is a tough situation to find yourselves in. And I did like the start from Tribe, but they just got a bit overcommitted. And now he capitalized on it. I don't know whether he's going to be able to do this, but we shall see. Surely against the Griff. He's got super now. He's going to try to do the unthinkable, but I don't like his chances, Trav.
Neither do I. Pops his speed now and tries to go in. Might be able to get a good cycle off it, but not enough damage brought down at the moment for him to be able to actually have a realistic chance of being able to do this. Goes in onto QB there, gets the speed. Gets
no!
Can he do it now? He just has to juke around this wall. This would have to be absolutely huge if he managed it. He's low. Can he do it? Angel Boy's one shot. No, he gets the takedown. That would have been absolutely huge from Lene there who managed to do that. NaVi do manage to take that one. And honestly, I was kind of rooting for Lene there because that would have been an absolutely massive play after we doubted him so hard.
I was just going to say, like, as an unbiased caster, that's probably the most biased I've ever felt to a play, because that would have been such an incredible display of skill if he managed to pull it off. I felt he had the ice. I mean, I'm sure many watching at home as well felt that was going to go his way, but now he shut it down, and that's a big statement in itself. As they claw back here in this set. One more game away from being able to tie this up and take it to the fifth and final, but Tribe still stand a solid chance. They've had one match point already against NaVi in the previous set. Can they get another one now in this next round?
Wall break coming down from Angel Boy there on the left-hand side. Cube just playing pretty passively. Alex working for his super. Drage already has this amplified shot as well, but probably wants to connect this slow before he actually throws it out so he can get that guaranteed hit onto any of his opponents. Tom now over the right-hand side, still got some residues in hand and speed available now from Max, but not really making too many big moves just yet, as they can wait a little bit. Cube's got that super now, though, and considering going in, but slow comes in, and Alex should fall because of that. Nice little pinch in there as well. Speed. Maybe better off just popping it and guaranteeing this, because they might not even get it. Lane goes for the shots now, the dash away. Tom coming in. Can they do it? And Cube clutches up once more, gets the takedown, and NaVi one round away from evening things out and taking it to a set number 5.
Pressure now is really against Tribe. They've got to find some momentum here and dig deep. Cubic, though, low, and Dredge is the reason. If Alex gets super, though, it's going to be a tough thing to push forward, so they're trying to use the time they've got now to do so. It's good control, good awareness from NaVi, as it has been so far. Good connection from Cubic as well. He has got jump, and that means they've tried to make an exit plan, and NaVi can surely shut the idea down quickly with it. And then can't be that far behind super either, but look at the utility on the side of NaVi now just building up, and Angel Boy the last to earn his super here, but Alex can just sit back, Cubic can just sit back. NaVi have not got to necessarily make this play. Well, that's the beauty of having a Fang when it comes to your draft.
Yeah, they got the Fang, they got the Bonnie. Both can do really solid dive onto their opponents now. Speed popped and hoping that Alex can't connect it. Angel Boy's got a super now as well. The super comes in. The slow's there. Alex goes in. He gets the connection, but can he get the takedowns? Lenane's trying to dodge Cubic here. Tom gets the shots through. Angel Boy doesn't go down just yet. Those supers thrown out. No connections. And it's going to be a set number 5. NaVi bring this one home, and Tribe Gaming, you fall short once more. This could be the biggest comeback from NaVi. The reverse sweep may be on the cards.
Again, when I saw how NaVi approached their match against SK and reversed their fortunes of last month, I kind of wondered where it was going to go from there. This is a team that have got stamina. You know, they're able to keep things going and not ever kind of falter when it comes to pressure. That is a dangerous thing. Tribe now really have got to be able to secure this in Bounty. I'm pretty sure it may have even been this game mode. And if I think back to when they won their last monthly final, but it was certainly the 5th and final set, I believe, and they did. I think it was against Craze Clan from memory, but could be wrong. This is where it all comes down. I mean, I've got to say, Trav, after looking back over the course of today, it would be rude of us to not final things out in the grand finals in the 5th and final set.
Everything's been going the long haul today, and why not go the last one in the grand finals of the last monthly final of the year? What better way to end off 2022 other than the world finals for the EMEA region? NaVi versus Tribe Gaming, set number 5 in Layer Cake, and we saw some massive plays throughout this last one here. This one would have been so clutch, and honestly, I'll admit it, I was rooting for Lane in that kind of situation, because that would have been just so phenomenal if he managed to pull that off, and almost there as well. There were so many close endings to rounds in this set, and it was just so close overall. And this is why it's down to a set number 5, because these two teams are so evenly matched.
Biased caster confirmed. I'm telling Brawl Esports on you. Better stats. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to knockout, you know, that is what you need to be able to secure kills on the board. And Angel Boy got 7 of them. I mean, that is very, very good work from him. 5 for Alice as well. Cubic, a bit behind there on the 1, but ultimately, you know, with the brawler choices that they were having, it makes a lot of sense. Let's see where this leads, though. I mean, it has been great momentum for NaVi. Tribe have got to shut it down. They've got to come back in the way that they started out things, and the mindset now in that respect makes me feel like NaVi have got the ability to secure it in this set. I know I did obviously predict NaVi, but I also predicted this to be very, very close, and that it has. This is a very important draft in Layer Cake, and again, a very similar kind of game mode in the respect that, you know, kills really matter. So coming straight off knockouts, at least there's some, you know, idea there behind that the teams can have as a little bit of a reassurance that they've kind of at least got warmed up the idea. But again, it was NaVi that came out on top in knockout, and just think how much it could have changed if Lenan was able to secure that kill. He's always against the odds, don't get me wrong. Like, he did wondrously well, nothing to take away from him. But if they'd managed to get that round off the back of that, we could be in a very different scenario, but we're not. Layer Cake is where it's going to come down to for Bounty, and this draft is so important both for NaVi and Tribe. You know, NaVi looking to get their first grand final of this year, going to the world finals with it would be great for them. Tribe need to get this grand finals to be able to assert themselves in the region, and going into the world finals as a team that are bang on top. And the number 1 seed is already secured by them. They've got that in the bank, but they would love to go in with a grand finals win to add to that also.
Well, some of the bans are in at least. We got the side from Tribe Gaming mainly, Gene, Poco, and Squeak, and then the 1 Squeak ban on the other side from NaVi. And I imagine we'll get those ban information through shortly. Top pick rates being Bo, Carl, and Gene. Pretty solid picks all around. Missing bans are Sam and Sprout from the side of NaVi, so another couple of decent bans. Sprout not seen too much nowadays, but Sam definitely not a brawler you want to be facing if you're not too fond of facing against tanks. There they are popping on now. First pick of NaVi should be coming in very shortly, and it's going to be a Janet, which I kind of like as a first pick. It's pretty versatile. Tom going with the Piper, and will be again with Tribe with another pick. Otis, I'm not 100% convinced on the Piper, but I like the Otis quite a lot.
Yeah, I think that Sam being banned here by NaVi is quite smart. I have seen Tribe play Sam on Layer Cake before. I don't remember it getting them great results, but I could be wrong. Otis, though, is definitely one that they like to bring out more often than not. And Piper, I'm always biased towards Piper, but there's a problem that I know that you're not biased towards. Body coming in for NaVi, but again, ever since they started playing it in Heist and then in Knockout, it's getting them set wins on some levels. So that is definitely of some kind of concern, surely, on the side of Tribe, and they're going to have to really think that one through a little bit here. But the Janet is, yeah, again, another solid draft. I do like the way it's shipping up for NaVi here, if I'm honest here. And of course, on the side of Tribe, they're going to be gaining that Piper Super more often than not to be able to counter out the abilities of Bonnie. Gus coming in for NaVi, which I don't know what I'm too sure about, but it's still early days when it comes to Gus, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from it. It definitely has a lot of aggressive capabilities to add on that shield to either yourself or your teammates, and that can help massively so in a map like Layer Cake, in a game mode like Bounty, where you can go supremely aggressive if you're able to get that spawn trap control.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I saw earlier Piper was just completely dominating the Gus pick, and I think it's definitely a little bit worrying for Alex in this situation. I'm not 100% convinced about the Rico either. There's some aspects of either comp that I'm not really too sure about, but I just think maybe that NaVi do have the better comp here. If Gus can play this well, activate the shields at the right time, help out his teammates at the right time, then I think they might be able to take this one.
See, I mean, there's two of my favorite brawlers on the side of Tribe. Rico coming in. I mean, under the circumstances, with the wall break that's going to be available to them, they can choose what they want to open up and keep. And I think that as long as that's, the case and there's not any wall break on the side of NaVi, then it can get some value here and it can really suppress lanes. It's going to be Tom on it against Angel Boy on the Janet. He's probably going to be looking to get an early drop the base if he can to keep the pressure on. But that's why I like the Rico pick as well, because it can get those sort of turrets taken down pretty carefully, pretty easily. And already Angel Boy low on that side of things. But no takedowns as of yet. Blue Star in favor of NaVi. But again, straight back over to Tribe, and as quickly as that, things have changed.
Nice little positioning as well from Tom in here. He knows he's got a wonderful position, but then again, here's Bonnie, and he has the super as well. Linane has the mute now, got the silver starfish to be able to negate any damage Cubic wants to deal when he comes in, but he's going to pick his targets well. Fast splatter comes down, and Alex managing to avoid it. Has this shield now, provides it to Angel Boy, and he knows that he can aggress Tom that little bit more, but the damage rains down and the shield is quickly used up. Super going to be missed by Tom, but some follow-up shots are connecting and forcing him to back off just a little bit more once more.
The worry is as well that those ghosts on the map, those ghouls, will be there for if NaVi can get control and provide heals for them with Tribe on the back. But great connection from Dragon to Alex, and the Nun has got the mute to hand as well. So again, if Janet gets super, you won't be able to take to the skies if that mute is in play. Alex is in a good spot and pushing back carefully. So Drake's popped the homemade recipe, but it doesn't connect. He's very low here, 36 HP. He's got to jump away, but that might open up the walls to allow Cubic to come in here. The mute there is spot on from Lenan, because that would surely been an opportunity to capitalize. But Angel Boy on the left, Alex on the right, and as quickly as that, NaVi have got the lead by 3 stars.
Great mute by Linane. Drage definitely overstayed his welcome over there. Tom's got no bounce castles left, so Cubic's going to get this kill. Linane misplaces that fast splatter as well. The kill's there, though. 2 stars are in. Any takedown will do. Any takedown will do whatsoever, and Linane can't get it. Drage overstayed his welcome in enemy lines, and it was punished for it. Even with the mute, NaVi were able to turn that one round. Really nice plays from them, and now they're on match point, and Tribe Gaming are in the possibility of being reverse swept right now.
It's given me March vibes here, gotta be honest, when this very thing happened with SK, but NaVi are doing the unthinkable. They are getting the full reverse sweep potentially here, and Tribe are gonna put a stop to it. I think the comp has some legs. They can do this, but NaVi have got so much momentum now. I mean, game after game after game, and now the set's so much more in their favor. One more game here, and they'll get their first grand final win of the entire year. And they know how close they are. Lenan, very low here, goes down. Drake will get the pickup, but we have to jump away as well. But that is such value there. Cubic can't contest it. These gadgets not quite connecting, but Lenan will come in to help. It's looking better for Tribe, but they cannot falter now.
5-3 in. That was a nice predictive jump there from Drage when Cubic did come in. Super from Tom there, and he wants a pinch. He sees it. Nice damage coming through. Alex is low as well, thanks to Tom's super, and that was a wonderful time to use it. Should be close to cycling as well, as he did get quite a lot of damage down, but also needs to be cautious because he has 3 stars. He's going to be pinched in here. Bounce Castle pops. Super there through. The negation of damage there. The mute from Linane really did go a long way. Angel Boy's going aggressive as well and gets the trade out. Positive, but still not positive in terms of control.
Gracious healing up, but again, there's heals on the map available to NaVi if they can just assert themselves more. Alex will pass on the shield to Angel Boy and will connect with Drage, and Tom's still low on that left-hand side as well. That is a very important pickup from Drage. Continuation taps as well into Angel Boy, but Tom has to utilize the gadget here. He'll come in, but Angel Boy can take the skies. He doesn't even need to. Cubic jumps in as well, and now Tribe all out of position. Alex coming in, big taps. Oh my word, how? Oh my goodness me, there were so many stars in the line there for NaVi, but that now is a tremendous lead that I don't know that they'll be able to take back.
11 in it. They need both of them, I think, and a bit more, but they're not going to get it. The mute's there from Linane, and Drage carries his 7 stars to the sky. Double match point between NaVi and Tribe. This will be the decider. No more games. This will decide who is the last monthly final winner of 2022.
I was waiting for it.
I almost forgot the year. I almost forgot the year. That is what's happening right now.
funny and true story. I always look down at my bottom right monitor every time because this is how the year goes. At the beginning of the year, we always say it's going to fly by, but it doesn't really compute with us how quickly it does fly by. This has been the craziest month this year for this region, and I know what a way to go out on a bang, as it is NaVi that are doing so at the moment. Tom goes down as well, but does manage to get a pick up in the way, and actually that's going to help out massively. So only 1 star in it. It can still go either way on this one. Angel Boy weak. So is Lenan. My word. I just can't call it, Trav. It's so close on both sides.
1 star in it. Tom's got good control over here, but Angel Boy has the gadget where he can just jump in. It will use an ammo bar, though, and that will mean he probably will lose the matchup against Tom. So Tom in a pretty safe position. However, Alex obviously has this super nice little fast plat from Lenane there to force Alex out of the bush. Pinches trying to come in now. Shield provided to Cubic, but at the same time, he can't jump in with that shield because it just gets rid of it, I believe. So not the best timing to use it, and also 1 shot from a Piper did get rid of it. Tom with a super now, and he's waiting for the prime time to use it. Angel Boy is his target. Alex might be also, just needs to be a little bit cautious, doesn't want to overextend, and therefore extend NaVi's lead.
Difficult spot now for Try, but Tom is doing a great job on the left. They need to go on the aggressive, but they don't want to overextend, and it's tough to find a balance when you're on a match point scenario. 1 misplay on either side can make it all go wrong, and that's 1 on the side of NaVi. Tom, though, has got a gadget, but he's not utilizing it. Oh, my word! How? Oh, the pickup from the sky as Angel Boy's there. But what goes up must come down yet again. Tom heals up, but Tribe on the back lines in the final seconds, Trav.
This is not a good position for Tribe to be in, but Tom is using these bounces to his... Lenane's so low. They got blue star anyway, though. Lenane can go down. He mutes him. Drake needs to stay alive as well. Tom does also. He gets the kill. The kills are there. Tribe survive. 13-10. Tribe Gaming take home their 2nd monthly final of 2022. NaVi do not manage to guarantee their own 2 second places in a row, and we will see both of these teams at the World Finals, but Tribe come out on top today.
It's just like Drake suppresses all emotion until the final moment and then just lets it all out at once. But you got to hand it to NaVi as well. They came so close. I think despite not going to the World Finals with that Grand Finals win, they've made a statement. They've made their mark, and it won't be much of a consolation prize to them under the circumstances. Like, that would have been the moment to really land it for them. But nonetheless, I mean, look at how they've just grown throughout the competition. It's just continuously so. And that was realistically the closest moment they've ever had. But I mean, you got to hand it to Tribe at the same time. I mean, the reverse sweep was happening. Like, they were able to turn it around at the final moments, and that's not an easy thing to do by any means.
Yeah, when you're on such a back foot in terms of momentum and confidence as well, your confidence is going to waver as soon as you see the chances of a reverse sweep happening. They're on match point and you have to win 2 in a row. Then you start to be like, oh, maybe we're not going to be able to win this. But Tribe, they kept strong. Their mental didn't waver. They managed to win 2 games in a row. Such a close ending on that last one as well. But Drage really started popping off on the Piper. I believe he had maybe 5 stars at the end of that at the end of the last one, and he had 7 stars on the second game in the set. So really solid stuff from Tribe, and they are very deserving of the win that they've taken home today.
Just an insane end to what's been a fantastic year for EMEA. Just non-stop action from start to finish, and that final moment was no different from it. Great move from Lenan, really was. Just able to deflate the situation, and Tom coming in as well. Everyone just doing their bit as the final push coming in, and Angel Boy had a great game there. By far the most kills out of anyone who was playing, and a bit of a rough time for Cubic and that same idea, but the damage though was 54% in his favor, so clearly it was all his teammates stealing them. But oh my word, it's been a joy to watch. It's kind of a bit bittersweet, gotta say, as we draw to a final close here before the World Finals obviously commence. But what a crazy day, what a crazy year, and just great amounts of skill on both sides of things. I think that regardless of NaVi taking the loss, they can still hold their heads very high. And again, anyone that underestimates them at the World Finals will surely be punished. I mean, they made the Grand Finals of the World Finals last year. We can't forget, against Data. So they stand a solid chance, and it's been a wondrous thing to watch them grow throughout the year.
Not only that, but the past 2 months, they've had 2 grand final appearances as well, and their growth throughout this year has just been Absolutely phenomenal. Ending the year on a decent enough high. The MVP being Linane again, 5-4 in that last one. I'd have definitely given it to Drage, playing so well on that Piper, but Linane keeping his teammates alive at certain points, which really did need it with those Silver Star fishes and the mutes that comes along with it. It's just really solid plays from him. And Tribe as a whole today have just played so well as a team and individually as well. Just incredible stuff.
Well, it's funny you say that, Trav, because we have an interview with Drage lined up, coming in thick and fast. Be great to have a few words. Again, hello, Drage. Great to have you back. Gotta say, first off the bat, congratulations to you and your team. It's the best way you can end the year, isn't it? Going into the World Finals. So, and of course, if you weren't aware, you are the #1 seed now in EMEA. So yeah. I'm going to start off just by asking, like, how did you guys prepare for today? What was your process coming in?
Well, we focused on sorting out the drafts because sometimes when we're in like high pressure, the draft gets messed up quite a bit, and it happened a little bit today, but we managed to fix up a little bit, and we're just, I don't know, like from third-party tournaments, we're slowly building up a bit of momentum, and we're getting our confidence up, and I think it just translated to how we played today and clutched up.
Well, it's been a while since you've had a grand finals. It's been going downhill a little bit. It started with just the semifinals finale, then it turned into a quarterfinals last month, but you bounced back. And I think that that's something that can be really notarized going into the world finals. But talk us through like the in-between. It's been a long time since you've won a grand finals back in April. I think it was against Craze clan. So kind of for anyone that kind of may have missed some shows, kind of what happened in between and how have you managed to kind of bounce back in the way you have?
I thought I'd never be in this position again, doing an interview with you for winning the finals, but yeah, it's been a bit downhill ever since MSI. We used to play grand finals all the time, and then we play semis and quarterfinals. But I think that's just the level of EU going up. I think everyone woke up a little bit after and caught up with like drafting mechanics and stuff. So I think that's one reason for us taking a bit more losses in between. But yeah, like after we got to the finals, we knew we had to kind of seal it because we didn't want, I think it was like a 5th grand finals now or something. We didn't want that to happen where we just lose out and get another 2nd place. And closing out this year with a monthly final win is a lot better than how it went last year.
Yeah, it's huge momentum going into the World Finals. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to ask you a tough one because it'd be rude not to, but, we almost saw that reverse sweep happen. It happened to you guys in March against SK. It almost happened, I believe, I could be wrong, against Craze Clan back in, I think SK in March, Craze Clan in April. What was going through your minds, in that situation? Because, again, it's kind of happened a couple of times. And, how did you come out on top when you were faced up against it?
I mean, for me personally, I think you guys saw I was very emotionless on the cam because I don't know, I've seen it all in terms of us always getting reverse swept. So like I wasn't going to be happy. I was going to stay focused until the very moment, and I think it showed off. Like normally I crumble towards like the 5th set when it's like pressure on us here, but I think I pulled my weight and did really well and managed to clutch up for the team. So I'm really happy with my performance and my team performance.
Solid stuff. Going into the World Finals, going to ask the question, be rude not to. Who do you fear the most and why?
I obviously fear, the world champions, now split into 2, Zeta 1 and Zeta 0. Obviously, they're very, very tough opponents and very, very mechanical. And then our counterparts, Tribe NA, obviously, I love them all. And yeah, it's going to be very, very intense, this World Finals. And hopefully, we can get out the first round. Hopefully.
Well, after today, for teams looking on, they better be fearing the Tribe. Got to say as well, before we sign off, any final shout-outs, anything you want to say to your fans and following?
Shout out to Tom, Linane, and Yoshi, and Havivo, and everyone who's, helped us get to this place. And shout out to all the fans for sticking through us, through all the lows and now all the highs. I really appreciate all of you. All of you keep me going and keep the team going. So really appreciate that.
As always, Drage, always great to have a little natter with you. Go and celebrate with the team. And again, one more time, congratulations to yourself and the whole entire squad for today. It was a joy to watch.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Well, what an eventful day. Great, Kenny, great to have you back. First and foremost, how did it feel? I know, sad, of course, not casting the match, but watching from the sidelines at least. Did you enjoy it?
I mean, the fact that I even got to cast the EMEA today was an absolute thrill, and just being able to watch was insane. I got the semifinals action. We gave you the finals. It's only fair that I have to sit out at least one of those. But I just love that interview with Trage too. You know, it just shows growth. You know, he said in the past that he's kind of crumbled in those moments, that it hasn't always gone their way. And I think building off that experience, it's come a long ways. Ultimately, these are some really young guys competing for a lot of money under a lot of pressure. That's a tough thing for anybody. I love how composed he was throughout that interview.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we've thoroughly enjoyed having you on the region. It's always great to have your enthusiasm and your great knowledge coming in. We've got the player of the day lined up as well, Kenny, so maybe you want to talk us through that one. And I mean, we've had so many today, I know, but this one in particular was a banger.
This one will go down in the history books, and it's going to be Bax versus Totem early on in the day. Mari with the jump onto the right-hand side, and the Dean trying to get those last-second kills. Bax taking the lead. Reply Totem striking back 15-15, and the lead being identical multiple times. Look at this here, 13-6. Reply Totem with a huge lead. Mari doing everything he can get out of the situation, and overall, just great plays, composure from Bax to stay in it, and ultimately that blue star ended up paying off for them. That's going to be a play I definitely remember from this year.
Well, Trav, I mean, look at the amount of score lines here that went all the way. Talk us through the day and what really stood out to you personally.
It's been a long one, but it's been a thrilling one. I think the biggest standout ones were kind of was Bax against Reply Totem, as we've just seen in that play of the day. There was, you know, it was just such a massive game, and seeing Bax progress and having their lifeline still being alive, and the possibility of them making it to Worlds, and then obviously Tribe Gaming just cutting them short and then going on to win it. Hmble losing out straight away, and then seeing, you know, Gugu remain happy on the cam was a really nice sentiment as well. And then Craze making the World Finals regardless of losing first round is also quite a big thing as well. So congratulations to them, and you know, I'm intrigued to see how well they're going to be doing at World Finals.
5 out of 7 games going all the way. Here are our predictions. I mean, I don't want to talk about it necessarily too much. I mean, maybe I'll speak to Kenny on this one, Trav, if you don't mind, and just kind of, you know, ask him how he feels about what's a great performance.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very tough region to predict. As a rookie caster here for BSC EMEA, I think I'll take it. You know, that's a winning record. I do owe Trav an apology, though. I did talk some good jive at the beginning of kind of the broadcast, and today, you know, I got to respect it. He ultimately comes out on top. I couldn't help myself. I went for Bax. They deserve some backing, and overall, they put on a heck of a show, so I have no regrets.
I know he's burning up inside. Go on then, Trav. It's the last show of the year. Go on, have your moment. Go on, do it.
Well, you know, as unpredictable as EMEA is, I'd say I've done an all right job getting 5 out of 7, to be honest with you. To be honest, with your 3, you're not looking too good. But then again, you know, I'll let you off because sometimes you do just have to pick the underdogs. I know the feeling. You've got that driving fire inside of you to just back someone up. And, you know, if they lose, you're like, oh, well, I was just backing the underdogs up. And if they win, you feel like the smartest guy in the world and everybody loves you for it.
You know it's the last show of the year for this region when I'm giving you that opportunity to rub it in. All right, well, here is the leaderboard. It has the conclusion. We have our 6 teams going to the World Finals. Their golden tickets have been claimed for Tribe Gaming EU, who after today smashed the #1 seed for the region, overtaking then Reply Totem as well, who, again, a bit of a rough way to go into Worlds, but we shall see more from them for sure. They are definitely still a massive contender here. SK Gaming, of course, you know, are still very much on top of things. Did claw through the quarterfinals today. The semifinals weren't quite to be, though. Team Queso, of course, NaVi, and Craze Clan now. They are your 6 teams from the EMEA region qualified for the World Finals later on to come. And I feel like many people would have predicted the same thing a few months back, but along the way, anything could change. Trav, as well, talk us through the leading teams across all the regions.
Well, here are the leading teams. I'll read them all out for you. EMEA, we have Tribe Gaming EU, Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Team Queso, NaVi, and Craze Clan. Newly qualified team being Craze Clan. Earlier on, we did watch E-Stage, but a couple of months ago, they'd already secured their spots. Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0, both securing in the same month. NA and LATAM North is the only remaining region where one team has not secured their spot, but Tribe Gaming, NA, and Vatra are locked in, and Vanguard in a good spot to do so, fighting up against STMN NA for that final spot. AC Milan Clash, Chasmat Gaming Brazil, and newcomers Zest, who I imagine are 0 Zone, I want to say. LATAM South are they are the representatives from LATAM South. Star Wars Esports from SCSA and ANZ, and Nova Esports finally from mainland China.
Well, we're almost there. We almost have everyone. But again, North America and LATAM North is still to come, and that is going to be an explosive one. Many SEMN fans now waiting eagerly to see how that one's going to go, and yet Kenny's nodding. I can't wait to see it. I cannot wait to see it, to see how that one goes. But what a year it's been, guys. As always, I've got to say, a massive pleasure to be alongside you guys. It's been an amazing ride, you know, an amazing journey. Trav, before we close out the day, any final thoughts from you?
Well, I just want to say, you know, congratulations to Tribe Gaming EU again. Congratulations to Craze Clan for guaranteeing your spot, and those, you know, the close people who don't get the recognition of STMN, Dogster Lobster, who did go out in the qualifiers really close up until the final month. Hmble and also Bax today as well, who didn't make it to that World Finals, but put on an amazing show all year round and provided us with some of the best Brawl Stars Championship we've ever seen. A massive thank you to you, Ark, for being with me all year long. It's been a great month with Kenny, as we've done 2 shows today, and I believe I'd already done 1 show with him before this, so it's really nice to get back in the casting booth with him. And obviously, a massive congratulations to Tribe Gaming once more.
Always so sweet, Trav. You're such a smooth talker. Well, North America and LATAM North is tomorrow at 2 p.m. PDT. Kenny, I know you're waiting eagerly for that one. Before we close out today, any final thoughts from you going into that?
Yeah, best wishes to Teddy, who I'm subbing in for today. He was feeling super sick, did everything he could to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to replace such a legend in the casting community here for Brawl Stars. Thankful for all the people behind the scenes and super excited to close out tomorrow. Show up for NA. It is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I will second, and I'm sure Trav will third that. I've got to say as well, a huge thank you to Esports Engine for putting behind such a fantastic production, of course, to Supercell, because they made Brawl Stars, and I think it's pretty apparent that we're pretty passionate towards that. And of course, to all the players, to all the orgs, to those of you watching at home, of course, we wouldn't be here putting on this show without you guys supporting us there. So again, a massive congratulations to Tribe and all the teams who competed, and of course, the 6 that are going to the World Finals. It's going to be a banger that time once again. But tomorrow for North America and LATAM North is 2 p.m. PDT. Put that in your calendars. Until then, it's goodbye for now. As well, it connects to Gugu, and Angel Boo picks it up. We're starting to see a lot more synergy here for NaVi.
No, but unfortunately, Otis goes down 2, and now it's left to Ali SSJ with 5 seconds to go to try and find a kill on the Drage. Too weak to do anything. To stay alive, Semantic has to take advantage of this super. They're going to get a pushback. He goes down, though. 2% remaining.
No, he's got that super. He's got the super from Gus as well. He jumps in. Can't get the takedown. 4 seconds now. They're not going to be able to get it. The pull comes in, and Tribe Gaming
so incredibly low here. He might go down 90 HP here, and Q gets the pickup. This is far from over.
Well, you say that, but then the takedown comes in from Tom.
And the pickup is there between Drage and Lenan, but the shots from Angel will keep flying on. Tom, though, will survive. This should surely be a pull. I don't know why he didn't. He would have been able to pull Tom through. He goes for it now, but it's a bit too little too late. It allows Lenan to come in to help for the defense. The pass.
To be able to actually have a realistic chance of being able to do this. Goes in onto QB there, gets the speed, gets
oh no!
Can he do it now? He just has to nuke around this wall. This would have to be absolutely huge if he managed it. He's low. Can he construct? This is not a good position for Tribe to be in, but Tom is using these bounces to his... Lenane's so low. They've got Blue Star anyway, though. Lenane can go down. He mutes him. Drake needs to stay alive as well. Tom does also. He gets the kill. The kills are there. Tribe survive. 13-10. Tribe Gaming take home their second...